Chapter 308. Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion. Wei Fangji lay on the bed and said in a trembling voice, "This old man is ill and cannot see you off. Take care, Your Highness." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Chengxi's face was ashen, and he said in a cold voice, "I dare not trouble Minister Wei to see me off. I will take my leave." With a flick of his sleeve, he swept out the door like a gust of wind. Wei Fangji watched Wu Chengxi's departing figure and smiled faintly. His sickly appearance was swept away, and he turned over and sat up. The old steward waved his hand, and two maids hurriedly brought him a robe. Wei Fangji stood up and opened his arms, asking them to help him put on the robe. The loyal old steward worriedly said, "Prince Wei's power is overwhelming, and there is no one who can compare to him. This old servant thinks that even if Lang disdains to be associated with him, he should not pretend to be ill and make things difficult for him. This kind of person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and I am afraid it will bring trouble to Lang." Wei Fangji removed the earthen cloth from his forehead and threw it on the bed. He said in a deep voice, "Good or bad, it is fate. A man of indomitable spirit, how can he bend the rules to curry favor with these relatives of the imperial family? Wu Qingxi must have come to visit with a request. Even if this old man throws a big banquet to entertain him, as long as I do not conspire with him, I will still offend him. Why worry about personal gains and losses and hurt my own feathers?" Lang. Wei Fangji waved his hand and said, "Since it has come to this, there is no need to say more." The old steward knew that Lang was a righteous person and could only sigh and silently withdraw. Wu Qingxi left the Wei residence and gripped his horsewhip tightly. He angrily said, "Good Wei Fangji, how dare you be so rude to me?" He took a 3-day leave in front of the imperial family and clearly said that he caught a cold. When I came to visit him, he actually fell ill and could not get out of bed. Bah! This prince can smell the stench of alcohol on him. This old man is going too far, going too far. The attendants hurriedly smiled and said, "Wei Fangji does not know how to appreciate favors. Your Highness does not need to lower yourself to his level." Wu Chengxi snorted coldly and angrily leaped onto his horse. He whipped the horse and galloped away. Wu Qingxi arrived in front of his mansion. He had just pulled the saddle and dismounted his horse when suddenly from a distance a rider galloped toward him. When the rider arrived in front of him, the rider rolled down the saddle and prostrated in front of Wu Qingxi, crying, "Wang Ye, I beg Wang Ye to uphold justice for my family's Lang." Wu Qingxi looked at him and didn't seem to have any impression of this person. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are you?" The man raised his face and cried, "Your Highness, Xiao Ren is Wang Sanyang, a servant of Scholar Wang's mansion. I used to serve Lang by his side. I have seen your Highness before." "Oh," Wu Qingxi said, stroking his beard, "your Lang is Wang Qingji? What happened to him?" Wang Sanyang cried and said, "My family's Lang was beaten to death outside the Meridian Gate on behalf of Wang Ye to enter the palace." "What?" Wu Qingxi glared at him. He suddenly bent down and grabbed Wang Sanyang's collar, lifting him up. He roared in a stern voice, "What are you going to say? Wang Qingji was dead. Quickly tell me what happened." Wang Sanyang's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. He told him everything his matriarch had told him. When the Wang family heard that Wang Qingji was beaten to death at the Meridian Gate, Wang Sanyang followed his matriarch to the Meridian Gate to collect his body. When he came back, he was sent by his matriarch to the Wei Wangfu to deliver the letter. Madame Wang had already investigated the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Madame Wang also knew that if the emperor wanted to kill an official, there was no way to avenge him. However, Li Xiaoda was her husband's murderer, so it wasn't impossible to take him down. That's why, when she sent someone to the Wei Wangfu to deliver the news, she had already taught him how to put all the blame on Li Xiaoda. After listening to him, Wu Qingxi fiercely pushed him away. He was so angry that he looked up to the sky and roared. If a person was angered by an unpleasant incident, and before his anger could subside, he was suddenly met with another unpleasant incident, his anger could be ignited tenfold. Wu Qingxi had just lost all his prestige at Wei Fangji's residence, and came back with a soft rebuff. Now, he heard about this incident that greatly reduced his prestige in the court. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Wu Qingxi's face was red with anger. He circled around the room, twice like a trapped beast. Suddenly, he pointed at one of his personal attendants and said sternly, "You go, you go. Tell Zhou Xing to come see this prince immediately." That personal attendant didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped away. Wu Qingxi gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred, Li Xiaoda, you've ruined my plans time and time again. If this prince doesn't kill you, I swear I'm not a man." In the study of the Yang residents, Yang Fan and Zhao Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were seated across from each other. Only now did Yang Fan realize that it was indeed inappropriate to have no attendants by his side. Guests had arrived, but there was no one to serve them. As the host, if he personally went to serve them drinks and fruit platters, it would also be inappropriate to leave the guests here. Moreover, these guests had all sorts of statuses, and some of them were not worthy of his attention, such as Zhao Yu. The two of them could only sit there and talk. Yang Fan said, "The congratulatory gift that Brother Zhao sent yesterday was truly too valuable. This Yang doesn't know when I will have the opportunity to meet Brother Shen, so I should personally thank him." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "Lang, General need not be so courteous. My third uncle is admittedly worthy of this gift, but in the past, there has never been anyone worthy of such a generous gift from my third uncle. Since my third uncle has given you such a generous gift, it means that in his heart, he doesn't think of Lang General as an ordinary friend. When third uncle sent a message, he said that based on Lang General's intelligence in repelling the Turkic army of 100,000 and sparing the millions of soldiers and civilians of Heshi, Longyu, and Shuofang from suffering, even giving you half of Luoyang should be enough." Zhao Yu laughed and said, "It's a pity that Luoyang doesn't belong to my third uncle, so I can only give you a street as a token of my sincerity." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "I am deeply ashamed that Brother Shen thinks so highly of me. Today, the Emperor issued an edict to have Wang Qingji executed outside the Meridian Gate. It seems that Wu Qingxi's recent actions have angered the Emperor. I estimate that Wu Sanxi will make his move in the next few days. In 3 days after my wedding, I will return to court. In this period of time, I will have to ask you to help me keep an eye on the movements of the court." Zhao Yu nodded and said, "Naturally." Yang Fan asked, "When will Brother Shen come to Luoyang?" "In the current situation. If Brother Shen is here to oversee things, it should be more stable." Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid that my third uncle won't be able to leave Chang, and for the time being. To tell you the truth, some things have happened in the family. That young Master Jiang is deliberately making things difficult for third uncle. This matter has already alarmed the elders in the family. Without third uncle's presence, it can't be resolved. So, Yang Fan had already seen how resourceful Shenmu was, since this matter required him to stay in Chang. And it probably wasn't as simple as some things. He didn't ask too much and only said, 'In that case, let him settle things there in peace. Everything here has already been laid out. As long as there are no accidents, Wu Sansi will definitely make his move on time. All we need to do is wait and watch the show. Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and said, right, Lu Shirda is about to return to the capital. Yang Fan was surprised and said, oh, General Lu is returning to court? Zhao Yu said, yes, he will probably arrive in the capital in 3 days. Lu Shirda made a great contribution in the Juyan Sea victory, so the emperor will definitely reward him handsomely. Promotion and nobility are not out of the question, and it is very likely that he will be allowed to stay in the capital. With his current position and the contributions he has made, it is not impossible for him to become the prime minister. Yang Fan said happily, General Lu is honest and has a noble character. If he can become the prime minister, it will be a great thing for the country and the people. Zhao Yu smiled and said, but third uncle thinks that the current situation in the western region cannot be separated from General Lu. There is no other suitable candidate besides General Lu. The court does not lack a prime minister, but the western region lacks a famous general. Therefore, he will use some of his connections to ensure that General Lu does not leave the western region. Yang Fan was startled and carefully thought about the complicated situation in the western region. At the moment, it was indeed necessary to have a veteran like Lu Shirda overseeing things. He couldn't help but nod. Zhao Yu smiled mysteriously and said, although young Master Jiang is making things difficult for my third uncle, his opinion on this matter is the same as third uncle's. He also feels that military power in the western region is more important than a prime minister, so he will also make some moves on his side. It's just that it will inevitably inconvenience General Lu. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Worshipping a general and being conferred the title of Marquis is the highest dream of any official. General Lu will certainly not know that the reason he cannot become the prime minister is because he is too capable. Zhao Yu said, Lu Shirda is famous for his magnanimity, prudence, and forbearance, but the court is full of either foxes or wolves, all of them treacherous. In my opinion, it is better for him to be a free and unfettered general outside than to become the prime minister in the court. It is a blessing in disguise. Yang Fan shook his head and didn't say anything. Zhao Yu continued, if the emperor wants General Lu to become the prime minister, he will certainly consult the important officials in the court. Originally, this matter didn't have much to do with Lang Jiang, but Lang Jiang has returned from the western region and has the responsibility of inspecting the local officials, the people's situation, and military affairs on behalf of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, it is hard to guarantee that he won't ask Lang Jiang about it. I am here to inform him in advance so that Lang Jiang won't make a mistake. Speaking to this point, Zhao Yu smiled and stood up. He said, Lang Jiang has just gotten married. I won't disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Lang Jiang should return to the rear residence and spend more time with Madam. Yang Fan also stood up. He said with a smile, that wife of mine is not a delicate little girl who never leaves the house. Although she is no longer working in the palace, Brother Shen has helped my wife find a good job. 16 shops, plus the few shops my wife used to run. I'm afraid she is even busier than I am. Haha, please. Zhao Yu laughed heartily and walked out side by side with him. As they walked, he said, in that case, it is my fault. I should have sent the congratulatory gift a few days later, so that your honorable wife will not be busy as a newlywed. Yang Fan said, otherwise she wouldn't be idle. Isn't it just that the Fu is short of people? She went to Nan City at noon to find a middleman to hire some maids and servants. Zhao Yu laughed and said, that day, I wanted to give Lang Jiang 20 male and female servants, but Lang Jiang refused. Otherwise, why would we need to go through all this trouble today? Yang Fan said, that day, Yang was a loner. When one person was full, the whole family was not hungry. Leaving behind 4 people was already too much for me. Who would have thought that after I got married and only married one person, I really felt that I didn't have enough people to use. This is also good. The people that my wife has personally chosen by her side are probably more to her liking. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the front door. Zhao Yu turned around and said, "Lang Jiang, please stop. I won't trouble you to send me off." Yang Fan smiled and stopped. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhao, take care." The 2 of them had just finished talking when they heard the sound of girls chattering and laughing outside the door. They saw Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of female imperial bodyguards walking in with Xiao Man. As soon as they saw Yang Fan and a guest standing in front of the door, they immediately stopped. Yang Fan laughed and said, "Wife is back. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yu, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is my wife." Zhao Yu quickly took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply. "Zhao Yu greets Madam." Xiao Man bowed to return the greeting. "Hello, Mr. Zhao," she said. Yang Fan said, "Wife, have you hired all the servants at home?" Xiao Man pursed her lips and smiled. With the help of all the sisters, it will save me a lot of trouble. All the servants have been selected. Come forward and let Ah Lang see if he is satisfied." The female guards flashed, and 7 or 8 men walked in from the back. One of them was 11 or 12 years old, delicate and pretty, and seemed to be the attendant. There were 2 other men with wide waists, and their faces were full of happiness, and they must be the cooks. Although the rest of the servants were not all tall and sturdy, they all looked very spirited, and their faces were simple and honest. Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. "Wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people. Hey, aren't there still maids in the inner chamber? Why didn't you hire them?" When Xiao Man heard this, she suddenly became bashful. She gently rolled up the corner of her clothes and said in a low voice, "The maids are also hired." Yang Fan laughed. "Is that so? Quickly call them over. Let me take a look." The 7 or 8 male servants suddenly flashed to the left and right. Xiao Man had no choice. She slightly leaned to the side and pouted at Gao Ying. Gao Ying said, "Cough. Why don't you come forward and greet your Ah Lang?" Yang Fan looked at them with a smile. The female imperial bodyguards flashed to the sides again. Yang Fan's smile suddenly froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out. He looked at the 6 women standing outside the doorway in astonishment. His mouth slowly opened and couldn't close for a long time. At first glance, he almost thought that Xiao Man had invited the female sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's mansion to go home. But when he looked carefully, they were a size smaller than the female sumo wrestlers, who were also the female imperial bodyguards of Princess Taiping. Yes, they were indeed women. 6 big and round women. They were indeed maidservants. Looking at their chubby and childish faces, and looking at the unmarried maidservant bun on their heads, they were definitely 6 underage maidservants. Xiao Man saw Yang Fan's expression. She couldn't help but stare at Gao Ying. She braced herself and timidly asked, "Lang Jun, are you satisfied?" Yang Fan grinned, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of yellow lotus. He said vaguely, "Wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people. Ha ha ha." Zhao Yu stood to the side, trying his best to put his face back into place, which had been distorted by holding back his laughter. Bowing deeply to Yang Fan, he said, "My son is busy." Zhao Yu bids farewell. Farewell. Chapter 309. Inside Prince Wei's residence, Wu Qingxi saw Zhou Xing arrive and immediately bellowed, "Zhou Xing, this time you must avenge me no matter what. I want Li Zhao dead. I want him dead." As Wu Qingxi spoke, he hammered the table heavily, causing the 4 treasures of the study to bounce around. Zhou Xing hurriedly pacified him. "Your Highness, please calm down. I have already heard about what happened from your family. It is not difficult for your Highness to punish Li Xiaoda, but is your Highness just trying to vent your anger, or is your Highness aiming for the crown prince position?" When Wu Qingxi heard the words crown prince position, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling water. He immediately calmed down and glanced at Zhou Xing. "What does minister mean?" Zhou Xing twirled his beard and leisurely said, "Your Highness wants the crown prince position. Not only do you have external enemies, you also have internal troubles. The external enemies are naturally the officials who have not given up on Li Tang. The internal troubles are those in the Wu clan who are qualified to compete with your Highness. This situation is similar to how the current emperor rose from a talented person to imperial concubine, then empress, and finally the son of heaven. At that time, the current emperor was still an imperial concubine. In the palace, there were many concubines fighting for his favor, and in the court, there were many officials who opposed him. All they fought for was the support of Emperor Gaozong. In the end, it was the current son of heaven who won by a narrow margin. Since the first time Wang Qingji's petition was rejected, I have been thinking about this matter repeatedly. I believe that all along we have placed too much emphasis on His Majesty's thoughts. We thought that as long as there are people who can wave the flag for your Highness, as long as His Majesty is in favor, the crown prince position will be at your fingertips. But after thinking about the various methods His Majesty used before ascending the throne, I feel that compared to His Majesty, we are still lacking something very important. Wu Qingxi leaned forward and asked, "What is it?" Zhou Xing clenched his fists and said, "Deterrence. The deterrence of those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." This was what the current empress was doing. For those who supported her, she promised high positions and generous salaries. For those who opposed her, she resolutely attacked them without mercy. When there were only those who supported and obeyed her in the imperial court, the current empress would naturally become the empress. Your Highness, it is true that you have the support of some officials, but what has your Highness done to those who oppose your Highness? Why was Li Xiaoda so arrogant? Why did Wei Fengji dare to be bedridden? Because they were not afraid of His Highness. They know that even if they offend your Highness, it's nothing. Wu Qingxi widened his eyes and said, "That's right. That's why this prince can't bear it anymore, and asked you to punish Li Xiaoda. Why did you say that this prince is inappropriate?" Zhou Xing shook his head and said, "Of course not. It's too obvious. Why did His Majesty order Li Xiaoda to supervise the execution? Even the emperor knew that Li Xiaoda was now the Wangye's enemy. With the emperor's shrewdness, how could he not see the Wangye's intentions by making a move against Li Xiaoda at this time? As an emperor, regardless of the distance between them, the most important thing was balance. Only with balance could the emperor be stable. Although your Highness is the emperor's nephew, for the sake of the throne, even father and son have to be guarded against each other, much less aunt and nephew. Now, the emperor is clearly using Li Xiaoda to suppress your Highness's power in order to achieve a balance." Wu Qingxi said angrily, "Balance? This prince has suffered such great humiliation. If this prince were to swallow this insult, there would definitely be some opportunistic officials who would side with them. There would also be some petty people who would throw stones at me when I'm down. If this continues, what should I do? According to what you're saying, do I still have to endure it?" Zhou Xing said slowly and methodically, "Of course there's no need to endure it, but we need to pay attention to our methods." Back then, Shangguani firmly opposed the appointment of the current emperor as empress. What did the current emperor do? The current emperor continuously clipped his wings, but did not make a move against Shangguan Yi himself. He even praised Shangguan Yi in front of Emperor Gaozong in order to show his selflessness. It was only when Shangguan Yi's wings were all removed and the current emperor held all the power that Shangguan Yi was sentenced to death. How ingenious was this method! As the saying goes, a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Right now, Your Highness still needs Li Zhaoda, who has always disagreed with you, so he cannot be touched. But as for the others, Wu Qingxi lowered his head and pondered for a long time. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Then the others you speak of, who do you mean?" Zhou Xing laughed coldly and said, "Naturally, it's that ignorant old Wei who doesn't know how to appreciate favors." Wu Qingxi said hatefully that Wei Fangji was arrogant and disrespectful to this prince, so naturally he needs to be punished. According to what you're saying, we should let Li Zhaoda go for now and move against Wei Fangji first? Zhou Xing said, "Exactly. First topple Wei Fangji, then see which official doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then topple him. Before long, the officials will either join Your Highness's faction or put their own safety before anything else. At that time, Your Highness will have hundreds of subordinates at your beck and call, and people like Li Zhaoda will be alone. Even if we don't fight, he will fall." Wu Qingxi laughed heartily. "Good, good. Minister Zhou is really this prince's Zhang Zifeng. Then we'll do as you say. This prince will first endure Li Zhaoda's resentment and start with that ignorant Wei Fangji." The next morning, after the morning court was over, Wu Zetian left behind her entourage and returned to Wuqing Hall. Once seated in the hall, she also bestowed seats to the prime ministers. With a smile, Wu Zetian said, "Tomorrow, Lu Shurda will be returning to the capital. This time, Lu Shurda was ingenious in his use of troops and annihilated more than 20,000 elite Turkic soldiers at Jianxi. What does Your Highness think? How should we reward him?" Of the prime ministers, Wu Qingxi had the highest status. He was both a prime minister and an imperial prince, so he was ranked first. However, he had always wanted to fight for the military authority of the western regions, but now he had failed at Lu Shurda's hands. When he heard that Lu Shurda would be rewarded, how could he be willing? Thus, he rubbed his eyes and said nothing. Ranked second among the prime ministers was Qin Zhangqian. Qin Zhangqian was the nephew of Prime Minister Qin Wenshuan of the early Tang dynasty. Uncle and nephew had served as prime minister for 2 generations and had great prestige. After Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, she had bestowed upon all the officials and made him a duke, so his status was only below Wu Qingxi's. Seeing that Wu Qingxi had no response, Qin Zhangqian bowed and said, "Sage, this subject believes that given Lu Shurda's advanced age and his great achievements, Sage sympathizes with this subject and should allow him to return to the capital. Lu Shurda has spent many years in the western regions garrisoning crops and guarding the borders and cities. He has worked hard and rendered great service, and now that he has rendered such a great service, this subject believes that it is only right to worship him as prime minister." Oh, Wu Zetian did not comment and smiled slightly at Li Zhaoda. Among the prime ministers, ranked third was Su Liangxi. However, Su Liangxi was already an old man in his 80s, and his health had not been very good since the beginning of the year. He had always been sick at home, so in reality, Li Zhaoda was ranked third. Li Zhaoda listened to Qin Zhangqian's words and felt very disapproving. He was the son of the former imperial censor Li Qianyu and came from the Danyang branch of the Li family of Longxi. He was from the same branch as Li Jing. However, Lu Shurda came from a humble family and was extremely poor when he was young. He had once been a cowherd, So how could Li Xiaoda, who came from a noble family, look up to him? When he heard that he would be the prime minister of the same dynasty as him, he immediately felt disgusted and said, Lu Shirda has indeed rendered great service, but Lu Shirda's achievements were mostly built at the borders. Is a general in the army who is good at garrisoning crops and guarding the borders really worthy of the responsibility of a prime minister? In my opinion, Lu Shirda can be rewarded and promoted, but he must be careful in paying his respects to the prime minister. It is better for Lu Shirda to stay in the western region and guard the borders for the country. In this way, the border wall will be fine, and His Majesty will be able to manage the internal affairs with peace of mind. As for Lu Shirda, he will not be called a prime minister and ruin his illustrious reputation. Wu Zetian's expression did not change. She looked at Di Renjia, who was sitting below her. Di Renjia also did not like Lu Shirda, but his reason was different from Li Xiaoda's. Li Xiaoda looked down on Lu Shirda because he came from a humble family, but Di Renjia's personality was different from Lu Shirda's. He abhorred evil and hated Lu Shirda's self-righteous character. At the same time, he truly believed that Lu Shirda was not worthy of being a prime minister. Di Renjia said, Lu Shirda is diligent and conscientious. He is indeed a famous general who guards the border for our country. However, the prime minister's responsibility is to assist the Son of Heaven to pacify the 4 barbarians on the outside, to be close to the common people on the inside, so that the ministers and senior officials have their own positions. The most important thing is to know people well and appoint them well. Does Lu Shirda have any achievements in this regard? Subject believes that the Western region is the place where Lu Shirda can display his talents. If Your Majesty wants to reward him, you can appoint Lu Shirda as the Heyuan, Jishur, Huayuan armies, as well as the He, Lan, Bai, and Prefecture's field inspector, as well as the chief of the army, giving him command over the troops and horses of the various prefectures in the western region. Lu Shirda is familiar with the Turks and Tubo situation. With him guarding the western frontier, Your Majesty can rest easy. Wu Zetian turned her attention to Wei Fangji. Wei Fangji cupped his fists and said, Subject believes that Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Di's proposal is very appropriate. Wu Zetian indifferently said, Since all the ministers think that Lu Shirda is suitable to guard the western region, then let us do as all the ministers say. However, the western region has been busy these past 2 years. Although Lu Shirda does not have the title of a commander of the western region's army, he does have it. If I appoint him as the western region's field inspector as well as the chief of the army, it is no more than giving him a proper reputation. Zhen will reward him for his meritorious service. Let Lu Shirda be the assistant minister of war and field inspector, as well as the minister of war. In reality, he will be the Heyuan, Jishur, Huayuan, He, Lan, and Ku prefecture's field inspector, as well as the chief of the army. What do all the ministers think? Wu Qingxi knew that no matter what, he would not be able to obtain the western region's military power. As long as the imperial court did not have another prime minister who disagreed with him, he had no objections. He nodded his head in agreement. The other prime ministers also nodded their heads. Xin Zhangqian saw that the other prime minister's opinions were different from his and did not insist on his own opinion. Only Wei Fangji thought for a moment and cautiously reminded her, Sage, Lu Shirda is the sole commander of the western region's army. Right now, his reputation is real and his authority is too great. According to our court's old system, shouldn't we appoint an imperial messenger as the army's supervisor to divide his authority? Wu Zetian shook her head and said, Since ancient times, when a ruler dispatches his generals, all external affairs are handled by the army supervisor. There is rarely the matter of the army supervisor. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. If the great general cannot act on his own and make the army supervisor impede him, All matters in the army, no matter how big or small, must be reported to the army supervisor. This is indeed a drawback. When we dispatch troops, there is no army supervisor. Wei Fangji cupped his hands in obeisance and did not say anything. Wu Qingxi saw that he had been humiliated and gave him a cold stare, feeling slightly pleased in his heart. Wu Zetian said, "All right, I have summoned all of you here to discuss how to reward Lu Shirda. Since this matter has come to a conclusion, all the prime ministers are dismissed. Elder D, please stay. I still have something to ask you." Hearing this, all the prime ministers cupped their hands in obeisance and left, leaving only Di Renjia. When the hall was quiet, Wu Zetian asked with a smile, "Elder Di, just now you said that, as a prime minister, the most important thing is to know people well, so Lu Shirda is not suitable to be a prime minister. In that case, do you think that Lu Shirda is not a discerning person who is good at unearthing talents?" Di Renjia said with a hint of pride, "Lu Shirda's ability is limited to farming and guarding the borders. Your subject has only heard that he is self-deprecating, that he is tolerant, and that his temper is very good. As for his ability to know people well, your subject has never heard of it." Wu Zetian made an "oh" sound and nonchalantly said, "Before consulting all the ministers today, we had already made a decision. No matter what official he becomes, Lu Shirda will still guard the border. At the very least, he will be allowed to guard the border for 2 more years. Give us 2 more years of peace, and we will be able to make preparations to recover the 4 garrisons of Anxi." Hearing that the emperor still had not given up on the 4 garrisons of Anxi, Di Renjia wanted to speak again, but Wu Zetian waved her hand and said, "We have already made up our mind, so there is no need for your excellency to say anything more. Given Lu Shirda's merits, we are somewhat letting him down by doing this, but once the 4 garrisons of Anxi are recovered, we will compensate him." Saying this, Wu Zetian lightly waved her hand, and eunuch Little Hai immediately brought over a bamboo box. Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "We have kept you here to tell you that everyone has their own shortcomings. As the saying goes, discerning eyes are like torches. We cannot do it, you cannot do it, and no one in this world can do it. Thus, as Prime Minister, you cannot make arbitrary decisions. Take the contents of this box back and take a good look at them." Di Renjia was full of doubts, but it was not good for him to ask. He could only accept the bamboo box, bow, and withdraw. Before he had even returned to the secretariat, Di Renjia could no longer hold back. He placed the bamboo box on a lampstand by the side of the road and opened it to take a look. Inside was a pile of memorials. Roughly flipping through it, there were more than 10 of them, all of them signed Minister Lu Shirda. Bewildered, Di Renjia hurriedly opened them to examine them. Upon closer inspection, his old face immediately began to burn. Di Renjia held these memorials for a long time before he finally said in shame, "Di Renjia has received Duke Lu's magnanimity and tolerance for so long. Only today did I realize his great virtue. I have truly let down Duke Lu." It turned out that these memorials had been written by Lu Shirda to Wu Zetian after he had offended a powerful minister and been banished, strongly recommending him as a virtuous and talented person who could be of great use. At this time, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were on their way to the southern city. The 16 shops had all been taken over. Now, the most prosperous street in the southern city was filled with the Yang family's shops. The money was rolling in, and they enjoyed it endlessly. Yang Fan originally did not care much about these worldly possessions, but now that he had a family, he could not help but care about these things. He was the owner, so he had to meet the shopkeepers. Thus, after a while, when the southern city opened, Xiao Man accompanied him to the southern city. Yang Fan wore a long robe with a brocade belt around his waist and a black silk scarf on his head. He was immaculately dressed and extraordinarily handsome. Xiao Man was dressed as a young married woman. She wore a light yellow, narrow-sleeved blouse and a light green silk skirt. Her face was open and her eyebrows were trimmed. She was dignified and intelligent, tender and charming. They were truly a pair of lovers. The two of them had come to the southern city to meet the shopkeepers of the various shops and soothe the nervousness of these people who had just changed owners, who knew that this trip would cause another disaster. Chapter 3:10. Take care, boss. The porcelain shop's shopkeeper, Tang Lin, personally walked Yang Fan and his wife to the door. He bowed deeply and smiled from ear to ear. He was very satisfied with this boss. This boss Yang was very easy to talk to and almost didn't make any comments about his business. The mistress of the Yang family was a very astute person. Although she had only asked a few simple questions and set down a few rules for accounting, Old Tang could tell that this mistress of the Yang family was an expert in business and financial management with just a few words. After a detailed conversation, it turned out that the prosperous jewelry and head ornament shop on this street was this mistress's business. No wonder she looked so familiar. Now shopkeeper Tang didn't dare to deceive her. Correspondingly, he also regained confidence in the future of his shop after the change of owners. Yang Fan and Xiao Man left the porcelain shop and chatted as they strolled to the door of the second shop. This shop sold all kinds of high-grade carpets and tapestries. Yang Fan said, "You gave shopkeeper Tang 10% of the shares. Seeing how happy he was, this should be a great benefit, right?" Xiao Man pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes. Originally, he was only helping us manage the shop. We just needed to pay him the salary we agreed on. 10% of the shares isn't a small amount. Looking at the 3 cities of Luoyang, I'm afraid there aren't many owners who are willing to be so generous. When I worked in the palace before, I rarely had the chance to personally manage the shops I bought. Whether or not they can make money, how much they make, or how little they make, all depends on the shopkeeper's ability. It's good if the shopkeeper is willing to do it, but we can't just rely on his conscience." At that time, I suddenly had a brainwave and thought of this method of sharing benefits. I divided the shop into 10 shares and gave 1 share to the shopkeeper. I didn't really give this share to him. We just made a contract that the money we make every month will be divided into 10 parts. In addition to his salary, the shopkeeper can also take an additional 10%. If he doesn't work for us anymore, he can't take this share. This way, we won't have to worry about him not helping us manage the business. Yang Fan happily said, "I understand. This is a good idea. You can't always care about the shop's business. You can only check the accounts at the end of each month to ensure that the shopkeeper doesn't commit fraud. You can't guarantee that the shopkeeper will do his best. Using this method, the more profits the shopkeeper makes, the more he will naturally treat the shop as his own business and take care of it diligently." Xiao Man nodded and said, "Now that we have so many shops in our family, although I have more free time, I still can't manage them all. What's more, every profession has its own way of doing business. It's impossible to know all the ways of doing business. In the future, we will rely on these shopkeepers for many things. Only by using this method can we make them do their best." Xiao Man gently said, "Although I'm not proficient in many trades, I know how much each trade makes. If some shopkeepers still don't want to work hard or don't have the ability, I will clear the accounts at the end of the year. The mediocre ones will go down, and the capable ones will go up. We don't have to be polite when it comes to changing people." Yang Fan watched her speak in high spirits. He felt that Xiao Man had a different kind of charm at this time. She was completely different from the Xiao Man he knew in the past. Being stared at by his burning gaze, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel a little shy and gently turned her head away. A thought quietly emerged in Yang Fan's mind. Xiao Man is really a good wife. Xiao Man walked a few steps to the front of the second shop. She turned her head and saw Yang Fan still standing there with a thoughtful look. She couldn't help but pout coquettishly. "We're already here. What are you still standing there for?" "Oh." Yang Fan came to his senses and quickly walked over. At this time, there was a middle-aged couple in the shop looking at an expensive Persian carpet hanging on the wall. The woman was about 30 years old. Her skin was fair, her face was beautiful, and her figure was graceful. There was always an elegant and noble temperament in her movements. No one dared to look down on her. The man next to her was about 40 years old. He wore a soft-legged wig and a round collar green robe. Below his chin was a neatly trimmed beard. His eyebrows were clear and bright, and he looked as handsome as jade. Looking at his elegant demeanor, he must have been a handsome man who could make a passionate girl fall for him when he was young. Although he was a little older now, he had a more mature sense of life experience than the young man. He looked very charming. The woman carefully looked at the carpet. This handsome middle-aged man, with a jade-like face and sharp eyebrows, seemed to have no interest in the carpet. He looked around with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he heard a girl's delicate voice coming from outside the shop. The middle-aged man couldn't help but turn his head to look. With just one look, his eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet. He couldn't move his eyes away. Xiao Man turned her head sideways and called out to Yang Fan. The sunlight shone on her body. She was wearing a light yellow dress, which made her skin even more delicate and tender. She was still a virgin, but her face had already bloomed. She no longer looked like a young and delicate little girl. Her matron's attire and hairstyle gave her a bit of the elegance and charm of a woman who had just married for the first time. That kind of touching feeling was indescribable. But once you saw it, you could immediately feel it. It was a kind of style that seeped into the bone marrow. There was a kind of graceful and charming feeling all over her body. She was like a dewy rose blooming in the wind. That kind of style, that kind of charm, could only be embodied by a young married woman. Ordinary young married women were always a bit delicate, but Xiao Man was a martial artist. Her qi and blood were vigorous. So when the middle-aged man looked at her slightly tilted face, he only felt that her eyebrows were curved, her nose was like jade, and her lips were fresh. There was a kind of healthy and lively halo flowing on her skin. It was as smooth as water and as smooth as jade. This middle-aged man was used to seeing beautiful women, but he rarely had the opportunity to see such a woman who had the youthful vitality of a young girl and the charming charm of a young married woman. His eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. He followed Xiao Man's gentle and smooth curves from head to toe and gradually revealed a bit of greed. Xiao Man didn't notice the man's expression at all. When Yang Fan walked in front of her, she whispered, "The shopkeeper of this shop is surnamed Gu, called Gu Mingwei. I have known this person for a long time. He is shrewd and flexible. All the merchants in the market call him Gu Ming. This person is very capable in business, but he likes to exaggerate. If you want to ask him anything, you must not hesitate to interrupt him. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a word in if you listen to him talk nonstop." Yang Fan gently nodded and walked in side by side with Xiao Man. The middle-aged man flashed to the wall and made way for them. Yang Fan smiled and nodded to him, and the middle-aged man also smiled and nodded. Seeing this beautiful young married woman walk in front of him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but take a deep breath. As soon as Xiao Man's figure passed by, the fragrance of fresh flowers after the spring rain seeped into his nose and mouth, causing his entire body to feel extremely comfortable. Looking at Xiao Man, who was as supple, plump, and translucent as a grape, smelling the faint fragrance of her body, the middle-aged man's soul was intoxicated. As soon as the couple entered the shop, another shop assistant came to greet them. Just as he was about to say something to welcome the guests, he suddenly saw Xiao Man's appearance. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Xiao Man had already come yesterday, when she took over the shop. How could he forget such a beautiful mistress? Xiao Man smiled and said, "This is your boss. Take us to see your shopkeeper." Oh, please, please, boss, this way, please." The shop assistant respectfully opened the curtain and let them into the back room. At this time, the beautiful and elegant woman with a noble temperament was still looking at the carpet on the wall. She didn't notice the strange look in her husband's eyes as he followed the beautiful young married woman. The shop assistant saw that the beautiful woman was very interested in the carpet, so he was trying his best to show off. "This lady, this carpet is from Persia. The climate in that place is gloomy and cold, so the wool is soft and slender. This carpet is made from the unique wool of that place. It feels fine, smooth and soft. Look at the back. It is made from pure silk. It feels as smooth as a mirror. There is also a flower pattern. The inside is embroidered with gold and silver threads. This color won't fade for hundreds of years." The middle-aged man watched as the young woman, who was as fresh and juicy as a red fruit, entered the inner room. He couldn't see her anymore and couldn't help but feel his heart itch. Seeing that his wife was still looking at the carpet, he hurried out of the shop and coughed loudly. Two of his family members, who were randomly looking at a stall not far away, hurried over to greet him. The middle-aged man called them in front of him and said in a low voice, "Just now, a couple went into this shop. They said they were the owner and his wife of this shop. After I leave with my wife, you two stay here and keep an eye on this place. When the couple comes out, find out their names and identities." And when the two attendants heard this, a smile appeared on their faces. They quickly nodded and said, "We understand. Alang, don't worry." Yang Fan and Xiao Man walked from shop to shop. When the shopkeepers saw them, they would politely call them owner and owner's wife. At first, Xiao Man was still a little embarrassed, but as they walked when it came to the last few shops, she was already at ease. There was no longer a trace of resistance to the title of owner's wife. Unconsciously, Xiao Man had already taken the place of this new role. Even when she heard the title of Yang's wife, her heart would still feel a trace of sweetness. Her heart was quietly falling. The same feeling was also quietly growing in Yang Fan's heart. Gradually, a new and subtle feeling was born between the two of them. It was the feeling of love. They didn't notice that at this time they were already being watched. When they returned to the Yang family, the two stalkers followed them to the front door of the Yang mansion. After asking the neighbors around them, they hurriedly left. Soon, they appeared in front of a mansion in the Chunhua workshop. Behind the screen wall were 4 acacia trees, 3 layers of white marble stone steps, 2 stone lions rolling embroidered balls. The copper nails on the red lacquer door were shining. The imposing manner was extraordinary. On the top of the door, there were 2 big words written in silver hook and iron, "Lai Mansion." This was actually the mansion of the left imperial censor, Lai Junshin. Chapter 311. The handsome middle-aged man that Yang Fan and Xiao Man had met by chance in the carpet shop was one of the 4 ruthless officials, Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin was a little distracted when he returned home. Although he had only met her once, Xiao Man's voice and smile had long been lingering in his heart. There were 4 ruthless officials in the Wuzhou dynasty, and only one of them was lustful. That person was Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin was from the capital for 10,000 years. His father was called Lai Chao. He was originally a gambler. In the past, he gambled with a gambler named Kai Ben and won a lot of money from Kai Ben. Kai Ben was unable to pay his debts, so Lai Chao took his wife as his own. The wife of the Kai family was pregnant at this time. Later, she gave birth to a boy. Lai Chao did not dislike him and treated him as his own son. This person was Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen had a bad character since he was young. He caused trouble in the village, swindling and cheating. Later, because of his handsome appearance, he seduced and raped women. He was arrested and imprisoned by Prince Dongping Li Su, who was then the provincial governor. He spent a few years in prison. Later, King Langya Li Chong failed in his rebellion and implicated many members of Li Tang's royal family. Li Su was also killed. Lai Junchen had an idea and took the opportunity to go to the imperial court to complain. He said that he had heard of King Langya's rebellion and wanted to report it to the imperial court, but he was imprisoned by Prince Dongping Li Su. Hearing this, Empress Wu was very happy and promoted him to an official. Lai Junchen understood his superior's intention and specifically framed members of Li Tang's royal family and ministers loyal to Li Tang. As a result, he was promoted, and now he was the left minister of the imperial censor. Lai Junchen's lustful nature was very different from other men. He was not interested in virgin girls. He was only obsessed with beautiful and graceful wives and young women. He was an ultimate wife con. He did not know if it was because his mother had been kidnapped by his father that it affected him in some way. Once Lai Junchen fancied someone's beautiful wife, he would take her by force and at all costs. His wives and concubines were all the wives and concubines of the officials whose families had been ruined by him. Even his legal wife was a wife he had stolen from others. His wife was the beautiful woman who had bought the carpet in Nan City today. She came from the Wang family of Taiyuan, which was a first-class aristocratic family. She was originally married to an official named Duan Jian. Lai Junchen happened to see her beauty, so he used both carrot and stick to force Duan Jian to divorce his wife. Duan Jian knew how powerful Lai Junchen was. If he didn't agree, Lai Junchen would immediately find a pile of evidence to prove that he was an anti-martial arts traitor. He had no choice but to agree. Duan Jian wrote the divorce papers and had just ordered his wife to leave the house when Lai Junchen intercepted him. Lai Junchen first cooked the raw rice into cooked rice before sending someone to the Wang family of Taiyuan to propose marriage. At that time, the nobles of Shandong and Guanlong had opposed Wu Zetian as empress, so they were all oppressed by the Wu clan. Seeing that what was done could not be undone, even if they got their daughter back, they couldn't restore her reputation. In order to avoid complications, even with the power of the Wang family of Taiyuan, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Lai Junchen's love for good wives had reached a morbid level. The women he fancied, even if they had a background like the Wang family of Taiyuan, he would still dare to take them away. Today, the young couple looked like they were just the owners of a shop. Wouldn't a businessman be a piece of cake for him? Thinking of the young lady's seductive appearance, Lai Junchen couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. In fact, although Lai Junchen was lustful, he wasn't in a hurry. He was very picky about women. He didn't want women who weren't women or women who weren't beautiful. Otherwise, his backyard would have been full of women long ago. But the woman he saw today was really to his liking. Over the years, Lai Junchen had collected wives and young women. There were coquettish, flirtatious, and innately seductive beauties. There were also graceful and elegant young married women from wealthy families. There were also beautiful, gentle, and delicate girls from humble families. Some were dignified and virtuous, some were elegant and delicate, some were charming and charming, some were pure and delicate, and some were charming and romantic. There were all kinds of women, but he didn't see a woman who had the innocence of a young girl and the charm and shyness of a young married woman. He just had to meet such a woman today. Lai Junchen paced back and forth in the study. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The voices of the two servants came from outside. Lai Junshin's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out, "Come in!" Two servants flashed into the room and saluted. "Lang, this lowly one has inquired about it." Lai Junshin hurriedly asked, "Tell me quickly, what is that person's name? What does he do?" One of the servants said, "Lang, that person is indeed the owner of the felt carpet shop. His name is Yang Fan, and he lives in the third house of the sixth section of Fushan Square." Lai Junshin was overjoyed. "Good. Tomorrow I will send someone to lock that Yang Fan in prison. Ha! That kind of enchanting woman, he is not worthy to enjoy." The other servant said, "Lang, we haven't finished yet. This Yang Fan is an official. He is the Left Yulin Guard commander." Lai Junshin was startled and hesitantly said, "The Left Yulin Guard commander? This person is young, but his official position is not low." In the blink of an eye, he thought of that young married woman's charming and cute appearance and felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then arrest him. This official is in charge of the 100 officials and military officials in the capital. Do you think I can't punish him?" The imperial censor had always had the power to arrest officials below the 5th rank without a request for an imperial edict. It was just that in the past, the imperial censor did not have its own prison and did not have the power to interrogate people. Even if they arrested someone, they had to hand them over to the Supreme Court for interrogation. Therefore, the imperial censors of each dynasty generally only used the power of impeachment and did not use the power of arrest unless it was an emergency. However, this situation changed during the Tang dynasty. During the reign of Zhengguan, the imperial censor set up its own prison, possessing the power to independently interrogate, imprison, and pass judgment. Officials below the rank of imperial censor could be directly arrested and imprisoned. When it came to the time of Wu Zetian, in order to eliminate the opposing forces, Wu Zetian massacred members of the imperial clan and ministers, further expanding the power of the imperial censor. Today, the imperial censor was practically no different from the Ministry of Justice. The imperial censor of the Great Zhou followed the setup of the Tang dynasty. It was divided into the left and the right, each with an imperial censor as the head and an imperial censor as the assistant. The left imperial censor was in charge of the 100 officials and military officials in the capital, while the right imperial censor was in charge of the civil and military officials in the various provinces. Lai Junshin was the left imperial censor. Just like Zhou Xing was originally the second in command of the Ministry of Justice, Lai Junshin was also the second in command of the left imperial censor. However, the difference with Zhou Xing was that Zhou Xing's old superior, Zhang Chujin, was very prestigious in the Ministry of Justice. He was also very capable. Zhou Xing felt that he was a hindrance, so he found an opportunity to get rid of him. On the other hand, the head of the left imperial censor, Sun Chenyu, was a muddle-headed person who muddled along. Lai Junshin had long covered the sky with one hand in the imperial censor, turning him into an empty shell. Physician Sun didn't care and never interfered with Lai Junshin's matters. So he lived in harmony with Lai Junshin. When the servant heard Lai Junshin's words, he said somewhat awkwardly, "Lang, I haven't finished speaking." Lai Junshin's face darkened. "If you have something to say, say it quickly." The servant didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "Yes, I have inquired. This Yang Langjiang had just gotten married 2 days ago. His wife was a marriage bestowed by the emperor, and she was originally a female guard in the palace." When Lai Junshin heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder the name Yang Fan sounded vaguely familiar. He had indeed heard of it before. However, because the two of them had never interacted before, Lai Junshin didn't take it to heart. It was only when he heard about the marriage bestowed by the emperor that he remembered. When Lai Junqian heard this, he still didn't think much of it. So, what if it was a marriage bestowed by the emperor? Those princesses were betrothed and officiated by the emperor, and they still married again and again. As long as this Yang Fan was charged with a crime and thrown into prison, it wouldn't be difficult to get the young lady. The servant didn't dare to breathe after being glared at by him. He hurriedly said, 2 days ago, when Yang Fan got married, Prince Liang personally went to the Yang residence to congratulate him. Princess Taiping sent a great gift. Not only did Master Shui of the White Horse Temple personally went to congratulate him, he also sent a gift that was not inferior to Princess Taiping's. When he heard this, Lai Junqian was shocked. He cried out involuntarily, What is this person's background? The servant said, embarrassedly, I heard that he is the disciple of Master Shui of the White Horse Temple. Lai Junqian sneered and said, What kind of shitty disciple does Shui Huai have? They are just a bunch of scoundrels who accompany him to play around. Which one of them is worthy of him personally attending the wedding and sending a great gift? The fact that he is willing to go is a great honor. Moreover, Princess Taiping even sent a great gift, and Prince Liang even personally attended. Even if they want to curry favor with Shui Huai, there is no need for them to curry favor with his disciple. The two servants said in unison, Yes, yes, this lowly one is slow-witted. Although Lai Junqian didn't know what kind of background this young fan had, from the information these two trusted aides had gathered, he knew that this person wasn't an easy bone to chew. He didn't care about a general, and a palace guard was even less impressive. However, Princess Taiping and Prince Liang, and especially Shui Huai, couldn't help but make him feel some fear. Lai Junqian wanted to stop here, but when he thought about that young married woman in a light yellow dress standing under the sunlight, he felt as if there were hundreds of ants crawling in his heart. Lai Junqian paced back and forth in the study a few times. In the end, he couldn't let go of that delicate and pretty woman. He wouldn't be satisfied until he got his hands on her. This person was a bit paranoid about women, and he was also extremely daring. Apart from the emperor, he didn't care about anyone. He steeled his heart and ordered the two servants, Go to the courtyard and find Wei Suizhong. Tell him to keep a close eye on this young fan. Yes, the two servants acknowledged, bowed, and left. Lai Junqian's eyes narrowed like a hawk's. He gently stroked his beard and said, Hee, she has just gotten married. She is already so charming and enchanting even though she has just gotten married. If she is irrigated by the rain and do a few more times, I really don't know how sweet she will be. Yang Fan didn't know that his wife had already been coveted by someone else. When the two returned home, they took a bath and changed into the Yen residence's regular clothes. They sat in front of the table, and a sumptuous meal was served. It really was like stretching out one's hand and opening one's mouth to eat. It was very comfortable, especially with the two plump maids waiting on the side. Looking at them, it really increased one's appetite. Xiao Man was also wearing the Yen residence's regular clothes used in the inner residence. This kind of regular clothes could only be seen by the maids and the male lead in the inner residence. Naturally, it wasn't as neat and tidy as the clothes in the outer residence. The muslin gown was as thin and soft as clouds. A belt was tied around her slender waist. Sitting there, she had a kind of graceful charm. There were two mandarin duck lanterns on the rack. The light shone through the flower arrangement in the vase in front of her and shone on her body. The shadow of the flower and the shape of the person reflected off each other under the light. When the light shone on the soft muslin gown, it faintly revealed a crimson chest, tender skin, and two exquisite and sexy collarbones. It was all in one glance. When Yang Fan saw it, his heart jumped, and he quickly retracted his gaze. Although Xiao Man had her head down to eat, she seemed to notice his gaze. Her pretty face unconsciously blushed under the light. It was as if her face had been painted with rouge, making her look even more gentle and charming. Cough, wife. Your husband will be returning to the palace tomorrow to be on duty. Xiao Man didn't even raise her head, and only responded in a low voice. Oh. Yang Fan opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly saw the two plump maids standing on the side. They were holding trays and towels in their arms. The two horns on their heads made them look like fat dolls holding golden carps in New Year's paintings. It was really a bit tiresome. He waved his hand and said, "Wife and I have some private things to talk about. There's no need to wait on us. You two can leave." The two maids agreed, put the trays to the side, and left the hall. When Xiao Man heard the words private things, she suddenly panicked. She stopped eating and raised her head to look at him. Yang Fan reached out and grabbed her hands. Xiao Man was startled and subconsciously wanted to pull her hands back, but she couldn't, so she finally didn't use any strength. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Good sign." Xiao Man's face blushed, and she said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, what do you want to say?" Yang Fan said seriously, "I know, ever since we got married, you've always felt awkward. In fact, I feel the same. It's fine if it's 1 or 2 days like this, but it's not a solution after a long time. Yes, I like Wan, and I won't give up on her. But since you and I are husband and wife, I will protect and take care of you. It's also my responsibility. I've also told Wan about the matter between you and me." Xiao Man said in a low voice, "Sister Wan, what did she say?" Yang Fan said, "Since the heavens are playing tricks on people," Xiao Man immediately raised her head and said, "The heavens are playing tricks on people? Actually, you don't want to, right?" Yang Fan said, "How can that be? The heavens are playing tricks on people. Isn't it a kind of fate? I admit that when the emperor arranged the marriage, I only liked you and never thought of marrying you as my wife. At that time, you also never thought of marrying me, right?" Xiao Man softly said, "Oh," and lowered her head again. Yang Fan said, "That's it. Now that we're husband and wife, this matter can't be avoided and can't be avoided. Then let's try to be a pair of loving husband and wife." Xiao Man softly said, "And..." Yang Fan smiled and said, "There are too many servants at home. I can't always sneak outside. Tonight, we'll sleep in the same room." "Ah, tonight?" Xiao Man became nervous again. Yang Fan said, "Just sleeping in the same room. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor." Xiao Man said apologetically. This Yang Fan said, "Don't worry, there are some things you can't accept now. I won't force you. I can wait. Anyway, between husband and wife, it's not just a matter of sex. Let's let go of the knot in our hearts and try to accept each other, okay?" Xiao Man bit her lip tightly. After a long time, she gently raised her head and stared at Yang Fan with a pair of bright eyes. She softly said, "Okay." Chapter 312. Yang Fan's 3-day wedding was over, and he returned to the palace. As soon as he arrived, Deputy General Fei Chengxian reported to him that Wang Qingji had been beaten to death on Li Zhaoda's orders. Seeing his nervous expression, Yang Fan comforted him with a smile. "I have already heard of this matter. Even if this official was present, under Minister Li's strict orders, I could only bow my head and obey. What crime did General commit? You don't need to take this matter to heart." Fei Chengxian thought to himself, "Why is General Yang so easy to talk to? That's right, that Wang Qingji was pleading on King Wei's behalf. I was on duty in the palace on the day of General Wei's wedding and could not leave, so I asked Huang Xuchang to deliver the gift. When old Huang returned, he said that even King Liang was present. In that case, General Yang is on King Liang's side of the Wu clan and has nothing to do with King Wei. Having figured this out, Fei Chengxian was completely relieved and happily handed over his duties to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the day's proceedings and glanced at it. The first item was written, "Lu Shirda has returned to the capital. Dispatch a guard of honor to accompany Minister Li to the Tenli Pavilion to welcome him." Lu Shirda had returned to the capital. Lu Shirda's great victory was not only the first great victory of the Celestial Empire, but more importantly, it had paved the way for Wu Zetian to recover the 4 garrisons of Anxi. The voices of opposition to sending troops had greatly weakened. In her delight, Wu Zetian had specially sent Li Zhaoda to represent her in welcoming Lu Shirda. Li Zhaoda was the current prime minister, ranked 4th among the prime ministers. Lu Shirda's current official position was far inferior to Li Zhaoda's. For Wu Zetian to send Li Zhaoda to represent her in welcoming Lu Shirda showed how much importance she attached to Lu Shirda, as well as the glory of Lu Shirda's return to the capital. After arranging the security matters in the palace, Yang Fan personally led the guard of honor out of the city with Li Zhaoda. When he saw Lu Shirda, he couldn't help but smile when he saw that this imperial guard general was actually Yang Fan, because the two of them were still far apart in terms of rank, and Li Zhaoda was the one who had received him. Lu Shirda didn't say much to Yang Fan. He only nodded at him with a smile and saluted Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda said some welcoming words and then boarded the imperial carriage with Lu Shirda. They set off toward the palace, rolling up the curtains and accepting the welcome of the common people. The guards of honor marched forward, and the announcer announced the achievements and names of the people who entered the city. When the people heard that the person on the imperial chariot was Lu Shirda, who had made great contributions in the western regions, they cheered and worshipped him, showing great respect. Li Zhaoda saw this and felt even more displeased. He looked down on Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda came from a humble background. Although he had been an official for many years, many of his actions were no different from those of the common people. Li Zhaoda, who had received a noble education from a young age, found these actions unbearable. He found them very vulgar. Lu Shirda had been guarding the border for many years and had been exposed to the wind and sun. His skin was very rough, and in addition to his fat body, he walked with a limp. Li Zhaoda, who cared a lot about appearance, found him even more disgusted. Although the two of them traveled in the same carriage, he sat far away from Lu Shirda in the wide imperial carriage. The space between them was enough for another fat person to sit. Li Zhaoda sat with his eyes closed the entire way, seemingly resting. He did not say a word to Lu Shirda. When the two of them reached the Meridian Gate, they got off the carriage and walked into the palace. Yang Fan stood at the side with his sword in hand. The three of them, accompanied by a few eunuchs, walked to Wuqing Hall. Lu Shirda had been guarding the border all these years. The last time he returned to the capital to have an audience with the emperor was when Emperor Gaozong Li Shi was still on the throne. This time, the capital looked very different from before, especially inside the palace, where the emperor held court meetings and the officials were. It had been rebuilt into a magnificent, gorgeous, and solemn Ming Hall. And behind the Wanxiang Divine Palace, the heaven was even more towering into the clouds. The huge Buddha statue could be seen from afar when they first entered the city. Its facial features were very clear. When they passed by the side of the heaven and looked up at the giant Buddha, they felt that their bodies were as small as an ant. They could not help but be intoxicated. Lu Shirda walked very slowly because he had a limp. He looked around along the way, but he did not slow down. It was only because he was walking slowly that he admired the atmosphere in the palace. Li Zhaoda was an impatient person. Every time he walked too fast, he would have to stop and wait for Lu Shirda. When Lu Shirda caught up, he would have to stop and wait again after a few steps. Li Xiaoda was getting impatient, looking at Lu Shirda, who was looking around like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Li Xiaoda finally could not hold back and scolded him. "You ignorant Tian Shihen, can't you walk faster?" Tian Shihen was a scolding term from the Tang dynasty. It meant country bumpkin. When Yang Fan heard this, his expression changed. He thought, this Prime Minister Li's temper is not very good. How can General Lu get out of this humiliating situation? Yang Fan looked at Lu Shirda. He saw that Lu Shirda was calm and did not have a trace of shame. He only laughed and said, "Hee, Shirda is a Tian Shihen. I have made Prime Minister Li laugh. Shirda's left leg is a little crippled. I can't walk fast. I will have to trouble Prime Minister Li to wait for me." When Yang Fan saw this, he could not help but secretly praise. People say that Lu Shirda is broad-minded and magnanimous. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Li Xiaoda had cursed Lu Shirda indiscriminately. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. If he really argued with Lu Shirda, he would be the one in the wrong. Seeing Lu Shirda's attitude, he could not get angry anymore. He could only slow his steps and accompany Lu Shirda step by step into the palace. At this time, in Wucheng Hall, Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing were impeaching a minister in front of Wu Zetian. The person they were impeaching was Wei Fangji. After Zhou Xing received Wu Qingxi's instructions, he immediately began to prepare dirt on Wei Fangji. Because he was accusing a prime minister, he deliberately pulled Zhong Qinka in to increase his persuasiveness. Zhong Qinka was the current assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and one of Wu Zetian's trusted aides. Back then, for Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, Zhong Qinka had ingeniously planned and racked his brains, making great contributions. He and Wu Zetian had another identity. He was Wu Zetian's nephew, and his mother was Wu Zetian's cousin. Back then, in order to publicize Wu Zetian's achievements, Zhong Qinka had presided over the compilation of the Holy Mother Divine Emperor's records. At the beginning of Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, he had specially created 12 new characters. The character Xian in Wu Mei's current name, Wu Xian, was also created by him, taking the meaning of the sun and moon in the sky. Therefore, this person was very trusted by Wu Zetian. After Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, to Zhong Qinka, it was only natural that a descendant of the Wu clan should inherit the throne. Only then would he and his descendants be able to continue living in glory, splendor, and wealth. Therefore, he was one of the most enthusiastic people about the removal of Crown Prince Li Tang. As a result, he hit it off with Wu Qingxi. As soon as Zhou Xing revealed his intentions, Zhong Qinka readily agreed to impeach Wei Fangji together with him. Zhou Xing reported to Wu Zetian all the rebellious acts he had concocted regarding Wei Fangji and also presented some confessions he had obtained from the prisoners on death row. Zhong Qinka added fuel to the fire. Because of His Majesty's trust, Wei Fangji was promoted to Prime Minister. But this person does not intend to repay His Majesty's ascension to the throne and is often spouting nonsense outside. I heard that Wei Fangji has a few plum trees in his back garden. This spring, the plum trees are blooming like clouds, lush and beautiful. Wei Fangji is extremely happy and even specially held a family banquet under the plum trees. He laid out the banquet and drank wine. After he was drunk, he said, "Today the plum trees are blooming luxuriantly, and after autumn the fruits will surely be plentiful. At that time, I will drink with you all again to celebrate." Wu Zetian's face was gloomy, her well-maintained jade-like palm, as delicate as a young married woman, slapped the imperial table with a pa sound. Standing to the side, Shangguan saw this scene and thought to herself, "This Wei Fangji is going to be out of luck." Sure enough, Wu Zetian was enraged. 2 years ago, she had put Gong Siming in an important position, but he actually hid Xiao Qiangjin, the younger brother of the traitor Su Jingye, and did everything he could to help him escape. Now that she put Wei Fangji in an important position, the man was leaning towards Li Tang and was still trying to overthrow her rule. Are these people really a bunch of ungrateful wolves? Wu Zetian ordered Zhou Xing furiously, immediately throw Wei Fangji into prison and investigate him. Once he's proven guilty, his family will be confiscated, and he'll be banished to Danzhou, Hainan Island. Zhou Xing was secretly elated, and he quickly bowed and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, eunuch Xiao Hai reported from the door, "Everyone, Lu Shirda is waiting for the decree outside the hall." When Wu Zetian heard that the great hero had arrived, her face relaxed a little, and she ordered, "You may leave, I'll summon Lu Shirda for an audience." Since Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing had achieved their goal, they hurriedly left, and Li Zhaoda led Lu Shirda into the hall to meet the emperor. Yang Fan sent Li Zhaoda and Lu Shirda to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, and his mission was over. Initially, he wanted to return to the palace, but he suddenly saw Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing coming out from the hall with a proud look on their faces, and he could not help but be moved. After eunuch Xiao Hai had passed on the decree, he was about to return to the palace when Yang Fan saw him. He quickly called him over and asked softly, "Nobles in the palace, why are the sex eunuch and Minister Zhou here?" Xiao Hai was Shanghai Wan'er's confidant, and although he did not know that Yang Fan had a personal relationship with the Imperial Edict, he knew that Yang Fan had a close relationship with the Imperial Edict and could be considered as one of them, so he answered softly, "They're here to accuse Wei Fangji of treason. Everyone is furious and has ordered the Ministry of Justice to investigate." Because Wu Zetian was now named Wu Zong, the word Zong sounded like the word Zhao, so the Imperial Edict was taboo and was called Ji. The Imperial Edict was not called an Imperial Edict, but rather it was called Ji. Xiao Hai did not dare to stay for long, and after saying this, he excused himself to Yang Fan and hurried into the hall. Hearing Little Hai's words, Yang Fan couldn't help but stand outside the hall in a daze. The news of Wu Qingxi's failure to recruit Wei Fangji hadn't spread yet, so Yang Fan didn't know why Zhou Xing would act against Wei Fangji. However, Wei Fangji was the backbone of the Li protectors. The plan of Yang Fan, Shen Mu, and the others was that Wu Zetian's ascension to emperor was unstoppable, and they could only hope that she was too old to cultivate a qualified successor from the Wu clan, so they temporarily lay low and preserved their strength, and after she passed away, they could take back the country from the Li family. Therefore, it was necessary to preserve and cultivate the strength that was loyal to Li Tang as much as possible. Wei Fangji was loyal to Li Tang, and as the prime minister, he was an important force to inherit Li Tang's legacy. Who would have thought that he would be destroyed just like that? Yang Fan did not know if the prime ministers had a good plan for this, but judging from similar incidents in the past, perhaps it was because Wu Zetian was too stubborn, and once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. Or perhaps it was because Zhou Xing and the others were too skilled at using torture to extort confessions. As long as you fell into their hands, there was no need to fear that you would not confess. As a result, once you were imprisoned, there had never been a case where you came out clean, so it was impossible to count on the prime ministers to help. What should I do? Yang Fan rubbed his hands and frowned, his heart heavy. When he walked to the palace gate, a thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of Wu Sanxi. Zhou Xing was Wu Qingxi's henchman, and Wu Sanxi now had the evidence to destroy Wu Qingxi. As long as he could take down Wu Qingxi, once the big tree that was Wu Qingxi fell, the monkeys would scatter, and Wei Fangji's crisis would be solved. Thinking of this, Yang Fan wished he could grow wings and fly to Wu Sansi, but he was currently responsible and could not leave the palace, so he changed his mind and walked towards Jia City. Chapter 313. When Yang Fan arrived at Jiaqing, many of the male and female guards who were not on duty today greeted Yang Fan warmly as long as they knew him. Yang Fan did not put on any airs. He did not treat his old acquaintances unkindly just because he had been promoted to officer general. He smiled and returned the greetings until he turned into the courtyard where the female guards lived. A female guard was juggling a ball in front of the residence, practicing all kinds of techniques. Suddenly, the ball lost control and rolled toward Yang Fan. Yang Ling jumped with both feet, picked up the ball, and threw it into the air. With a light push of his foot, he sent the ball back steadily. The whole movement was done in one go, and it was very beautiful. The female guard stopped the ball and cheered for him. Yang Fan did not know this female guard, so he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, may I ask if Guard Gowing and Guard Laniching are here?" He did not recognize the female guard, but the female guard recognized him. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Xiao Lan is currently on duty in front of the emperor. Today, Guard Gao is resting. General Yang, please wait for a moment. I will go and find her." "Thank you," Yang Fan said. Not long after, the female guard found Gowing. She was wearing a grass-green arrow sleeve, looking valiant and full of energy. She was a little surprised to see Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Officer General is a newlywed. Why are you looking for me? Don't let your Xiao man know. She will be jealous of me for nothing." "Guard Gao must be joking," Yang Fan said with a smile. "I have something to trouble you with." "What is it?" Gowing asked. "I have an urgent matter. I need to see someone," Yang Fan said. "But I am on duty right now and cannot leave the palace. I would like to trouble you to make a trip for me." "Who is it?" Gowing joked. "Don't tell me you have a mistress right after you got married." Yang Fan laughed and said in a low voice, "I would like you to make a trip to the Liang Palace for me and invite King Liang to see me." Gowing was startled and said doubtfully, "Wu Sansi?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. What, you don't recognize the Liang Palace? It's very easy to find him. His mansion is in—" "I recognize it," Gowing said. However, Gowing bit her lip and said softly, "The Wu family has a bad reputation. Erlang has a bright future ahead of him. Even if he doesn't attach himself to the Wu family, he will still have a bright future. I really shouldn't get too close to them." Yang Fan straightened his expression and said, "That's right. This Yang associating with the Wu clan. This Yang's character. You will know in the future. But no matter what, I still need your help this time." Gowing rolled her eyes at him and faintly said, "But if you have a request, how can I not agree?" How could Yang Fan take her half-serious joke? Seeing that she had already agreed, he thanked her and ran away in a sorry state. There was a guest in Wu Sansi's residence. The visitor was the supervising imperial censor, Yao Xiaoji, one of the Sansi 5 dogs. He was the first to know that Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing had impeached Wei Fangji and then rushed to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to arrest him. Yao Xiaoji immediately ran like a wisp of smoke to the Liang Palace to report. Wu Sansi was overjoyed when he heard this. These people who didn't put the Wu family in their eyes were all thorns in the Wu family's eyes. Now that Wei Fangji was in trouble, Wu Sansi was naturally happy. Yao Xiaoji said, "Your Highness, don't be so happy. Even if this official didn't come, Your Highness would know of this matter tomorrow. This official didn't rush here to report the good news to Your Highness." Wu Sansi immediately knew that Yao Xiaoji had other intentions. He quickly put on a shameless act and asked, "What does Xiaoji want to tell me?" Yao Xiaoji said, Your Highness has evidence against the Prince of Wei. This official wants to know, when does Your Highness plan to present it to His Majesty? Wu Sanxi said, I have thought about this matter carefully. His Majesty beat Wang Qingji to death, and is clearly fed up with Wu Qingxi's attempt to steal his heir. I originally planned to present the evidence tomorrow, but I didn't expect Wu Qingxi to act first today. Wu Qingxi first suffered a setback due to Wang Qingji's matter, and then was humiliated by Wei Fangji. Now, he is biting people like a mad dog. He has clearly lost his composure. Although those prime ministers are also scheming against each other, when faced with a foreign enemy, they are united against a common enemy. Now that Wei Fangji is out of luck, those prime ministers will definitely not let it go. If I present the evidence now, once those prime ministers hear of it, they will definitely take the opportunity to hit me while I'm down and help me deal with Wu Qingxi. Yao Shaoji shook his head repeatedly and said, Your Highness is wrong. This official would like to ask, if those prime ministers look down on the Prince of Wei, what do they think of Your Highness? Wu Sanxi grunted and said, In the eyes of those old men, only the descendants of the Li family are the descendants of the emperor. They look down on Wu Qingxi, so naturally they look down on me as well. Yao Shaoji clapped his hands and said, That's right, Your Highness, since you also understand the logic behind this. How can you step forward at this time? Wu Sanxi curiously asked, What wise opinion does Shaoji have? Yao Shaoji said, Your Highness, in the past, although Zhou Xing and the others have attacked the princes and dukes who are more powerful than the prime ministers, the emperor's relatives, and the various marquises, but at that time, the emperor had not ascended the throne yet. Everyone knows that the idea of attacking those people came from the emperor and not from Zhou Xing and the others. Wu Sanxi nodded and said, That's right, so what? Yao Shaoji licked his lips and laughed sinisterly, saying, But now it's different. The world now belongs to the emperor. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, the court has been peaceful, and no one has ever accused an important official of the prime minister level. What's the reason? Because the emperor has already obtained the world. There are no more obstacles for him to kick aside. Most of these prime ministers were appointed after the emperor ascended the throne and are all new officials. Moreover, this time there are people attacking the prime ministers, and it is not the emperor's intention. You think they will be satisfied if they sit back and watch Zhou Xing frame Wei Fangji? Once this precedent is set, it won't be long before someone will attack them. In this lowly official's humble opinion, this group of prime ministers will protect Wei Fangji even if it is to protect themselves. And Wei Wang wants to revive his defeated reputation. He will not be willing to give up. If we topple Wei Wang now, it will be helping these prime ministers. When the time comes, they will become an obstacle for Your Highness to fight for the crown prince position. Why don't Your Highness bear with it for now and wait for them to fight until both sides are injured? Wu Sanxi was enlightened and clapped his hands, saying, That's right, Shaoji, your words have really reminded me. Yes. This prince shouldn't make a move now. Let them fight to the death. When they are both injured, this prince will make a move. At that time, who in the imperial court can compete with me? Just as Wu Sanxi said this, the residence's steward quietly entered the study and whispered something in his ear. Wu Sanxi was startled and said to Yao Shaoji, Good, we will do as you say. You can go back. This prince still has things to do. Hearing this, Yao Shaoji quickly stood up and said, This lowly official will take his leave. Once Yao Shaoji left, Wu Sanxi had the steward invite Gao Ying, who was dressed in men's clothes, into the study. Gao Ying explained the purpose of her visit, and Wu Sanxi did not dare to delay, and immediately followed her out of the residence. Yang Fan could not leave the palace because of his duties. He did not mean to put on airs in front of a prince. Wu Sanxi was clear on this point, and naturally did not feel offended. He did not know what urgent matter Yang Fan had to see him for, so he did not dare to delay. When Wu Sansi arrived at the Meridian Gate and saw Yang Fan, he immediately called him to the side and asked in a low voice, "Why does Erlang want to see this prince?" Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, Lu Shurta has arrived in the capital." When Wu Sansi heard such a brainless sentence, he could not help but be curious. What does Lu Shurta's arrival in the capital have to do with this prince? Yang Fan said, "It's Yin, that witness. Lu Shurta has seen him before. The emperor is already disgusted with Wei Wang's recent actions. This is the right time for your Highness to present a witness." At that time, with Lu Shurta as a witness, Qiu Shinji will not be able to defend himself. The emperor's punishment will be even more severe in his anger. This will be of great benefit to your Highness. Yang Fan did not know that his words were a step too late. Wu Sansi had already heard Yao Shaoji's words and had already made up his mind to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. How would he be willing to get involved? Hearing this, he repeatedly shook his head and said with a smile, "No rush, no rush. Erlang, Lu Shurta has returned to the capital to see the emperor and will not return for a while. What is there for this prince to be anxious about?" Wu Qingxi was first thwarted by Li Zhaoda and then by Wei Fangji. "Ha, you still don't know?" Today, he ordered his henchmen to bring down Wei Fangji. That group of prime ministers will definitely not let it go. Just watch. Very soon they will fight until their heads bleed. This prince can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the time comes, I will reap the benefits. Isn't that good? When Yang Fan heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect the usually impulsive Wu Sansi to have such a sinister idea. When he and Princess Taiping had discussed using Wu Sansi as a knife to deal with Wu Qingxi, they did not expect such a change today. Now that the witness had fallen into Wu Sansi's hands, the initiative was in his hands. If he was not willing to make a move, Yang Fan could not do anything. He could not show that he was more interested in bringing down Wu Qingxi than Wu Sansi. Seeing his expression, Wu Sansi thought that he was loyal and devoted to himself, thinking that everything he did was for his own good. He patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Erlang, you are still young. It's normal that you haven't thought so far ahead. You do not need to worry. Everything is under this prince's control. You have done very well today. In the future, if you have any news or ideas, please report to this prince immediately. Once this prince becomes the crown prince, this prince will not mistreat you when I ascend to the imperial throne." Yang Fan smiled bitterly to himself and could only bow and say, "Thank you, Your Highness." Wu Sansi was very happy. He laughed and said, "Since this prince is here, if I do not enter the palace, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. This prince will go see the saint. You can go do what you need to do." As Wu Sansi said this, he swaggered into the palace. Wei Fangji was on duty when Zhou Xing suddenly brought people from the Ministry of Justice into the Hall of Governmental Affairs and took him away. As expected, this action angered the prime ministers. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the officials all thought that the emperor had already gotten what he wanted, and that there would no longer be the danger of having his family destroyed at the slightest provocation. In reality, this was indeed the case. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne a year ago, there had been very few cases of officials being arrested in the imperial court. Wei Fangji's capture caused all the officials to feel insecure. That very night, the officials of the imperial court began to conspire with one another, communicating with one another in preparation to rescue Wei Fangji. However, they had all underestimated the capabilities of Zhou Xing, who was born to torture and interrogate. At morning court the next day, they all brought their memorials to the palace. However, before the prime ministers could take the lead to protect Wei Fangji, Zhou Xing had already taken the initiative to report to Wu Zetian. Wei Fangji had confessed to all his crimes and had personally written a confession. He had also reported an accomplice, Prime Minister Su Liangxi. When the officials heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 314. The civil and military officials did not expect that Wei Fangji would confess to all the charges in just a single night after being arrested in the afternoon of the first day. He even confessed to an accomplice. Although there was something fishy about this matter, Zhou Xing had even produced Wei Fangji's handwritten confession. As the prime minister, Wei Fangji often gave instructions to the various yamens and departments, so the officials were all familiar with his handwriting. Wu Zetian ordered the officials to read his confession. When they saw that it was indeed Wei Fangji's handwriting, they couldn't help but be speechless. Although they knew the power of torture to extract a confession, they had never personally experienced it, so they did not know how powerful the torture that made people wish for death but could not obtain it was, not to mention that Wei Fangji had children and grandchildren. If this torture was not imposed on him, but on his flesh and blood, letting him hear the extremely tragic cries with his own ears, it could really make people completely collapse and obediently follow the orders of the other party. Thus, even though the officials were doubtful, they couldn't refute the evidence that Zhou Xing had brought out without any evidence. Originally, they had intended to rescue Wei Fangji, but now that Wei Fangji had confessed to his crimes, there was no way to save him. They could only hurriedly give up on their original goal and plead for Su Liangxi's life. Actually, Zhou Xing wanted to force Wei Fangji to accuse one of the prime ministers in order to maximize his victory. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, he had been lonely for far too long. In order to avoid the unbearable pain for himself and his family, Wei Fangji had confessed to his crimes against his will. However, he was ultimately unwilling to drag his close friends into this mess. However, if he did not accuse others, he would not be able to get past Zhou Xing. In the end, he could only harden his heart and reveal Su Liangxi. Su Liangxi and Wei Fangji had never been on good terms. Back then, in order to fight for the position of prime minister and his ranking among the prime ministers, they had fought each other both openly and covertly. Wei Fangji knew that it would be difficult for him to escape, and if he did not accuse others, he would not be able to get past Zhou Xing. After thinking it over, he decided to make this old prime minister his accomplice. It wasn't easy for Zhou Xing to achieve such results in just one night. He had also heard some rumors and knew that the officials were preparing to rescue Wei Fangji. There was no more time for him to interrogate a more ideal target. Thinking that it would be better if there were no more fish and shrimp, he brought Su Liangxi out. Officials loyal to Wu Qingxi's faction and officials loyal to Li Tang's faction were arguing endlessly in the Golden Hall, each with their own views. Seeing this, Wu Zetian ordered someone to summon Su Liangxi to the Golden Hall to confront Zhou Xing. Su Liangxi was already 85 years old. Since the beginning of the year, he had been bedridden due to illness. As soon as he heard the people from the palace explain the reason, Su Liangxi was scared out of his wits. He quickly dressed himself and forced his sick body to rush to the Golden Hall. He wept bitterly and complained about his grievances. By this time, he could not care less about the grudge between him and Wei Fangji that should not be brought up to the table. He only wanted to prove his innocence. As Wu Zetian listened to his tearful account, she saw that he was old and clumsy, his hair as white as snow, and his sickly face. Even when he spoke, he looked like he was on the verge of death. In her heart, she also felt that it was unlikely that this person was conspiring with Wei Fangji. Wu Zetian said, all right, you don't need to argue anymore. Prime Minister Su also need not say anything more. We believe that Prime Minister Su is loyal and devoted to us and has no ulterior motives. This must be Wei Fangji's revenge by deliberately accusing Prime Minister Su. Zhou Xing, you did not handle the case properly and fell into a trap, almost harming our loyal minister. As soon as Zhou Xing heard this, he hurriedly apologized. I was foolish. If not for your majesty's wisdom, I would have harmed a loyal minister. As Su Liangxi heard Wu Zetian exonerate him, he could not help but shed tears of gratitude. He kowtowed repeatedly and said, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. This old minister thanks your Majesty. Wu Zetian sighed and waved her hand, saying, All right, Prime Minister Su is ill. There is no need for such a big bow. Go home and have a good rest. We will not blame you. Thank you, Your Majesty. This old minister thanks Your Majesty. Su Liangxi kowtowed 3 more times and struggled to get up, but he was already old and suffering from a serious illness. After being frightened, he suddenly put down his worries. He felt his ears ringing and his heart beating rapidly. His whole body went limp. He struggled twice but could not stand up. Instead, he fell to the ground and fainted. There was a commotion in the Golden Hall. Di Renjie rushed over and held Su Liangxi in his arms, repeatedly pinching his philtrum. Seeing this, Wu Zetian asked the chamberlain Xiao Hai to fetch a jade cup from her table and gave Su Liangxi 2 mouthfuls of hot water. Only then did Su Liangxi slowly wake up. Wu Zetian saw that his face was as white as a sheet, and he really did not have the strength to stand up. She summoned 2 imperial physicians and ordered people to drive the imperial carriage to escort Su Liangxi back to his residence. Who knew that Su Liangxi was already in his twilight years. After such a torment, he died before he even reached home. When the news reached the Golden Hall, all the officials paled. Wu Zetian was also very unhappy, and the morning court ended on bad terms. After the morning court ended, the officials who were friends with the prime ministers all crowded around their pillars and expressed their indignation. The prime ministers also felt sad for the death of a rabbit, but at this time they still had to control their emotions and tried their best to appease the officials. With great difficulty, the prime ministers returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Before they could sit down, Li Xiaoda angrily roared, This group of rascals is so savage. Now that Prime Minister Wei has admitted his guilt, he is finished. Although Prime Minister Su is innocent, he will be implicated and die. In one day, a prime minister has become a prisoner. A prime minister has died a wrongful death. We, the grand prime ministers, are actually just a puppet in the hands of these cruel officials. Sun Zhangqian said, If Zhou Xing did not have an ulterior motive, why would he become enemies with the prime minister? At the beginning, he was unjustly imprisoned because he was trying to figure out His Majesty's intention and cater to His Majesty. This time, Zhou Xing framing Prime Minister Wei was obviously not His Majesty's idea. There must be someone behind the scenes. Di Renjie sneered. Prime Minister Sun is also old. Your eyes and ears are not as sharp as before. Don't you know that Zhou Xing has now joined Wu Qingxi's faction? This must be Wu Qingxi's idea. Li Xiaoda angrily said, What's the use of the 2 of you arguing about these things? Whether it was Wu Qingxi's idea or Zhou Xing pretending to be a mad dog and biting people. In short, Wei Fangji has become a prisoner, and Su Liangxi is already dead. Are you and I going to turn a blind eye to this? If this goes on, it will be our turn next. Sun Zhangqian said, We will naturally return the favor. It's just that. Zhou Xing has reason and evidence. What can we do? Di Renjie stroked his long beard and pondered for a moment. He slowly said, The Prime Minister is the head of all the officials. Right now, all the officials are watching our actions. If we give up, not only will the officials be bitterly disappointed, it will also increase King Wei's arrogance. Moreover, it is very likely that, as Prime Minister Li said, it will be our turn next. This move by King Wei, we have to accept it whether we want to or not. At this point, D. Rengius slowly raised his grizzled eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "If we want to return the favor, it is not impossible." Lai Junqian was not the least bit concerned about what happened in the imperial court today. Lai Junqian was a very strange person. Unlike Zhou Xing, Qiu Xinji, and other cruel officials, these people usually have a clear political goal when they handle a case. It may be to eliminate dissidents, attack political enemies, or to cater to the wishes of the higher-ups and seek high positions and generous salaries. But Lai Junqian never cared about these things. He was a solitary official. He did not form cliques, nor did he rely on any powerful officials. He was only loyal to Empress Wu. If Empress Wu told him to bite someone, he would bite with all his might, bite to death, and even bite that person's relatives and friends to death. He did not form cliques, nor did he meddle in government affairs. He was never concerned about the turmoil in the political arena. He never even thought about his own path of retreat. He never thought about Wu Zetian's advanced age. If she died, who would he, a solitary official, cling to, other than obeying orders from Wu Zetian and biting to death those officials who opposed her? He only cared about two things. One was young women, and the other was torture. Among the four cruel officials, Zhou Xing and Qiu Xinji tirelessly pursued power, Suo Yuanli, that who cared most about wealth, and Lai Junqian only cared about women and torture. Of course, if someone offended him, he would definitely retaliate. But the problem was who would take the initiative to provoke a mad dog like him. Lai Junqian had a special fetish for beautiful women, and another fetish was torture. People like Zhou Xing and Suo Yuanli designed all kinds of torture in order to force their victims to obediently follow their whims. Once they achieved their goal, they would no longer need to torture. But Lai Junqian was different. He enjoyed the process of torture. The reason he designed all kinds of torture was because he liked to see the victim's flesh and bones being destroyed on the instruments of torture, and he liked to listen to their incomparably tragic cries. Therefore, what prisoners feared the most was to fall into Lai Junqian's hands. Because even if they confessed everything according to Lai Junqian's requirements, he would continue to torture them until he was overjoyed to see it and hear it. Only then would he stop. This man was a complete madman. The thing this madman was most obsessed with right now was to obtain Xie Xiaoman. The more he couldn't obtain her, the more he desired her. Lai Junqian was now so obsessed with Nianniu that he couldn't even think about eating or drinking. In the imperial court, while Wu Qingxi's faction and the prime minister's faction were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Wu Sanxi's faction and the fence-sitters were watching from the sidelines. Lai Junqian, the lone minister, was also watching from the sidelines. He didn't care at all whether the prime ministers won or Wu Qingxi won. At that time, his mind was wandering, imagining that he had already obtained the beautiful young woman that he yearned for day and night, and that he would use all kinds of methods to ravage her. In the Golden Hall, the perverted Lai Junqian was so excited by his fantasies that the thing between his legs was as hard as the halberds in the hands of the palace guards. Fortunately, the official's robe had always been relatively loose. When the morning court adjourned, the officials were indignant and surrounded the prime ministers to complain about the injustice they had suffered. Lai Junqian leisurely returned to the imperial messenger platform. When he rushed back, he was delighted to see that his trusted aide, Wei Suizhong, was already waiting there, bringing him a piece of good news. "You're saying that the 17 shops on that street in Nan City are all Yang Fan's businesses?" "Yes. Moreover, it was given to him on the day of his marriage. Although this matter was kept secret, how could he completely suppress the news when he wanted to take over more than 10 shops? I originally wanted to capture those shop owners and interrogate them. but the deputy prime minister forbade me to act rashly and alert the enemy. That's why I bribed a few shop assistants with a large interest rate, and finally got the truth out of them. Lai Junqian rubbed his chin and slowly said, "How generous!" Wei Suizhong said, "Yes, he's just a general. What kind of person? And what need is there for them to give him such a generous gift?" Lai Junqian chuckled and ordered, "Continue investigating for me. If you can find concrete evidence of this person's wrongdoing, that would be for the best. If you can't, I'll just give him a few charges." Wei Suizhong said, "Yes, but Master Shui, King Liang, and Princess Taiping." Lai Junqian glared at him and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I thought they were a hindrance, I would have taken them down a long time ago. Why would I need you to investigate? Don't worry. When the time comes, I will naturally give him a major charge that will make these people run away from him. Let's see who else dares to cause trouble then." Chapter 315. After the morning court session, the next day, Wu Zetian arrived at Wuqing Hall. Shanghai served her a bowl of her favorite fermented rice, then quietly retreated to the side, afraid to offend her. There were two people in the hall. One was the Minister of Revenue, Lingxue, and the other was the Minister of Works, Gao Yanli. The two had been waiting even before the morning court session ended. Shanghai already knew why they were here, so she was especially careful. As expected, Wu Zetian's expression darkened as soon as she heard the two's intentions. The two had come to report on her. Wu Zetian loved to listen to people snitching on her secrets. For this reason, she had specially set up a copper cage to receive snitches. She had even issued an edict ordering all the provinces and counties under the heavens to provide the informant with a post-horse accommodation and food of a fifth-ranked official. The informant was to be sent to the capital, and the local officials were not to question the contents of the informant's report. If the informant was found to be true, they would be rewarded. If the informant was found to be false, they would not be pursued. But today, with these two people snitching on her, Wu Zetian could not bring herself to be happy, because these two people had not only exposed Wu Zetian's relatives, but also some of Wu Zetian's most trusted confidants. Lingxue and Gao Yanli had reported the two brothers, Zong Qinke and Zong Chuk, their cousin Zong Jinqing, and Fu Yuyi, who had made great contributions during Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. Zong Qinke was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Zong Chuk was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Zong Jinqing was a master craftsman. Although Fu Yuyi had been removed from his position as the prime minister, he was now the assistant minister of rights, an important official in the Ministry of Rights. Lingxue and Gao Yanli provided the account books and other solid evidence, accusing Zong Qinke, his brothers, and Fu Yuyi of corruption, bribery, embezzlement, selling official positions, and even cutting corners during the construction of the Wu clan's 7 temples. Zong Qinke was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, as well as the inner custodian. If he wanted to sell his official rank, he had the qualifications to do so. Zong Chuk was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, while Zong Jinqing was a master craftsman. They had a hand in the construction of palaces, ancestral temples, and mausoleums. Furthermore, these buildings had to be inspected by the Ministry of Rights in terms of regulations, decorations, specifications, and materials. Therefore, Fu Yuyi, as the Assistant Minister of Rights, could also be completely involved. Naturally, Lingxue and Gao Yanli were sent here by the prime ministers. However, the evidence they presented was undeniable. The prime ministers had long held on to this evidence. The reason why they had not brought it out earlier was that although this evidence could strike at their political enemies, it could not cause them any serious damage or even completely defeat them. Therefore, they had not used it all this time in order to avoid rashly fighting without sufficient preparation. Now, that Wu Qingxi was being overbearing, they had no choice but to return the favor. Wu Zetian was truly distressed. Of course, she understood the principle that if the water was too clear, there would be no fish. She also understood the principle of the wise do not see, the wise do not hear, the virtuous do not see, the small transgressions are forgiven, and the righteousness of only one person. She had never wanted to demand that her officials be as honest as saints. However, Zhong Qinke, his brothers, and Fu Yuyi's actions were too excessive, selling official rank. Then what kind of officials would the court appoint? They even dared to skimp on the construction of the 7 temples of the Wu clan. What else would they not dare to embezzle? Today, the world belonged to Wu Zetian. She wanted her dynasty to stand tall for all eternity. She wanted to create a flourishing dynasty that belonged to her. Wu Zetian. The actions of these corrupt and corrupt officials were destroying her great cause. Thinking of this, Wu Zetian's eyebrows lightly rose. However, with a slight raise of her eyebrows, her originally calm and graceful face was suffused with a faint murderous aura. Wu Zetian grabbed a red brush. The tip of the brush was as sharp as a blade. After hovering over the paper for a moment, she began to write. A moment later, an imperial edict was written. Wu Zetian said to Shanghai Wanner, "Add a seal and send it to the imperial censorate. Tell Lai Junqian to handle it as soon as possible." Shanghai Wanner gave a sound of assent. She gave Little Hai a meaningful glance, and Little Hai immediately took out the imperial seal. Shanghai Wanner took this opportunity to look at the imperial edict. Seeing Wu Zetian's choice of words, she knew that the 3 Zong brothers could be spared. But that Fu Yuyi, who had been promoted because he had taken the lead in persuading the emperor, would definitely be done for. Asking Lai Junqian to investigate again was just going through the procedure according to the law. The imperial edict had already decided the fate of these people. Lai Junqian was someone who was good at understanding the emperor's will. He would find the needed evidence according to the punishment the emperor wanted to give. For the sake of her everlasting foundation, Wu Zetian was determined to punish her subjects who had violated the laws of the Zhou dynasty. But she would never realize that she herself was doing something that violated the laws of the Zhou dynasty. Xue Lingxue and Gao Yanli saw that Wu Zetian had already punished them, so they bowed and left. Wu Zetian tiredly leaned back in her chair and sadly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Wanner hurriedly walked behind her. Stretching out her slender fingers, she gently massaged her shoulders. She discovered that Wu Zetian's temples had already turned silver. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Even though Wanner's grandfather and father were both executed by Wu Zetian, as a person who believed in the supremacy of the monarchy, she couldn't bring herself to feel enmity towards Wu Zetian. Moreover, her grandfather and father had died when she was still a baby. She didn't have any feelings towards them. On the contrary, she had a special feeling towards Wu Zetian, who she had been with since she was 14. That feeling was like a child's admiration for a loving mother, but also like a reverence for a strict father. Now, she discovered that even though Wu Zetian spent a lot of time every day and used countless treasures to maintain her body, her youth was still slipping away day by day. "Wanna, what?" Wanna was startled and quickly asked. Wu Zetian let out a long sigh. She mumbled as if she was in a dream, "I cannot tolerate anyone destroying the empire that I have built with my own hands. However, there are always people that I trust and use to destroy it. Tell me, who is there that I can trust?" Wanner gently pressed on Wu Zetian's shoulders and thought for a long time. Just as she was about to tactfully avoid this question, she discovered that Wu Zetian was snoring softly. She had fallen asleep. Lai Junqian was more efficient than Zhou Xing. Early the next morning, he reported the results of the trial to Wu Zetian. Zhong Qinke, Zhong Chuk, and Zhong Jinqing had colluded to embezzle the funds for the construction of the palace. The evidence was conclusive, and a large amount of stolen goods was found in the three's mansions. The three had confessed to their crimes and respectfully awaited the emperor's judgment. Wu Zetian decreed that Zhong Qinke would be demoted to Zhuanhua County Lieutenant, while Zhong Chuk and Zhong Jinqing would be exiled to Lingnan. As soon as Wu Zetian issued the decree, Lai Junqian immediately took out another memorial from his sleeve. It said that the Assistant Minister of Rights, Fu Yuyi, dreamed that he ascended to the Palace of Deep Dew and sat on the dragon throne. He wore the dragon robe and was worshipped by hundreds of officials. When he woke up, he was pleased with himself and told his relatives about what he saw in his dream. His relatives were sensible and ran to the imperial censor to report him. Lai Junqian arrested Fu Yuyi and sent him to prison for questioning. Fu Yuyi confessed to his ambition and committed suicide to escape punishment. Wu Zetian decreed that since the criminal was dead, there would be no additional charges. Fu Yuyi's family was sensible and reported him meritorious service. Just like that, Fu Yuyi died in such a baffling manner. More than a year ago, because he had taken the lead in persuading people to enter the government, he was promoted from a lower sixth-ranked official to the prime minister. He was promoted so quickly that he was known as the Four Seasons official. More than a year later, because of a dream, he committed suicide to escape punishment in prison. From his promotion to his violent death, wasn't Fu Yuyi's fantastical experience just like a dream? Zhong Qinke, Fu Yuyi, and the others were all on Wu Qingxi's side. Their sudden disaster was clearly the prime minister's counterattack. Fu Yuyi committed suicide, Zhong Qinke was demoted to a lowly county officer, and Zhong Chuk and Zhong Jinqing were exiled to Lingnan. This series of powerful counterattacks made the officials who were not on the Wu side proud and elated. But Wu Qingxi was not willing to give up. He immediately ordered Zhou Xing to repeat the same trick and very quickly obtain a new confession from Wei Fangji, confessing that Prime Minister Qin Zhangqian was his accomplice. This time, Zhou Xing had learned from his failure to bite Su Liangxi. Once he obtained the confession, he immediately conducted a search of Qin Zhangqian's mansion. As if performing a magic trick, he found more than 100 sets of armor, hundreds of spears, and dozens of crossbows. Qin Zhangqian was not only the prime minister, he also had a military rank. He had been the Minister of War for a long time and still held the military rank of general who supports the nation. Qin Wenqian was the nephew of the prime minister of the Taizong dynasty, Qin Wenwen. Uncle and nephew had served as prime minister for 2 generations. He had a wide network of people, had many disciples, and held both civil and military positions. As soon as she heard that he was Wei Fangji's accomplice, Wu Zetian became very nervous. She immediately ordered Zhou Xing to step up the investigation and strengthen the capital's defenses. After Qin Wenqian was imprisoned, he saw the new and soul-shattering torture devices and knew that his body would not be able to endure the torture. The Qin family had many people. If he couldn't endure the torture and went against his will, he would definitely harm many of the officials who were on good terms with the Qin family. Carrying the crime of rebellion on his back, he would not be able to escape death. It was better for him to end things early. He made up his mind and committed suicide. When Wu Zetian heard the news, she was furious. She ordered the tombs of her father and grandfather to be dug up and exposed in the wilderness. Zhou Xing did not give up. Seeing that Qin Wenqian had committed suicide, he tortured his son Qin Lingyuan to force him to confess his accomplice. Unable to endure the torture, Qin Lingyuan randomly confessed to a few officials. In a short period of time, the Minister of Rights Ouyang Tong, the Right Imperial Envoy Gu Fuyuan, and dozens of other officials were imprisoned for the crime of rebellion. The prime ministers did not want to be outdone. Using the evidence they had on the opposing officials, they continuously impeached them. The originally peaceful officialdom was thrown into chaos. Wu Zetian originally thought that after her ascension to the throne, the government would be clear and the officials would be honest. She did not expect that there would be rebellion and corruption. In her anger and grief, her killing intent soared. For a short period of time, Luoyang was a reign of terror. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, several abandoned markets that had been deserted for a long time were once again bustling with activity. Every day, there would be officials being escorted to the execution grounds to be executed. At this time, it was already the height of summer. However, for many people, every day was as cold as ice. Yang Fan watched the decisive battle between the prime ministers and Wu Chengxi. He was anxious. He knew that if he wanted to stop all of this, he could only rely on the intervention of a third force. The best candidate for this third force was naturally Wu Sanxi. As long as he was willing to take action, not only could he change the current situation, but he could also deal a heavy blow to Wu Chengxi. However, Wu Sanxi was very satisfied with the current situation. In order to prevent a third force from joining the opposing side, both sides did their best to avoid involving the officials belonging to the third force. Since Wu Sanxi did not suffer any losses, he was naturally happy to let them fight to the death. At this time, Shen Mu was fighting with young Master Jiang in Chang, and Wu Sanxi was biding his time. So Yang Fan had no other choice but to bite the bullet and go find Princess Taiping. At this moment, if there was anyone who could stop this tragic battle, it was the flower of Luoyang. Chapter 3:16. There was a pavilion on the lake. Princess Taiping was sitting on a bamboo mat, her elbow propped on a table, her brows slightly furrowed. This was the back garden of the princess residence. Princess Taiping's clothes were relatively casual. Her hair was loosely tied up, she only wore a snow-patterned silk dress, and her feet were bare. The bamboo mat under Princess Taiping's body was lustrous like jade. It was taken from Qizhou, where famous bamboos were abundant. It was as smooth as a bed of bamboo leaves, as cold as the scales of a crouching dragon, soft but tough, smooth and cool. It could be folded vertically and horizontally without changing shape. This kind of bamboo mat was worth at least 100 gold. When Qizhou's bamboo mat was first made, it was green in color, but as time passed and it was used, it gradually turned brown, and then the color became darker and darker. The bamboo mat under Princess Taiping's body had already turned brown red, showing how old it was. This kind of bamboo mat could be sold for at least 500 gold in the market. However, this bamboo mat was one of Princess Taiping's dowry, an item used by the imperial court. Its price was far beyond 500 gold. Outside the pavilion, the dark green lotus leaves were as big as jade plates, spread out layer upon layer. The lotus flowers drilled out between the gaps of the leaves, bright and glistening. There was a gentle breeze on the lake, gently stirring the lotus leaves and also brushing the belt on Princess Taiping's slender waist. In the middle of the pavilion, there were very wide eaves extending out like bats. Not only could it shelter her from the rain, but it could also block the sun. It was supposed to be very cool, but it was noon at the moment, so it was still very hot. Therefore, a few basins of ice were placed around Princess Taiping's body. The external steward Li Yi was sitting on her knees opposite her, reporting something to her. The internal steward Zhou Min was sitting beside her. From time to time, she would pick up a silver mallet and knock a few times on the sparkling and translucent ice, making it crack and letting the coolness spread faster. On the table in front of Princess Taiping was a cup of wine, as well as a plate of ice carved into the shape of a fish. Princess Taiping listened to Li Yi's narration. Sometimes she would lazily pick up a silver clamp, pick up an ice fish, and throw it into the glass, gently shake it, wait for the ice to melt. The wine cup would be suffused with a faint layer of mist. Then she would pick up the wine cup and take a sip. Perhaps she had drunk a lot of wine. Her fair and delicate cheeks had a faint blush. After listening to Li Yi, Princess Taiping said, so far, how many of us have been caught in the crossfire? Li Yi quickly calculated in his heart and bowed. 7 people, but their positions are not too high. The highest position is only a doctor. Princess Taiping nodded and said, yes, the prime ministers and Wu Qingxi are worried that the neutral forces will join the other side, so they are trying their best to avoid dragging irrelevant people into the water. It's also Ben Gong's fault for always being a bit too careful. These officials' identities are hidden, so neither side knows that they are my people. As a result, they are implicated. Li Yi said carefully, yes, so should we think of a way to rescue them? Princess Taiping sighed softly and said, save? How? They were all imprisoned on charges of corruption and treason. Mother was furious at the moment. Besides, I can't reveal my power too early. Li Yi said, but if this goes on, I'm afraid more and more people will be implicated for no reason. At that time, Princess Taiping said, yes, if this goes on, the foundation of the country will be shaken. They don't understand Mother's character. Mother is unyielding and would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. As long as you say that the court is full of treacherous officials, she would rather clean up the court. Even at the risk of serious damage, she still wants to regroup. If you want Mother to feel that the situation is out of control and take the initiative to pacify the situation, that is impossible. Hearing this, Zhou Min could not help but interrupt. Princess, your servant thinks that now both sides are in a difficult position. If you want to pacify the situation, only Princess can come forward and mediate. Princess Taiping slightly leaned her body and changed her other hand to support herself on the table. This movement caused her soft and thin spring dress to slip, revealing her white and alluring bosom. However, there was no one else in the pavilion. Li Yi was a eunuch who came with her when she was married. Princess Taiping had never regarded him as a man and did not care at all. Princess Taiping did not hide and only giggled at Zhou Min. Mother has always opposed me getting involved in politics. Ben Gong's wings are not yet formed, so I cannot come forward at this time. Zhou Min said, if Princess cannot come forward, then what should we do? Princess Taiping's pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes slightly squinted and leisurely said, Wu Sanxi unexpectedly kept his composure this time. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. He does not have this kind of scheming mind. I think it was his 5 dogs who gave him the idea. Now that the prime ministers and Wu Qingxi are evenly matched, as long as one side loses, the situation will be pacified. As long as I think of a way to let Wu Sanxi take action, the situation will be settled. Li Yi frowned and said, Princess, since Wu Sanxi has decided to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, will he be willing to come forward? Princess Taiping smiled and said, I have my own way. You go and appease our people and tell them not to worry. In the imperial court tomorrow, there will be a sudden change. Li nodded and said, yes. Li Yi stood up and retreated. At this time, a maid dressed in green rushed to the pavilion and said to Princess Taiping, Princess, there is a general of the left Yulin named Yang Fan who is here to see you. Oh, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up, and she sat up straight and said, Quick, quick, cough, bring him to see me. Yes, the maid dressed in green retreated. Princess Taiping glanced at Zhou Min and said, Go and do your own things, there is no need to wait on me. Zhou Min complied and retreated. Princess Taiping straightened her clothes and sat upright, like a white lotus, slowly floating on the water in the pond. Yang Fan followed Princess Taiping's family to the backyard. This was the first time he came to Princess Taiping's residence. if it was not for the situation in the imperial court gradually getting out of control, and he had no one to ask for help, he really did not want to come. They had already left the front yard. As far as the eye could see, it was no longer a magnificent palace-style building. Here, there were trees, mountains, rocks, and pavilions hidden among them. Occasionally, a corner of a towering and imposing building could be seen. The style was really not comparable to an ordinary residence. In front, a well-dressed manservant led young Fan past a red building in the forest. Suddenly, there was a burst of music coming from upstairs, followed by a few women's giggles. It was somewhat flirtatious, but also like a delicate gasp. Then, with a pa sound, a wine cup flew down from the building and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Yang Fan's figure flashed as he raised his head to look upstairs. He saw an enchanting woman in only her undergarments, giggling as she fled to the top of the building. She was followed by a disheveled man whose face was flushed red from drunkenness. He staggered over and pulled her back. Yang Fan looked over and saw two other beauties in spring clothes catching up to the man and supporting him. "Prince's son-in-law, don't mess around. You have drunk too much." The voice floated down from upstairs. When Yang Fan heard it, he could not help but be shocked. This person was Prince's son-in-law, Wu Yuji. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, each of them different. The princesses of the Tang dynasty were naturally jealous, but there were also gentle and delicate ones. Thus, whether a prince's son-in-law's life was good or not depended on which princess he married. Some prince's son-in-law married a gentle and virtuous princess. Not only could they live comfortably at home, they could also take in concubines if they wanted to. Some princesses were very jealous, so the prince's son-in-law had to be extra careful if he wanted to steal them. However, no matter what kind of princess she was, a princess was still a princess. A princess had her own dignity, and a married woman had her own rules. No prince's son-in-law dared to go so far as to indulge in debauchery in the princess's residence, openly gathering a group of concubines to drink and seek pleasure and brazenly challenging the princess' authority. But now, "Lang Jiang, this way, please." The manservant in front was very calm, as if he was already used to this kind of scene. Yang Fan suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed the manservant away. The gentle wind carried the flirtatious laughter in the building to his ears, but he could no longer hear it. Further back, there were even fewer pavilions, but the scenery of the mountains and rivers was even more lush. The gardens of the Tang dynasty were mostly based on natural scenery, and not much decoration was done. Thus, as he walked through the forest, Yang Fan felt as if he was walking on a small mountain path. In front of him, there was a maid dressed in green waiting on him. The manservant stopped and continued to be led by the maid. Not long later, they arrived at a sparkling lake. There was a pavilion by the lake, and most of it was above the water. The windows on all 4 sides of the pavilion were wide open. The maid dressed in green indicated for Yang Fan to stop and went to the pavilion to report, "Princess Lang Jiangyang has arrived. Invite him in." Yang Fan walked into the pavilion and saw Li Lingyue dressed casually, and then looked at the grape wine on the table. He could not help but frown slightly. Princess Taiping gently waved her hand and dismissed the maid. She nodded sweetly to Yang Fan and said, "Second Lang, please sit." In the pavilion, other than the table in front of Princess Taiping, there was only a table on the side where Zhou Min used to sit. Yang Fan did not bow and walked over in large strides. He sat behind the table and said in a deep voice, "Princess is so relaxed." Princess Taiping lightly smiled and said, "The summer is scorching and the heat is very strong. I am a woman and do not need to worry about state affairs. If I don't relax here and enjoy the cool air, what else can I do?" As she spoke, she took a glass cup and filled it with wine that was as red as snow. She also picked up 2 ice fish and gently pushed it to the side of the table. Her white jade-like hand gently gestured and said with a smile, "Please drink." The sparkling and translucent ice fish floated or sank in the dark red wine. Paired with the jade-yellow glass cup, it was truly a glazed bell. The amber was thick, and the wine droplets were truly pearl red. Yang Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He stretched out his arm and took the wine cup. He tilted his neck and poured the entire cup of wine into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp and then chewed on the 2 ice fishes that hadn't melted yet. Princess Taiping covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "Such good wine, and such a way to drink it. It is really like a cow chewing on peony. Erlang, this wine should not be drunk like this. Come, let me teach you." In a very elegant posture, Princess Taiping gently stretched out 2 fingers to hold the glass cup and slowly brought it to her mouth. She gently opened her sandalwood mouth and slowly poured the bright red wine into her red lips. Then she put down the wine cup and slightly opened her mouth to let Yang Fan see the shape of her lips and tongue. Princess Taiping's tongue was like a leaf that was slightly curled up from both sides to the middle. The bright red wine was gently flowing on her tongue. Princess Taiping was afraid that the wine would overflow, so when Yang Fan could see it clearly, she curled up her tongue and pursed her lips, letting the wine flow into her throat. After drinking this mouthful of wine, Princess Taiping smiled and said, "When the wine enters your mouth, stir it with your tongue and swallow it slowly. In this way, you can taste its mellow and fragrant taste and leave a fragrance on your teeth and cheeks." Yang Fan calmly said, "Your Royal Highness, I am not here today to ask you for advice on how to drink wine." "Oh, you are right." Princess Taiping put her elbow on the table to support her chin. Her sleeves slid down, revealing her snow-white tender arm. On her wrist, there was a green jade bracelet, which contrasted brilliantly with her snow-white skin. Princess Taiping held her chin and said lazily, "You are a busy man. Your official career is smooth sailing. You have more than 10 shops in your family that make a lot of money every day. You are very busy every day. So, you are a busy man. Why did you come to see me today despite your busy schedule?" Princess Taiping said. She winked at him playfully and innocently. Chapter 317. Yang Fan angrily said, "Your Highness, why are you pretending to be confused? Do you really not know the situation in the court?" The more Princess Taiping saw that he was angry, the happier she was. Even she did not know why she had such a strange feeling. She smiled and said, "Look at you, what kind of temper is this? Did something big happen in the court? The weather has been too hot these days. What's wrong with the hot weather?" "The weather is hot, so my mood is not good. My mood is not good. So I have been cooped up in the mansion and did not go out. So I really don't know what happened in the court." Princess Taiping's flirtatious eyes flashed towards Yang Fan. She sweetly said, "Why don't I trouble you to tell me about it?" Yang Fan was fully aware that she was putting on an act, but he had no choice but to briefly explain the recent happenings in the imperial court. Princess Taiping nonchalantly said, "The Prime Minister and the Prince went into battle bare-chested, personally leading hundreds of officials to fight to the death. The Emperor is not anxious about this matter. You are just a lowly military officer. It is enough for you to be wise and take care of yourself. Why do you have to stand out?" Yang Fan stared at her and said, "If the fighting continues like this, the court will be in turmoil and the country will be unstable. As a princess of the Tang dynasty, do you have the heart to see the people in danger, the industry wither, and the frequent civil strife? Once Wu Qingxi monopolizes power, I am afraid that Wu Sanxi's evidence will not be able to do anything to him. Are you not anxious?" "Huh." Princess Taiping suddenly laughed, and her face darkened. She coldly said, Now the world is surnamed Wu and not Li. Why should I be anxious? Yang Fan said, The world is surnamed Wu, but the crown prince is surnamed Li. Great things may not be impossible. Princess Taiping looked at him, and a playful smile flashed across her lips. She slowly said, So, you are a loyal subject of my Li family? Yang Fan said in a deep voice, I dare not say I am a loyal subject, but I know that if the fighting continues like this, it will do harm to the country and the people. You have never been to the western region. You do not even know how the real commoners live, but I know. Do you know what the commoners in the streets are looking for? It was just a house to live in, and the rice jar at home was often full. Do you know how difficult the lives of the common people in the bitter cold of the western region are? They needed even less. Maybe they were always hungry. Maybe they had to hug each other and shiver in the cold winter, but they didn't have any complaints. They only hoped that they could live a peaceful life. They didn't have to worry that the alien races would chop off their heads, or that their wives and daughters would be abducted and abused, or that their own sons would be taken away and used as slaves. If it was me a year ago, I really only wanted to be good to myself. What did the people in the world have to do with me? But after the trip to the western regions, experiencing and hearing everything with my own eyes, I changed my mind. I hope the world will be at peace. I wish for the country to prosper and the people to live in peace. I hope that my family can live a happy life. I hope that one day, when I am about to leave this world, I don't have to worry that if there is a drought or flood, my descendants won't be able to survive. I don't have to worry that there will be frequent wars, that the enemy will attack my home at any time, and that my children will have nowhere to escape. I don't have to worry that corrupt officials will run amok, and that treacherous and ambitious people will dominate the court. I don't have to worry that my children and grandchildren will become officials, and I don't have to worry about being ordinary people. Princess Taiping's pair of phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. She looked exactly like Wu Zetian when she was in deep thought. You are really thinking long-term. Home, country, and the world. You have thought of them all. Is it really because of the trip to the western region? I think it is because you have a family and a woman. You are thinking of your home, your woman, and your children, right? Yang Fan did not evade her gaze and said, What's wrong with thinking like this? This is a man's responsibility. I didn't rely on treacherous officials for the sake of the well-being of my family. I also can't abandon my responsibility to my wife and children for the court and the world. Home, country, and the world, aren't we all bound together for good or ill? Cultivating one's moral character and family, governing the country, and the world are not contradictory. If they are, it will certainly go against the way of heaven and the people's heart, and it will not last long. The way of heaven. Princess Taiping's eyes were a little red. She said, angrily, You men keep talking about the way of heaven. It seems that in this way, you have a righteous cause in your hands, and everything you do is in line with the way of heaven and the people's heart. Now you have a beautiful wife by your side, and your future is bright. Naturally, you believe that this is the way of heaven. But so many people of Li Tang's royal family were unjustly killed, including the baby in swaddling clothes and the pregnant woman. Who is going to uphold justice for them? I am alone now, and I get drunk every day. Who is going to uphold justice for me? After Princess Taiping finished speaking, she raised her head and poured the red wine in the glass. Yang Fan said calmly, What the prime ministers are doing now, and what I am doing now, is for what? But even if there is a little hope, I will strive to fight for it. I will do my best, and leave the rest to heaven. When you are feeling sorry for yourself, have you ever thought about this? At first, you said that you wanted to use Wu Sanxi to divide the Wu family and also to overthrow Wu Chengxi. Now, Wu Sanxi has a witness in his hand, but he is reluctant to take action. But now you say something about being wise and wise to protect yourself. Are you blaming me? Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "Yes, I was the one who came up with the idea, but the one who made the decision was you, General Yang. At best, I can only be regarded as a useless advisor to General Yang. If you don't agree, I can't do anything about it. Since you've agreed to it, you can't blame it on them now that we've messed up." Yang Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped the table and interrupted Princess Taiping's words. Princess Taiping lightly patted her chest and said timidly, "Are you trying to scare me?" I'm really scared." Yang Fan didn't know whether to get angry or not because of her attitude. After a while, he suppressed his anger and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Princess, the situation is critical now. If we lose all our power in the imperial court, then even if Wu Sanxi overthrows Wu Qingxi, what good will it do to us? It will just be to replace Wu Sanxi, who is more arrogant and domineering than Wu Qingxi, to dominate the imperial court. Now, Gongdi is in trouble, and Shunmu is far away in Chang, and if you continue to stand by and do nothing, the situation will really get out of hand." Princess Taiping slightly squinted her eyes, leaned over, and said charmingly, "Are you begging me?" Yang Fan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Compared to Taiping, he was after all less experienced in life. After being teased by her, he was impatient and didn't have the mood to flirt with her. Taiping looked at him like a frog, his chest and abdomen bulging up and down, looking like he had nowhere to vent his anger. She could not help but giggle. While flirting with her hair, she said slowly, "This is the first time I see someone asking for help in such a righteous manner. Do I owe you anything?" She glanced at Yang Fan and snorted coldly. "When you came in, you didn't even bow to me. In any case, I am also a princess, right? You sat there aggressively as if you were asking for a debt. May I ask, what do I owe you? Do you think I deserve to clean up your mess?" Yang Fan said in a low voice, "Princess, if you let them fight, it won't benefit you at all. If they continue to fight, the little force you have painstakingly built will also be caught in the crossfire." Taiping used her slender fingers to curl her hair and said unconcernedly, "I don't care. What my force? It's just a little trick that Ben Gong created out of boredom. With them, Ben Gong is a princess. Without them, Ben Gong is still a princess. Don't tell me that I can still be an emperor." Yang Fan saw that she was acting so shamelessly and couldn't help but feel angry. Princess Taiping's charming eyes turned, and she stood up with a smile. Her pair of feet were as slender as a goose's feet, and as white as the first snow. She walked over to Yang Fan, and with her hands behind her back, she smiled and bent over to ask, "Yang Langjiang, you've only been married for a few days, right? You've already consummated your marriage with the bride. Are you still happy?" As soon as Yang Fan raised his head, he saw a pair of plump breasts hanging in front of him like a pair of fragrant melons. Taiping's home clothes were too loose, and when she bent over, the neckline was wide open. The pair of plump and perfectly round breasts seemed to be affected by gravity and looked even more spectacular. Yang Fan only needed to raise his eyes, and they completely jumped into his line of sight. The impact was very strong. Yang Fan quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "Thank you for your concern. Yang Fan and my wife spent every night in spring, a man and a woman making love. The feeling was too wonderful for words." As soon as Princess Taiping heard Yang Fan's words, jealousy rose in her heart. She originally wanted to provoke Yang Fan, but Yang Fan was not willing to take the bait. Now that Yang Fan was only showing affection, it happened to hit her vital point. She immediately lost her cool. Princess Taiping suddenly straightened her back and paced anxiously on the mat a few times. She suddenly thought of something and immediately calmed down. She slowly walked back to Yang Fan's side and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I know you are deliberately making me angry, but I am not angry. If you want me to help you, fine. However, courtesy demands reciprocity. If I help you, how will you thank me?" Yang Fan raised his head and said, "How do you want me to thank you, Princess?" Princess Taiping stared at him, and gradually her face was filled with love. Her eyes were so wet that it seemed as if water was about to seep out. She bent her slender waist and suddenly sat down on Yang Fan's bosom. She pushed the few obstructing tables away and used her soft arms to gently encircle his neck. She said in a sweet voice, "How about you accompany me to have some fun? What do you think?" That plump, soft, and bouncy round buttocks just happened to press against Yang Fan's vital point. It was summer. Princess Taiping was wearing thin and soft clothes, while Yang Fan was not wearing thick clothes. That sensitive place seemed to be able to clearly feel her delicate and smooth skin. Yang Fan had the intention to push her away, but her slender waist was twisting, a pair of tall and straight jade peaks were pressing against his chest. How could he move his hands? Princess Taiping saw that he was about to open his mouth again, so she immediately raised her white jade finger and gently pressed it against his lips. She said in a soft voice, "You are not my gigolo. I am also not your wife. This has nothing to do with me. Is that okay? I am a woman. You are a man. I am Yin. You are Yang. I am Kuan. You are Qian. I am Earth. You are Heaven." Princess Taiping gently leaned on Yang Fan's shoulder and said in a soft voice, "Heaven and Earth unite, Qian, Kuan intersect, Yin and Yang harmonize, a man and a woman make love. Once, just once, then you are still you, I am still me. Don't let anyone know." She softly murmured and gently pulled up the gauze curtain by the window. The gauze curtain was like a fog shrouding the two of them. Chapter 3:18. Yang Fan coldly said, "Princess, do you know that your son-in-law is in the red building in front?" Princess Taiping smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I know. I know everything about him. I also know that in addition to his concubines, there is also a famous prostitute that he has just redeemed from the Emerald Mist House. I don't care. He can find his pleasure, and I can find my pleasure. Well, water does not interfere with river water. This son-in-law of the Wu family was originally what my mother wanted. I have already fulfilled her wish. What else do you want me to do?" Princess Taiping leaned on Yang Fan's shoulder. She was so soft, as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She said in a sweet voice, "Don't tell me that you think that it is inappropriate to have sex in the daytime. You give me what I want, and I will give you what you want. We have a fair deal. We don't lose anything. What do you think?" Yang Fan finally could not bear it anymore. He suddenly shook his thighs. Princess Taiping cried out, "Ayo." Her delicate body was like a ball being shaken up. Yang Fan put his hands together and grabbed her small waist like a pair of iron pincers. He took the opportunity to put her on his legs. He raised his palm. "Pa!" A crisp sound was heard. Yang Fan angrily said, "Can't you think of something else? Can't you think of something else? Can't you think of something else?" Yang Fan really did not know how to scold her. When the words "Why are you so lascivious" came to the tip of his tongue, he felt that it was too hurtful. He hurriedly swallowed it back. He repeatedly said, "Can't you think of something else?" But his palm was not light. The strength of his palm was not small either. He only asked 4 questions and had already slapped her more than 10 times. When Princess Taiping received the first slap, she was dumbfounded. She had never been slapped by anyone since she was a child, let alone her buttocks. That place was slapped by Yang Fan, but Princess Taiping stayed there without any reaction. When she finally came to her senses, she could no longer feel any pain on her buttocks only a numb and burning sensation. At this time, Yang Fan had slapped her buttocks. Only then would her swollen and hot buttocks feel better. Yang Fan slapped the moon a dozen times in a row, and his anger gradually subsided. Only then did he realize that with each slap, the full moon in front of him would tremble for a while, like the bright moon reflected in the water, causing ripples in the water. How could he continue slapping the moon? Princess Taiping had never experienced this kind of feeling in her life. That kind of novelty, that kind of strangeness, that kind of thrill of being punished by the man she liked, made her whole body go limp and numb. Yang Fan's hand stopped, and a sense of disappointment and reluctance arose in Taiping's heart. She twisted her body as if she had not had enough, and slowly turned her head to look at Yang Fan. Her coquettish eyes were like silk. Yang Fan wanted to continue slapping her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. Suddenly he saw the basin of ice at the side, and his heart was moved. He reached out and grabbed a piece of ice, and placed it on Princess Taiping's buttocks. Taiping felt a chill on her buttocks, and could not help but cry out in fear. Her body immediately twisted. Yang Fan firmly held her waist and thighs, and angrily said, "You obviously have a way. Are you going to make your move or not?" Taiping's hot buttocks were pressed by the ice, and she felt comfortable. She raised her willowy eyebrows and stubbornly said, "No, unless you promise me." Yang Fan sneered and raised his head to avoid looking at her. He had stayed in the icy and snowy western regions, so he knew what kind of effect it would have if the ice was applied to the body without moving for a long time. This kind of feeling was something that the noble Princess Taiping, who had a delicate body, had never experienced before. After a while, Princess Taiping really felt a strange pain on her skin that was pressed by the ice. It was better when she did not feel it, but once she felt it, it became more and more unbearable. At first she could still bear it, but later she could not help but twist her body, wanting to shake it off. But with Yang Fan controlling her and holding the ice in place, how could she succeed? Yang Fan pressured her. "Are you going to make your move or not?" "Not. So cold. Spare me, Erlang. So cold." Yang Fan did not dare to let her skin get frostbite. If the two of them were not like a pair of bitter couple, he would not even dare to use this method. Seeing Taiping's pitiful frown, he really felt some unbearable pain, so he changed the position of the ice and continued to ask, "Are you going to make your move or not?" Taiping was originally stubborn, and Yang Fan took the initiative to give way. How could she have any reason to give in? Taiping clenched her teeth and held on, refusing to admit defeat. In fact, before Yang Fan asked her for help, Taiping had already decided to urge Wu Sansi to make his move. It was just that when she met Yang Fan, she was no longer that calm and wise Princess Taiping. She insisted on being at odds with him. This kind of situation was somewhat like some girls in love. As long as Taiping felt that her buttocks were unbearably cold, she would cry out in pain, "Ice," and Yang Fan would change the position. Because he was afraid that she would twist, Taiping's lower abdomen was tightly pressed against by Yang Fan's knee. In the beginning, she still wanted to avoid the vital parts, but later, she unconsciously took the initiative to move closer, using that to obtain bursts of pleasure. Her small waist and thighs were in the grasp of a pair of big hands. That overbearing strength, the heat on her waist, the coolness on her buttocks, and the resistance and friction under her abdomen gradually formed a kind of blissful pleasure. Taiping's moans, as she twisted, gradually carried a trace of charming and gentle ecstasy. "Are you going to make your move or not?" "I don't. I. Taiping was obviously tortured by him, but there was a kind of indescribable pleasure. Suddenly, that pleasure came like a tide, like lightning spreading to all her limbs and bones, finally converging into a torrent, as if her whole body was about to explode. Like a fish, Princess Taiping suddenly straightened her body. her lower abdomen tightly pressed against Yang Fan's knee. This time the force was so strong that even Yang Fan was unable to hold her down. That piece of ice that had mostly melted suddenly slipped into the crack between her buttocks. Stimulated by this, Tai Ping let out a scream. Her body twitched violently several times, and suddenly, like a deflated balloon, she softly collapsed on Yang Fan's lap. Yang Fan did not know what happened to her. He was afraid that she would be tortured badly. He nervously asked, "What happened to you?" Tai Ping felt her lower abdomen was numb. She felt an unbearable pleasure, as if a silky honey was seeping into her lower clothes. Afraid that Yang Fan would find out, she hastily struggled to free herself from his control. Lying on the mat, she panted and said, "It's none of your business. Don't touch me. I promise you." Yang Fan was ecstatic, but seeing her strange expression, the fragrant sweat on her forehead, her body was so limp that it seemed she could not move. He could not help but feeling remorseful. "Why didn't you promise me earlier?" he said. "This is beneficial to both of us." He said, "Why don't I help you up?" Are you all right? Let me help you up?" This woman's mind was also very strange. She dared to face Yang Fan naked, dared to boldly tease him, but she did not dare to let Yang Fan see her embarrassed appearance, especially in this kind of situation. This woman's mind was also very strange. She dared to face Yang Fan naked, dared to boldly tease him, but she did not dare to let Yang Fan see her embarrassed appearance, especially in this kind of situation. Yang Fan calmed down. Thinking about the fight between the two of them just now, they did not seem like enemies, but more like lovers who had quarreled. He also felt somewhat embarrassed. Seeing her lying on the ground, as if she had been wronged, he said, "Since you are fine, then I'll go back." If Yang Fan did not leave, even if he beat her to death, Tai Ping was determined not to get up. As soon as she heard what he said, she snapped, "Get lost. Quickly get lost. The person I don't want to see the most right now is you." Yang Fan readily followed her advice and said, "Since that's the case, then Yang Fan will take his leave. If I have offended you in any way, I hope your highness will forgive me." Princess Tai Ping's face was as red as fire. She said coquettishly, "Get lost. Quickly get lost. Get lost as far as possible." Yang Fan had achieved his goal. He did not mind her extremely exasperated look. He raised his hand to salute and walked out of the pavilion. Princess Tai Ping did not dare to raise her head until his footsteps gradually went far away and finally could not be heard anymore. Then she gently raised her head. "You little sweetheart," Princess Tai Ping faintly called out. Her voice suddenly became choked with sobs. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. About an hour after Yang Fan left Princess Tai Ping's mansion, a servant of the Princess Tai Ping's mansion also quietly left. He slowly turned to Bay City, chatted with the manager of a wholesale meat store for a long time, and then left with the delivery cart of the store. This time, he went to Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple was the yamen in charge of food and wine, all things such as offering sacrifices, banquets, wine, and food were all handled by Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple was responsible for the food tributes that were regularly provided to the imperial court. They were also responsible for the purchase of food ingredients for the tens of thousands of people in the imperial palace. Guanglu Temple had a pastoral bureau, and there was also a dairy factory in Longmen Mountain, which provided milk and dairy products for the imperial family. When Guanglu Temple was buying all kinds of food ingredients, there was a lot of profit to be made. In addition, they were imperial envoys. When they went to the shops in the capital, it was common for them to squeeze the merchants. Therefore, this yamen was full of profit. Song Jixuan, one of the Sansi 5 dogs, was the minister of Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple had one Guanglu Temple minister, Tu Shaoqing, and one minister of Guanglu Temple. Song Jixuan was the minister of Guanglu Temple, and he was the link between the previous and the next, so he had the most money. But people were not satisfied. Those without an official position wanted power, those with money wanted an official position. And Song Jishuan also wanted to go further, so he turned to Wu Sansi. Song Jishuan's calligraphy and painting were quite good, and his brother, Song Jiwen, was a famous poet in the early Tang dynasty. Although the two brothers were talented, their moral integrity was lacking. They both fawned over the nobles and did whatever it took to get promoted. After Princess Taiping began to develop her own power, she found that this person could be bribed, so she asked Li Yi to deliberately be kind to him. Although Song Jishuan turned to Wu Sansi, he was also worried that if Wu Sansi could not win the title of crown prince, then all his efforts would be in vain. In order to leave a way out for himself, he became Princess Taiping's secret henchman, serving Wu Sansi and obeying Princess Taiping at the same time. The servant of Princess Taiping's mansion rushed to Guanglu Temple and quietly saw Song Jishuan. After a few words, he quietly left. Song Jishuan sat in the recording room and carefully pondered for a while. Then he called a few of his trusted subordinates and asked some questions. He made up his mind. Then he got up and left Guanglu Temple, going straight to Liang Palace. Chapter 319. Song Jishuan's expression immediately changed when he saw King Liang. King Liang, something terrible has happened. Wu Sansi was shocked to see him like this. He hurriedly asked, "Why are you panicking?" Song Jishuan said, "This lowly official has always been in charge of the imperial family's banquets and food." Wu Sansi said impatiently, "I know. Hurry up and tell me what it is." Song Jishuan said, "Understood." Today, the minister invited Zhou Xing and a few of the imperial family's scions to a banquet. While they were drunk, this lowly official's men happened to overhear. The minister Song Jishuan was referring to was Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi was the oldest male in the Wu clan, so it was only natural that he would take on the position of minister. The minister was an official who was in charge of the internal affairs of the imperial family. He could be a member of the imperial family, or he could be a relative of the imperial family by marriage. He could even be a minister with a different surname. However, the position was usually held by a senior member of the imperial family, and most of them were prominent officials of the imperial court. Wu Qingxi was the minister of the current Great Zhou Empire. The scions that Song Jishuan mentioned were naturally the scions of the Wu clan and not the Li clan. Wu Sansi was shocked when he heard Song Jishuan's words. Song Jishuan had told him that Wu Qingxi had been drinking with a few of his trusted subordinates, and that he had revealed his next step. However, he hadn't noticed that a minor official from the Guanglu Temple, who had come to deliver the imperial wine, hadn't left yet. This minor official was Song Jishuan's trusted aide. Song Jishuan said, after getting drunk, Wu Qingxi had proudly declared that the Li faction had been utterly defeated by him, and that the imperial court still needed hundreds of officials to maintain order. If they continued to fight, the emperor might step in to stop them. Thus, it would be better to let the Li faction go and deal with King Liang instead. He wants Zhou Xing to fabricate evidence to implicate Wu Sansi's faction and label them as rebels. Now that the officials supporting Li Sansi are greatly weakened, they can only protect themselves and can't do anything to him. As long as Wu Sansi is defeated, the Son of Heaven will have no choice but to make him the crown prince. When he becomes the emperor, he will not mistreat those loyal to him. This Song Ji-sun imitated Wu Chengxi's tone and phrasing to perfection. In order to gain Wu Sansi's trust, he even made up a list of rewards for Wu Chengxi after he ascended to the throne. For example, Zhou Xing would be the prime minister, Qiu Xinji would be the great general, and many other royal titles would be conferred to the children of the royal family. The Wu clan's nephews that he listed were all close to Wu Chengxi, When Wu Sanxi heard Song Jishuan's secret report, his eyes immediately suffused with a murderous glint. He said viciously, "This prince hasn't taken care of him yet, but he has the idea of targeting this prince first. Good. I really want to see who will be able to defeat who. I will immediately enter the palace to see the emperor. Guards, guards, bring ye in." Song Jishuan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your Highness, Wei Wang had just instructed Zhou Xing to frame you today." When this lowly official arrived, they were still drinking. How would they be able to produce enough evidence to overthrow Your Highness so quickly? Now that it's almost dusk, if Your Highness hurriedly enters the palace at this time with witnesses, the commotion will not be small. How would Your Highness know that Wei Wang does not have eyes and ears in the palace, once he is on guard, or draws a clear line between himself and Qiu Xingji? Then, so this matter must be carried out in secret. Oh, Wu Sanxi pondered for a long time before nodding his head heavily. He said, "And what you said makes sense. Then this prince will endure for one more night." Wu Sanxi said to Song Jishuan, "This time it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, this prince would have suffered a great loss from Wu Chengxi. Don't worry. This great merit, this prince will remember it. In the future, when this prince becomes the crown prince, you will definitely not be lacking in benefits." Shangguan Wan, Little Hai, and the other eunuchs and palace maids stood silently in front of the martial achievement hall. After a long time, Little Hai quietly approached Shangguan Wan, and said in a low voice, waiting to be controlled, "King Liang is so secretive. What could possibly happen?" Ever since the word Zhao had offended Wu Zetian's name, the imperial court had changed the word Zhao to Ji. Shangguan Wai Zhao naturally became Shangguan Wai Ji. Shangguan Waner glanced at him and said indifferently, "When working before the emperor, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, and don't know what you shouldn't know even if you do know." "Yes, Your Highness." Little Hai lowered his head and quietly retreated. Shangguan Wan thought to herself, the situation in the imperial court is extremely grim. For Wu Sanxi to request an audience with the emperor at a time like this, and to make a secret memorial at that, I fear that the storm in the imperial court will become even more dangerous. In any case, Lang Jun is only a general in charge of the palace's security. No matter what happens, my Erlang won't be implicated. At a time like this, I should be even more careful, so that I don't get dragged into this mess and make Erlang worry for me. Just as Shangguan Wan was thinking these things, Wu Zetian's somewhat austere voice came from the hall. Shangguan Wan was startled. She hurriedly replied, "Your subject is here." She immediately rushed into the hall and saw Wu Sanxi bowing in front of Wu Zetian. The lotus and phoenix porcelain bowl in front of Wu Zetian had already fallen onto the carpet in front of the table. The bowl didn't break, but the lid was broken in half. Shangguan Wan had rarely seen Wu Zetian lose her composure like this. She was even more startled. She hurriedly bowed and stood still. Wu Zetian said, "Have the inner guards and the 100 horsemen each send 10 people to follow Wu Sanxi back to his residence to bring one person back to the palace to see me." Shangguan Waner was bewildered, but her face was still calm and indifferent. She replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Zetian said, "Summon Lu Shurda and Lai Junqin to the palace to see Your Highness." "Yes, Your Highness." Although Lu Shurda spent most of his time at the border, as a high-ranking military official, he also had his own residence in Luojing. His residence was in Xishan Square. It was considered a pair of close neighbors with Yang Fan of Xishan Square. Pass down the decree. Wu Yi will take over the defense of the 9 gates. Li Duozhua will take over the defense of the palace. The inner guards and the dragon guards are to immediately assemble and await orders. Without Zhen's personally written edict and the tiger seal, they are not to act rashly. Yes, Your Highness. This time, Shang Wanwan's voice finally became nervous. Seeing that Wu Zetian had no other instructions, Shang Wanwan hurriedly turned and left. Wu Sansi bowed to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian waved her hand, and he followed Shang Wanwan out. After they all left, there was only Wu Zetian left in the hall. Wu Zetian's face was full of fatigue. Even the most outstanding female ornament official could not use exquisite makeup to conceal her aged appearance. She was silent for a long time. In a low voice, she shouted, "Guards!" There was originally no one in the hall. All the attendants had been driven out when Wu Sansi reported the secret. But as soon as Wu Zetian's voice fell, for people suddenly came out from behind two pillars. They were dressed in martial attire and carried swords on their shoulders. They stood solemnly in front of her. Wu Zetian ordered, "Secretly control the residences of Wu Qingxi, Qiu Xingji, and Zhou Xing. If there are any suspicious movements, kill them on the spot." The four warriors in martial attire with swords on their backs bowed to her. Without a word, they turned around and disappeared again. Shanghai Wanner personally arranged for Huang Xiuchong, Zhang Shitong, and 10 other warriors of the 100 Cavalry, as well as Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and 10 other female guards to follow Wu Sansi back to fetch the people. When these 20 fully armed people arrived in front of them, Wu Sansi cupped his hands toward Shanghai Wanner and said with a smile, "You are welcome." Shanghai Wanner looked at their backs as they hurriedly left. Her heart was uneasy. Ever since she came to be by Wu Zetian's side, she had never seen Wu Zetian so cautious. She still did not know what had happened, but she knew that something major must have happened. Being in the middle of it all, how could she not be on guard? Shanghai Wanner was about to go back and reply to Wu Zetian. She had not gone far when she saw Yang Fan leading a group of Yulin guards hurriedly walking over. The two of them bumped into each other. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they could not reveal their personal relationship. Yang Fan stopped and respectfully bowed to her. Shanghai Wanner waved her hand, and the four little servants behind her immediately retreated a few steps. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurried forward a few steps and walked to her side. Wanna said in a low voice, "You brought so many people. What are you going to do?" Yang Fan said, "Wu Yi ordered to strengthen the security in the palace. He told me to bring people to the armory to move the crossbows and fortify the palace." As Yang Fan said this, he showed her a talisman given by Wu Yi. The palace defense of the palace was usually only equipped with close-range weapons. They were not allowed to distribute bows and arrows or heavy crossbows. These things were stored in the armory and could not be used unless there was an order. But at this moment, they actually wanted to take out the bed crossbows and other heavy long-range weapons to equip the palace defense. Yang Fan knew that something big must have happened. For them to be so nervous, could it be that someone was plotting a rebellion? Shangguan Wan could see the confusion in his eyes. She shook her head lightly and said, "I don't know what happened either." Today, Wu Sansi suddenly asked to see everyone and asked everyone to leave. After that, everyone gave a series of orders. Shanghai Wanner revealed the edict that Wu Zetian had issued to Yang Fan. She said with concern, "Something big must have happened. Strengthening the palace defense should also be a precautionary measure. I don't think anyone would dare to attack the palace. Lang Jun only needs to follow the orders. Do not slack off and be punished by the emperor." "Don't worry. Then I will go now." "Yes, Lang Jun, be careful." Shanghai Wanner watched as Yang Fan led the group of soldiers to the armory in Jia City. She also turned and returned to Wucheng Hall. Yang Fan originally did not know what had happened. But when Shanghai Wanner told him about the edict from Wu Zetian, he naturally understood what had happened. Wu Sanxi had indeed made a move. Wu Qingxi was the prime minister, prince, and minister of the imperial court. He had many henchmen in the palace and court. Qiu Shinji also controlled the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in Mengjin. Since they were going to move against them, it was not surprising that Wu Zetian had made such arrangements in advance. What method did Taiping use? This woman is really... As Yang Fan walked, he thought of Princess Taiping and could not help but admire her. The current emperor was a heroine, but her two sons, the current crown prince and the prince of Luling of Fangzhou, were said to be very mediocre and cowardly. Who would have thought that they would give birth to such an amazing daughter? In front of others, she was a graceful and noble princess of the Tang dynasty. Behind the scenes, she was a strategic and resourceful female Zhuge. But why is it that in front of me, she is like an unsatisfied woman in her boudoir, always thinking about sex? Yang Fan's face twitched a few times. He remembered that every time he met Princess Taiping, no matter what important things they talked about, they would always end up talking about love. He could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Shanghai Wanner hurried back to Wu Chung Hall. Seeing Little Hai standing respectfully by the door, she asked, "Has the edict been passed down?" Little Hai said, "I did not dare to delay. I have passed it down." Wu Zetian heard the conversation from inside the hall. She raised her voice and said, "Wanner, you're back? Come in." Wanner did not dare to be negligent and quickly walked into the hall. She saw Wu Zetian, who was usually in high spirits and full of energy, sitting there listlessly. Her eyes were wandering, like an old woman with one foot in the grave. She could not help but be surprised. Wu Zetian's eyes moved slightly and fixed on Wanner's face. She mournfully said, "The emperor is really alone. Who in the world can be trusted?" Chapter 3:20. In Wanner's eyes, Wu Zetian was always the one with the pearl of wisdom in her hands and full of confidence. She had a tough personality that caused everyone in the world to shrink back. She had never seen her so haggard and so sad. Shanghai Wanner panicked and hurriedly said, "Everyone..." Wu Zetian gently shook her head and said in a low voice, "Wanner, do you think Wei Fangji, Zhangqian, and the others are really planning a rebellion?" How could Wanner answer this question? She could not express her opinion. She could only quietly say, "Wanner is stupid." Ha ha. Wu Zetian laughed a few times, and there was a rare hint of benevolence in her laughter. "Child, you're not stupid. You're just too smart, so you don't want to get involved in this matter. It is a pity that there are too few smart people in this world and too many stupid people. Or perhaps it is because they are too greedy. They want more, so it is hard to avoid doing stupid things. Wei Fangji is like this. Zhangqian is like this. Wu Sanxi is like this. Although their goals are different, what is the difference between them?" Wanner lowered her head and felt a bit panicked. The emperor was willing to confide in you. This was an honor, but knowing too many of the emperor's secrets was not a good thing. The emperor's weakness was only temporary. She needed to maintain her mysteriousness and strength in front of everyone. At that time, the people who knew her true colors would become a thorn in her side. However, Wu Zetian did not have any intention of stopping. She probably had too many secrets buried in her heart. Her emotions had been suppressed for too long. She needed someone to talk to. Wu Zetian did not wait for Wanner's reply. She continued, "Maybe they are not planning a rebellion, but they are not of the same mind as the Wu family. This is for sure. Otherwise, why would Qingxi attack them? If I am still here, they cannot do anything. If I am not here at that time, what will they do? There is no act of rebellion, but there is the intention to rebel. Perhaps this intention has not yet germinated, and even they do not know it, but the root of this rebellion has long been buried deep in their hearts. They are only waiting for me to grow old, waiting for me to return to heaven. When Shanghai Wanner heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that everyone has decided to pass the throne to the Wu clan? Wu Zetian saw her expression and couldn't help but smile. No, I haven't made up my mind yet. The reason I haven't made up my mind yet is because there isn't a single person in the younger generation of my Wu clan that I can rest assured of and satisfy. She sighed and said, however, I hope that no matter what decision I make, it will be up to me to decide. A loyal official should only follow the orders of the emperor. When the emperor is alive, he should be loyal to the emperor. When the emperor is dead, he should serve the emperor appointed by the emperor with all his might. It is not up to them to influence me and choose a suitable crown prince. They had crossed the line. Therefore, their deaths are not to be regretted. At the beginning, Wu Zetian's tone was still low, but as she spoke, it became more and more impassioned. Wanner's head drooped even lower. Wu Zetian was silent for a moment. Then her voice became low again. Something happened to Wei Fengji, Sun Zhangqian, Zhong Qinka, and Fu Yuyi. There are some people who do not approve of a woman like me becoming the emperor. If they are only saying strange things behind my back and ridiculing me, then let them be. I am not afraid of others talking about it. However, the one who said this is the prime minister, so I cannot ignore it. These people, even if they do not rebel today, they are only afraid of my power. What will they do when I grow old and weak and can no longer see things? One can imagine. There are some people who support me as the emperor, but what is the reason for their support? Wu Zetian's voice carried a trace of bitterness. I thought that they would be loyal to me, right? But that is not the case. They only want to climb higher, become more officials, and get more money. Wu Zetian slapped the table and angrily said, the Zhou dynasty that I built with my own hands. The civil and military officials in the court are either plotting, waiting for me to die early so that I can restore Li Tang's empire, or they are corrupt, selling official titles, and now they are the so-called loyal officials who are destroying my empire. My Zhou dynasty, there are so many loyal officials. Some are digging my grave right now, and some are patiently waiting to dig my grave in the future. Tell me, with so many loyal officials, if I don't kill them, when will I do it? Everyone, Wanner heard the sadness and helplessness in Wu Zetian's voice, but she only softly called out, not knowing how to comfort her. Wu Zetian gently closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she quietly said, greedy, selling official titles. If that is all, then it is fine. But there are still some loyal officials who, in order to control the military and become the crown prince, betrayed my empire and invited the wolf into the house. Everyone is saying, Lu Shurda is very diligent in governing the Western region. With him, I do not need to worry too much about the Western region. Qiu, in order to get rid of this stumbling block, controlled hundreds of thousands of elite troops and leaked the secret to the Turks, inviting the enemy to invade my empire. Wanner, she softly exclaimed. On the contrary, Wu Zetian was still calm, probably because she had just vented her anger, as if she was talking about something unrelated. At this time, Xiao Hai suddenly appeared at the door and carefully said, everyone, King Di requests an audience. Wu Zetian slowly sat back on the table and ordered, invite the King Di in. By this time, her face had miraculously recovered its former composure, confidence, loftiness, and nobility. The higher one's status, the more masks they wore, living under a mask for the rest of their lives. The high and mighty emperor wore no fewer masks than they did. Subject D. Renjia greets, Your Majesty. D. Renjia held a bag in his hand. his expression grave. Di Renjia saw the prime ministers go to jail one after another and became anxious. But now he was riding on the back of a tiger, unable to advance or retreat. Zhou Xing greatly expanded the prison. Every prisoner he caught was subjected to indiscriminate torture, forcing criminals to accuse even more officials. Perhaps within a few days, he would be accused of being an accomplice in the rebellion. The emperor's attitude towards this was rather warm, as if he was indulging in it. Di Renjia could not even protect himself, so how could he save his colleagues? Helplessly, Di Renjia could only use the bag of evidence that Yang Fan had given him about Qiu Xinji framing Blacktooth Changji. He knew that Wu Qingxi was powerful at the moment, and it would be difficult for this evidence to implicate Wu Qingxi. Qiu Xinji might even find some excuse of misbelieving others or wrong judgment to absolve himself. Now was not the best time to use this evidence, but it was the only weapon he could use at the moment. He no longer hoped to use this evidence to bring down Wu Qingxi. Now, he only hoped to use this case to shift the focus of the court's attention to this matter, thus cooling down the current heated political struggle. But no matter what, he did not expect that Wu Sanxi would present another piece of evidence against Qiu Xinji today. And that was something the emperor could not tolerate no matter what, to attack a political enemy, to betray the emperor's country. Wu Zetian calmly finished looking at the evidence, gently put it to the side, and gently closed her eyes. Wu Zetian's behavior was beyond Di Renjia's expectations. Di Renjia couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty." Wu Zetian raised her hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "I know. I will let Lai Junqian investigate this matter. I am very tired now. You can leave first." When Di Renjia heard that he would let Lai Junqian investigate, he knew that Wu Zetian believed at least 70% of the evidence, which saved him a lot of trouble. He knew that Qiu Xinji was a confidant cultivated and promoted by Wu Zetian, and he trusted him very much. Every time Wu Zetian went out, it was Qiu Xinji who was responsible for the important guard duty. Originally, he was worried that it would take a lot of effort to get the emperor to accept this evidence, so he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty, take care of yourself." After Di Renjia left, Wu Zetian smiled, as if she had lost something. She said to Wan, "I am old. Without your help, I don't have the energy to deal with the affairs of the state." Xue Huai wrote the Great Cloud scripture and said that I am a Buddha, but I am a Buddha. I don't have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes to see everything in the world and manage everyone in the world. I also don't have a pair of eyes to see the hearts of the people in the world. My eyes, ears, and feet are the civil and military officials, but the civil and military officials are not of the same mind as me. What do you think I should do?" Wana lowered her head and didn't speak. Wu Zetian slowly stood up with a cold smile on her lips. She said coldly, "Then I will use human blood to wash their hearts. I will see if their hearts are black or red." That voice was like metal and stone, with a hint of murderous intent. And was secretly brought from Wu Sanxi's residence to the palace. Yian's days in the Liang Palace were not bad, except that he couldn't have freedom. Every day he ate, slept, and ate. His meals were provided according to the standards of the Liang Palace's second steward. After a period of time, he had actually grown fat. Fortunately, his appearance had not changed. Lu Shirda had personally interrogated him 3 times, so he was still able to recognize him when he saw him. When Wu Zetian saw Lu Shirda looking at Yi and in shock, she said, "Minister Lu?" Lu Shirda came to his senses and hurriedly turned around. "Your Majesty, this person is the Turkic spy that escaped from this subject's main army camp." Wu Zetian said, "Minister Lu, you are not mistaken?" Lu Shirda said without hesitation, This subject is definitely not mistaken. Wu Zetian slowly nodded and smiled. Good. I have troubled my beloved minister. Go back to the residence and rest. Lu Shurda had been inexplicably summoned to the palace today. On the way back, he had been anxious and worried, thinking that something had happened to him. This was because far too many officials had been inexplicably thrown into prison recently, and he had never imagined that he had been summoned to the palace to identify a criminal. Now that the criminal's identity had been confirmed, the emperor had immediately told him to leave. Although Lu Shurda was rather surprised, he glanced at the calm Lai Junchen, who had been standing solemnly at the side this entire time. He said nothing, only deeply clasped his hands, and then left the hall. Lai Junchen had coldly watched from the sidelines. He knew that someone was about to suffer, but he wasn't sure who it was. When he had seen Lu Shurda enter the hall, he had believed that the guest he was about to receive was Lu Shurda. Thus, he had been observing this fat man for a long time, wondering what torture tools he should use to make the best use of his fat. Now that Lu Shurda had left, Lai Junchen immediately restrained the bloodthirst in his eyes and respectfully and eagerly said to his master, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subject?" Chapter 3:21. Wu Zetian muttered to herself for a long time without saying a word. Lai Junchen looked down, cupped his hands, and waited patiently. In the two corners of the hall, two bronze cranes blew out smoke. Wanner stood gracefully by the table. She was like the bronze cranes, elegant, demure, and natural. After a long time, Wu Zetian slowly said, "The general of the left, Qiu Xingji, and the minister of justice, Zhou Xing, failed to unite. They have rebellious intentions, slandered good people, and bribed them like mountains. They are traitors of the country. Arrest them immediately. We must get concrete evidence to make them bow their heads and confess to the law." "Your subject obeys," Wu Zetian continued. "We have sealed off the news. They are still unaware of the case. Qiu Xingji is now in the Mengjin military camp. You are a civil official and should not appear. We order Wu Yui to lead the Yulin guards to arrest them. The inner guards and dragon guards will suppress the Jin guards. When the criminals are caught, you will take over. Zhou Xing is now in the Ministry of Justice. Go and arrest him. We will order the Yulin guards to help you." "Yes," Lai Junchen excitedly agreed. Seeing that Wu Zetian had no other orders, he bowed and slowly retreated. Wu Zetian raised her voice and said, "Come." Eunuch Hai bowed and appeared by the door. Wu Zetian said, "Go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs and summon Li Zhaoda." Eunuch Hai nodded and was about to leave when Wu Zetian said, "Wait." Eunuch Hai stood still. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and said, "After you go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to pass on the edict, go to the D Manor and tell the elders that hate Qi Changji's injustice. We will clear his name sooner or later." "Sooner or later?" Shangguan Wanner's intelligent eyes quickly glanced at Wu Zetian and then quickly lowered them. She still looked calm and composed. Wu Zetian sighed and reached out to pick up the small porcelain bowl of fermented rice. Seeing this, Wanner hurriedly took the bottle of fermented rice and wanted to fill it for her. Wu Zetian shook her head and slowly drank the rest of the sweet wine in her bowl. She sighed softly and said, "Are you wondering why I want to arrest them for treason?" Wanner said obediently, "Everyone is wise and far-sighted. You are like the rising sun shining everywhere. There must be a deep meaning behind this. One doesn't understand the reason behind it, so I don't dare to assume Your Majesty's intention." Wu Zetian sighed and said in a low voice, "We intend to use 2 years to recover Anxi, and this is precisely the time when we need to use the 100,000 mighty soldiers of the western regions. How can we let the world know that our most trusted great general has framed the illustrious Blacktooth Changji of the western regions? How can I let the world know that my most trusted general gave the secret military secrets to foreign enemies and led the bandits to invade the pass? How can we let the soldiers know that the generals of the court are scheming against their commander-in-chief and stabbing them in the back? Wu Zetian smiled bitterly and said, 2 months ago, Qiu Shinji had just been bestowed the imperial surname because of his loyalty and diligence in his work. Today, we will arrest him for treason. This is his disloyalty, and it is also because we did not understand people well. But it is only because we did not understand people well. At the very least, the hearts of the soldiers of the three armies will not turn cold and lose their trust in the imperial court. Remember, before the 4 garrisons of Anxi are recovered, the truth of Blacktooth Changji's case must be sealed. He will have to bear this injustice for a while longer. Yes, Shang Wanwaner deeply bowed. Li Xiaoda received Little Hai's message and immediately hurried to the Martial Achievement Hall. When Di Renjia left, he had already told Li Xiaoda that he had reported the evidence against Wu Qingxi to the Son of Heaven, so Li Xiaoda was already mentally prepared. When he heard that the emperor had summoned him, he knew that it had to do with Wu Qingxi. Li Xiaoda arrived at the Martial Achievement Hall. After Wu Zetian gave him a seat, she calmly explained to him the matter of Qiu Shinji and Zhou Xing rebelling. She then said, "These two have always been close to the Prince of Wei. Perhaps the Prince of Wei is not involved in this matter, but the fact that these two have rebelled due to the Prince of Wei's indulgence in their actions. What does your Highness think?" Li Xiaoda was inwardly delighted at these words. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei is your Majesty's nephew and also an imperial prince. As an imperial prince, it is not appropriate for him to meddle in political affairs. Since ancient times, even though the emperors were father and son, they still tried to usurp the throne. Thus, even though he is the crown prince, he is not the ruler and cannot meddle in political affairs. Moreover, what if your Majesty and the Prince of Wei are only nephew and aunt? The current crown prince still abides by his duties as the crown prince, but the Prince of Wei is able to meddle in important matters. How can your Majesty's throne be secure? Even if the Prince of Wei has no ambition, those officials close to him will also develop ambition in order to seek a greater future. Moreover, your Majesty has just said that Zhou Xing and Qiu Shinji have rebelled due to the prince's favor and power. Then, will the Prince of Wei not rebel due to the prince's favor and power?" Wu Zetian happily said, "Prime Minister Li's words are in line with Zhen's intentions. How about this? You can submit a memorial stating the pros and cons of the prince's meddling in politics. Zhen will make a decision." Li Xiaoda bowed and said, "This subject obeys." Receiving the edict, Yang Fan immediately rushed to the censorate to see Lai Junqian. He had long heard of Lai Junqian's great name, but the difference in status between the two was great. Yang Fan had only recently been promoted to Lang General and had not had the opportunity to meet him. Yang Fan brought his men and rushed to the censorate. The people from the censorate's yamen reported in. When Lai Junqian heard that the Yulin guards had arrived, he immediately summoned him in. At this moment, Lai Junqian was sitting upright behind his desk, slowly stroking his beard and thinking about Zhou Xing's matter. After repeatedly speculating on Wu Zetian's words, he already understood that the emperor had the intention to kill Qiu Shinji and Zhou Xing. These two people were doomed. However, it seemed that the emperor would be lenient towards the Wu clansmen. Perhaps there would be punishment, but it would definitely be for other reasons. He would not allow the Wu clansmen to be branded as rebels. This point must be taken into consideration. He could not involve the Wu clansmen. Wu Yuyi had already brought men to capture Qiu Shinji. Lai Junqian was not worried about Qiu Shinji. Even if he was an experienced general once he entered the prison, he would not have to worry about him not confessing obediently. After all, a man of steel was made of flesh and blood. He could withstand the torture of his torture tools. However, he did not have that much confidence in dealing with Zhou Xing. He had dealt with so many criminals, but he had never encountered an expert like him who was proficient in torture and litigation. Zhou Xing was the first. This person's experience in torture and interrogation was no less than his own. It would be more troublesome to deal with someone like him. Moreover, the emperor clearly wanted to end this quickly and did not wish for this matter to drag on for too long. How could he make Zhou Xing lower his head as soon as possible? Lai Junchen pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind, and he could not help but reveal a proud smile. Not only did he think of a way to deal with Zhou Xing, he even thought of a way to use this case to implicate Yang Fan, whom he had always wanted to get rid of. Yang Fan was only a Lang general. In such a shocking case, he could only be considered a small fry. Killing him would not even cause a ripple. Even though Princess Taiping, King Liang, Shui Huai, and the others were on friendly terms with him, it was likely that they would not dare to get involved in a rebellion. In addition, he had to implicate this person through Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji. When the time came, even if Shui Huai and the others were dissatisfied, they could only assume that Qiu Shenji and the others were using this opportunity to frame their political enemies. Lai Junchen had no grudges with Yang Fan, and it was impossible for the two of them to have anything to do with each other in the first place. Who would suspect him? Once Yang Fan was killed and the case was over, he could get the charming and lovely young lady. How could people like Shui Huai and Princess Taiping know about it? Lai Junchen couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of this. Yang Fan stood in front of his desk and looked curiously at this deputy imperial censor. He recognized Lai Junchen as soon as he saw him. Yang Fan had never expected that the customer he had met in his own shop the other day would actually be the illustrious Lai Junchen. He did not understand what could make such a dignified and elegant high-ranking official, sitting in a court with a mirror hanging high above, laugh so proudly. Moreover, there was even a hint of wretchedness in his smile. However, this was clearly not the time to reminisce about old times. Moreover, even if the two of them had met once, there was nothing for them to talk about. Yang Fan coughed, interrupting Lai Junchen's fantasies. He said in a clear voice, "Left Lang General of the Featherwood Guard, Yang Fan, has been ordered to await Deputy Imperial Censor Lai's orders." Only then did Lai Junchen realize that the men of the Featherwood Guard had already arrived. He was startled and said without thinking, "This official already has an idea. Against Zhou Xing, we can only defeat him through wits and not by force. General, you—" At this point, Lai Junchen suddenly realized something and couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, "Yang Fan!" Yang Fan mused. Why is he making such a big fuss about nothing? Could it be that he has seen me striking the bow and heard of my name? Yang Fan thought for a moment, then he bowed and said, "It is indeed this lowly general." Lai Junchen composed himself and quickly regained his composure. He said, Lang General Yang, this official has just thought about it. Zhou Xing is a crafty and cunning person. It is admittedly easy to capture him, but to make him confess is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, this official has come up with a plan that can defeat him through wits and without the use of force. Therefore, I'm afraid there is no need for you to make a move." Yang Fan said, "His Majesty has ordered this general to obey the Deputy Imperial Censor's arrangements. The Deputy Imperial Censor does not need to use force, and this general will naturally obey. However, this general has come under imperial orders to ensure that nothing unexpected happens during the capture of Zhou Xing. Therefore, This general will have to wait for the deputy imperial censor to capture Zhou Xing before replying to the imperial edict. Lai Junqian smiled. Of course. In that case, may General arrange for your men to be stationed behind the folding screens on the left and right side of the second hall. After this official has imprisoned Zhou Xing, it will not be too late for me to reply to the imperial edict. Yang Fan smiled. Since this is the case, this general will obey. Yang Fan left the main hall and led the 30 bright tigers he brought with him to the second hall. Lai Junqian waited for him to leave and clapped his hands 3 times. A bailiff appeared at the bottom of the hall. Lai Junqian ordered, "Pass down the order for a banquet to be held at the second hall. Also, bring my name card and go to the Ministry of Justice to invite Minister Zhou here." The bailiff acknowledged and left. Lai Junqian's eyebrows are deeply locked together again. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing are doomed. The problem is that Lai Junqian does not know what crimes the two of them have committed to be punished by the Son of Heaven. However, he can be sure that the Son of Heaven has ordered him to judge the two of them for treason. It is obviously to conceal their true crimes. The Emperor has sent Yang Fan to assist him in carrying out his mission. It is obvious that he does not believe that Yang Fan is an accomplice of the two of them. Moreover, he does not know what crimes the two of them have committed. Under such circumstances, to rashly implicate Yang Fan is truly risky. If the Son of Heaven asks, his answer is full of loopholes, and he will end up making a fool of himself. Thinking of this, Lai Junqian sighed with deep regret. He has no choice but to give up this great opportunity to kill his husband and steal his wife and continue to patiently search for a better opportunity. Chapter 3:22. Meng Jin, the encampment of the Jinwu Guards. On the drill ground, the soldiers were playing with stone dumbbells and practicing their bows. It was very lively. In the middle of the field, there was a large group of generals. In the middle of the crowd, there was a man wearing arrow sleeves who was practicing his spear. This man was burly, and his hair was slightly white. He was already in his 50s, but his body was still strong and strong. He advanced and retreated as steady as a rock and moved like a cunning rabbit. It was a breathtaking sight. That great spear in this person's hand, thrust horizontally, cut downwards, flick upwards, stab in the middle, block outwards, and grab inwards. All of these movements were vigorous and powerful. It was just one person and one spear, but within a radius of 5 zhang. It seemed as if nothing else could be contained. As the saying goes, charging and breaking through enemy lines is like breathing deeply, beheading generals and troops is like a golden rooster nodding its head, blocking horses, and shooting arrows is like a dazzling spear flower. The spectating generals were all experts in this field. Seeing this old general using the spear, each time he reached the most exquisite point, they all shouted out in unison, "Cheers!" This man used block, take, lift, push, shake, and entangle. The spear in his hand was like a wheel, and the tip of the spear was like snow. Suddenly, his body was like a mountain, and with the spear in his hand, he had the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. This man was the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qiu Shenji. Thunderous cheers erupted from all around. Qiu Shenji threw the spear to one of his soldiers, and another soldier immediately passed him a towel. Qiu Shenji wiped the sweat on his face and said to the spectating generals, "Whether it is fists, legs, or weapons, there is a fixed stance when practicing, but there is no fixed stance when using it. The stance is the way to die. If you keep it in your heart, you will not be able to move freely. If you meet an expert, you will suffer greatly." Lieutenant General Zheng Shuliang said, "Great general is right. Although this logic is clear, how many people can have such attainments like great general?" Qiu Shenji laughed. "If you used half of your flattery skills, you would also be able to have this old man's spear skills." The generals all laughed when they heard this. Zheng Shuliang was Qiu Shenji's confidant and did not feel embarrassed when he was ridiculed. Instead, he was pleased with himself as if he was proud of it. At this time, a man came running from afar. Because horses were not allowed in the camp, this man ran like the wind. Under the scorching sun, he was sweating profusely. Grand General, the Dragon Martial Guard's Great General Li Sun, and the Inner Guard's Great General Wu Yuji are training their troops and passing by the campsite of our Jinwu Guards. The Forbidden Army was the main force protecting the imperial capital. In order to maintain the strength of this force, not only did the imperial court take turns mobilizing them to participate in the border battles, but it was also common for them to train the troops and practice military tactics. Thus, Qiu Shenji did not find it strange at all. These two generals were loyal to the Wu clan, and Wu Yuji was a member of the Wu clan. They were very familiar with each other. Since they passed by, Qiu Shenji couldn't ignore them. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Li Sun and Wu Yuji are here? Wait for this old man to meet them." Qiu Shenji hurried to the gate. His subordinates had already brought the horses over. Qiu Shenji leaped onto the horse and led a dozen of his subordinates to gallop away. In the distance, he could see the Dragon Rider Guard cavalry and the Inner Guard infantry forming a long line, hurrying along the official road. Qiu Shenji saw the Li and Wu flags side by side and immediately urged his horse to welcome them. When he got closer, he saw Li Sun and Wu Yuji side by side. They were riding on their war horses, leisurely chatting as they walked. Seeing Qiu Shenji rushing over, the advancing troops immediately opened up a path. Wu Yuji and Li Sun also reined in their war horses. Qiu Shenji slowed down his horse to welcome them and laughed. "Since the two of you are passing by this Qiu's territory, why didn't you send someone to inform me? This Qiu could have prepared a banquet to entertain the two generals." Li Sun and Wu Yuji were both dressed in military attire. Wu Yuji was younger than Li Sun by more than 10 years. He was young and strong and should be in his prime. However, he had been drinking too much recently. Although he was dressed in a heroic military attire, he still looked listless. When Wu Yuji saw Qiu Shenji arrive, he lazily pulled the saddle and dismounted from his horse. In the end, he seemed to be unable to bear the heavy armor and staggered when he landed. Qiu Shenji despised him in his heart, but he still had a friendly smile on his face. He leaped up and landed from his horse. Li Sun was full of smiles as he chatted with him and said, "I have military affairs to attend to. I'm just passing by your territory. How would I dare to trouble great General Qiu? If you want a drink, it's better to wait." As he spoke, he also got down from his horse. However, his movements were slow and a beat slower than Qiu Shenji. Qiu Shenji got down from his horse and stood still. The dozen or so soldiers behind him also got down from their horses. Li Sun suddenly straightened his body and sat back on his horse. His face sank as he shouted, "Take down Qiu Shenji for this marshal." Swoosh! The internal guards on the left and right who were marching with spears seemed to have been prepared. With Li Sun's command, their advancing figures stopped abruptly. They straightened their spears and thrust forward, shouting in unison, "Kill!" A forest of spears surrounded Qiu Shenji and his dozen or so soldiers standing in the middle of the road. The Lanwu guards on horseback also moved in response to the command. They all drew their bows and looked down from above, aiming at Qiu Shenji's vital points. At this moment, Ma Qiao, who had been promoted to the commander of the Lanwu guards, drew his bow and aimed at Qiu Shenji's chest. He shouted, "Abandon your swords." Qiu Shenji's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "Generals, are you joking?" Wu Yuji, who looked like he had drunk too much, yawned weakly and took out a yellow silk scroll from his sleeve. He slowly unrolled it and said, "Sinner Chiu Shinji kneels to receive the imperial edict." At this moment, hundreds of cavalrymen swept towards the camp of the Jinwu guards like a gust of wind. The Jinwu guards on the watchtower shouted from afar, "Halt! Who dares to trespass the camp?" One of the cavalrymen galloped in front. He raised a dazzling golden command talisman and shouted, "The great general of the Yulin Guards is patrolling under the imperial edict. Quickly summon all generals above the rank of brigade commander to the main camp to welcome him." This command talisman was a token passed down from ancient times. The Tang dynasty taboo name of Li Hu, the ancestor of the Li clan, so the tiger talisman was no longer called the tiger talisman, but the fish talisman. Its shape was no longer that of a fierce tiger, but its function was the same. When the winged cavalry arrived at the gate, one of the soldiers guarding the gate welcomed them. After checking that the tiger talisman matched with the Ministry of War, he waved his hand and quickly cleaned up the antlers and barricades before opening the gate. At this moment, more than 100 cavalrymen had already rushed to the gate and swept into the main camp like a gust of wind. That soldier shouted, "Sai, horses are not allowed in the camp." Before he could finish his sentence, the dust kicked up by the galloping horses buried him. Dong, dong, dong. Drums sounded in the main camp of the Jinwu Guards. When the generals heard the drums, they didn't dare to be negligent and all neatly dressed and rushed to the main camp. In the main camp, Wu Yuyi was neatly dressed and full of killing intent. Behind him, 4 junior colonels stood with their hands on their sabers. Another 2 deputy generals stood to his left and right, one holding a fish talisman and the other an imperial edict. Wu Yuyi stood behind the marshal's desk with one hand on the marshal's seal. Seeing that all the generals had arrived and were standing in the tent like a forest, he raised his voice and shouted, "Men, inspect the fish talisman." The Jinwu Guards Lieutenant General Zheng Shuliang was Chiu Shinji's confidant and was in charge of the fish talisman on his behalf. At this moment, he anxiously stepped forward and took out the half-fish talisman he was guarding and combined it with Wu Yuyi's half-fish talisman. The fish talisman fit perfectly. Wu Yuyi ordered someone to show the combined fish talisman to the generals. He stretched out his right hand, and the imperial edict fell into his hand. Wu Yuyi slowly turned the imperial edict away and coldly swept his gaze across the Jinwu Guards generals in the hall. He said in a deep voice, "His Majesty's decree." Kung. There were no less than 10 generals in the tent. They all cupped their fists and waited for the imperial edict. Their armors rubbed against each other, and a loud Kung sound was heard. Wu Yuyi paused for a while and loudly said, "My men, Chiu Shinji has evil intentions and is plotting against the law. He is hereby removed from his position as the Jinwu Guards' great general. Wu Yuyi will be in charge of the Jinwu Guards' military affairs. The Jinwu Guards are loyal to the country and have nothing to do with Chiu Shinji. Rest assured, once the imperial edict arrives, everyone will be rewarded." After Wu Yuyi finished reading, there was a commotion in the tent. Zheng Shuliang was shocked and angry. He was the first to step out and loudly said, "Great General Chiu is loyal and has no intention of rebelling. Someone must have framed him. I sincerely hope that your Majesty will investigate and give Great General Chiu justice." Wu Yuyi coldly said, "The imperial edict is here. Do you dare to disobey it?" Zheng Shuliang loudly said, "The court's decision is unfair. I am only seeking justice for Great General Chiu. If Great General Wu is not guilty, why don't you let me speak?" Report. Suddenly, a junior colonel of the Jinwu Guards appeared at the entrance of the tent and reported in panic, "Commander-in-Chief, generals, the inner guards, and the dragon guards have surrounded the Jinwu guards. General Qiu is tied up and is being held in front of the formation. As soon as these words were said, the tent was instantly filled with silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Wu Yuyi grinned and pointed at Zheng Shuliang. Zheng Shuliang is Qiu Shinji's accomplice. He disobeyed the imperial edict and is plotting treason. Take him down. As soon as Wu Yuyi's voice fell, 2 of the 100 riders rushed towards Zheng Shuliang, grabbing his arms and twisting them behind his back. Then they kicked his knees, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Zheng Shuliang's face turned pale, and he lowered his head sadly. After a moment of silence, all the generals knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. We obey the imperial edict and are willing to follow great General Wu's orders. Wu Yuyi opened his palm and grabbed the marshal's seal in his hand. He let out a proud laugh. At this time, Zhou Xing had just stepped into the censorate and was personally led into the second hall by Lai Junqian. Although Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian were both Wu Zetian's favorite officials and both worked as guards, they had never interacted much with each other. Lai Junqian came from a rough background, and an official like Zhou Xing looked down on him. Moreover, there was a competitive relationship between the two. However, as members of the judiciary, no matter how fiercely they fought in private, they still had to maintain a cordial relationship on the surface. Moreover, Lai Junqian rarely took the initiative to invite him, and Zhou Xing was rather curious. Zhou Xing saw that Lai Junqian was very polite and attentive towards him, and guessed that the latter must have a favor to ask of him. His expression became even more reserved and arrogant after taking a seat, looking at the table full of delicacies. Zhou Xing teased, "Ha, Middle Minister Lai's courtesy today is beyond my expectations. I wonder what Middle Minister Lai is up to." Smiling, Lai Junqian poured him a cup of wine and said, "Those who are polite must have a favor to ask of me. Today, I invited you, Minister Zhou, because there is a difficult matter, and I sincerely want to ask for your advice. Ha ha, come, have a cup of wine, and listen to me slowly." Chapter 3:23. Zhou Xing raised his cup and took a small sip. Stroking his beard, he said, "Oh, with Deputy Premier Lai's methods, you also have a problem that you need my guidance on?" Lai Junqian chuckled. "Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Brother Zhou should know that I am in charge of the Imperial Envoy Station and the Emperor's eyes and ears. Whenever I come across unruly people, I like to torture them. But today, little brother has encountered a difficult matter, a difficult person, and I can't do as I please. For a time, I can't help but feel helpless." Zhou Xing has always despised Lai Junqian's methods. He even heard that Lai Junqian and his henchman, one Guojun, wrote the weaving scripture together and used it to interrogate people. Lai Junqian regarded the scripture as a treasure and kept it a secret. When Zhou Xing heard about it, he only laughed it off and never took it to heart. Today, when he heard that Lai Junqian had come across a tough opponent and his crude methods were useless, he couldn't help but laugh. "Deputy Premier, I don't want to lecture you, but your interrogation methods, such as 100 meridians fixed, sudden roar, dead pigs, sorrow, seeking family destruction, and telling the truth, may sound horrifying, but they are not elegant at all. Once you come across a powerful person, you won't be able to use them. Tell me, what problem do you have now?" Lai Junqian was unfazed by his arrogant attitude and replied, "It's like this. I have taken over a case. This criminal has a high position and has always been trusted by the emperor for many years. I am worried that your majesty might not be able to let him go. What if your majesty becomes impulsive and wants to interrogate him personally? If I turn him into a bloody mess and make him unrecognizable, your majesty will inevitably look bad." Zhou Xing smiled knowingly. Since this person is trusted by the emperor, Once the emperor sees him in a terrible state, he might feel compassion and show mercy. Moreover, this person is of high status and will definitely have henchmen. When the time comes, he might use this as evidence to accuse you of torturing him and forcing him to give false testimony. That's right, Lai Junshin repeatedly said. Xiao Di also has this concern. This person is weak. If he were to be subjected to torture and died in prison, it would be difficult to explain to His Majesty. At the same time, His Majesty hoped that this case could be resolved as soon as possible to avoid complications. Time also did not allow his younger brother to slowly manipulate him. This was difficult. Without torture, how would he be willing to confess? If I were to use torture, I would have to worry about all sorts of things. How would Brother Zhou teach me? Zhou Xing laughed heartily. Based on my many years of experience as a judge of the penitentiary, some punishments may be able to turn a person into a bloody mess, but no matter how intense the pain, it is only temporary. If there is someone with a strong will, they can grit their teeth and endure the pain. Over the years, I have seen a few people with a strong will who can endure such torture. The beauty of punishment does not lie in whether it is bloody or not, but in whether the pain you inflict on the offender is continuous and whether it is gradually increasing. However, there is pain that can be sustained and prolonged, and no one can resist it as long as they are made of flesh and blood. Lai Junshin hurriedly poured him another cup of wine and humbly said, "Please enlighten me, Brother Zhou." Zhou Xing explained. For example, add an iron hoop to a person's head, and in the middle of the hoop there is a wooden wedge to tighten the skull. As long as the wedge is not pulled out, the splitting headache will continue to exist. If you add another wedge, it will be impossible for the person to die. If you wedge 3 wooden wedges, even if he is a golden immortal, he will confess obediently. Moreover, you will not be able to see any serious injuries on his body. Lai Junshin blinked his eyes and praised repeatedly, "Wonderful! Wonderful! This method sounds elegant and refined, but I did not expect it to have such miraculous effects." Zhou Xing proudly said, "That's nothing. I have another method that is both simple and effective. You only need to take a big urn and place the criminal in it. Then, use a charcoal fire to burn the bottom of the urn. The heat will increase gradually. Before the criminal's body is covered with cuts and bruises, his willpower will have already collapsed. Under such circumstances, he will confess to anything in order to leave the urn. All these years, I've always used this method whenever I meet a difficult criminal. I've never seen one who could withstand it." Lai Junshin applauded and laughed. "I have been enlightened. I have been enlightened." Zhou Xing proudly said, "This is nothing. I may not have the weaving scripture like you, but my methods of punishing people are nothing to me." Lai Junshin laughed even more happily and clapped his hands vigorously. "Impressive! Impressive! Little brother is more and more impressed with Brother Zhou. Come, 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 Brother Zhou, please have a toast." Zhou Xing raised his cup, clinked it with Lai Junshin's, and drank the wine with a smile. Lai Junshin raised his voice. "Men, bring a large urn to burn." Zhou Xing curiously asked, "Why? You don't believe me and want to verify my words in court?" Lai Junshin smiled without saying a word. The urn is used to store water and prevent fire. It is a common item in government offices and mansions. The same goes for charcoal. During winter, when the government offices are cold, the imperial court will allocate charcoal for heating purposes. Usually, there will be some left over, and it will not be used up completely. In a short while, the urn and charcoal were brought over. The urn was set up in the middle of the hall, and the charcoal was lit. Zhou Xing was grinning from ear to ear. Wanting to show off his method of punishment, he said to Lai Junshin, "Very well, I will let you witness the prowess of my earned torture. But I wonder who is the criminal. Lai Junshin's expression turned solemn as he solemnly told Zhou Xing, "Today there is an internal matter accusing brother of treason. Brother, please enter the urn." Zhou Xing was stunned. What kind of joke is Lieutenant Lai playing? Lai Junshin's expression is solemn and does not look like he is joking. Zhou Xing's expression slowly changed. Behind the curtain, Yang Fan heard everything clearly. He can't help but lightly exhale and let go of Lai Junshin's sword. Ever since Xiangyang, there is one more person who has committed suicide. At the foot of Mount Xiaohua, Tin Ano led the horse and stopped on a small path between the mountains. She said to Xiang Rulan, "Even if you accompany a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you still have to say goodbye. I will be on my way now. Elder sister, you don't have to send me off." Xiang Rulan stopped and said to Tin Ano, "Anu, the injury on your leg is only 80% healed. I really don't know why you are in such a hurry to go to Luoyang. Forget it. Elder sister will not stop you. Just be careful on the road." Tin Ano smiled. How could she tell Xiang Rulan that she is going to Luoyang to find a man? During the time she was recuperating in the Guo residence, Tin Ano and Xiang Rulan got along well. Their feelings for each other were mutual, and they have already become sworn sisters. Tin Ano wanted to leave after her leg injury was mostly healed. Xiang Rulan could not persuade her, and could only let her go. Tin Ano said, "Elder sister, don't worry. Little sister's injury is no longer a problem. Moreover, elder sister has given me a fine horse. With a horse as a means of transportation, it will be even better. When little sister reaches Luoyang, this injury will be completely healed. In the future, little sister will visit elder sister again." At this point, Tin Ano suddenly felt a little shy. She has been recuperating in the Guo residence for so long that young master must have thought that she is dead. This time, when she goes to Luoyang, as long as she changes her identity and doesn't have to show her face in public, she can live together with Erlang forever. Thinking about it, how could she not be elated? Gua Xiaofan scratched his head and said in a silly voice, "Cousin, there are many bad people in this world who seem to have good intentions. The bigger the city, the more bad people there are. You are so beautiful, so you must be careful. Don't be deceived by them. If someone bullies you, come back and tell me. I will help you vent your anger." His sister-in-law had long told him that Anu is not his cousin, but Gua Xiaofan never changed the way he addressed her. Now that Anu has recognized his sister-in-law as her adopted sister, she has really become his real cousin. Xiang Rulan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "You are an honest person. Those words were taught to you by your family. They are afraid that you will be deceived. Is your cousin as dumb as you?" When Gua Xiaofan heard his sister-in-law say that he is dumb, he pouted unhappily, but under the accumulated power, he did not dare to refute. Tin Ano pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Han, don't worry. Little sister will be very careful. If someone really bullies me, little sister will definitely come back and complain to second brother. Second brother will uphold justice for me." When Gua Xiaofan heard this, he grinned again and said happily, "Cousin, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, second brother will shoot him dead with one arrow." Xiang Rulan did not want to listen to his crazy words, so she only said to Tin Ano, "It is getting late. Little sister, let's go lest we miss the lodging. You are a girl. Even if you are skilled in martial arts, you must be extra careful when you go out." Tin Ano nodded and turned over to mount the horse. She cupped her hands towards Xiang Rulan and Gua Xiaofan and said loudly, "Sister, second brother, little sister will go now." She rode away and gradually disappeared at the foot of the mountain. Han Erlang was alone with his sister-in-law and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he saw that Tin Ano's figure had disappeared, he immediately found an excuse to slip away. Xiang Rulin alone led the old steward and the 4 family members back. The old steward said in a low voice, "We have already sent someone to follow Miss Anu. According to Madam's orders, our people will only escort her to Luoyang. I really did not expect Miss Anu to be young Master Zhang's person." Xiang Rulin smiled and said, "I also did not expect this girl to have such deep feelings for Yang Fan. With her skills, she does not need anyone to take care of her, but she is injured now. Moreover, Shun Mu values Yang Fan very much, so we cannot let anything happen to her." But Xiang Rulin slightly frowned and said, "Shun Mu's message was vague and only told me not to interfere. From his words, it seems that Yang Fan is already married. This entanglement between a man and a woman is not something we can help with. I can only hope that this girl will not be trapped by love and do something stupid." The Imperial Censorate's Thai prison was located in Lijing Gate. Its official name was the Censorate's Courtyard, and it was presided over by the Imperial Messenger Bureau. The prison guards were hired by the Imperial Censorate itself, but the prison guards were all old or disabled Imperial guards. Zhou Xing sat in his cell in a daze. In front of him was a table. The scribe put down his brush and picked up the confession. After blowing on the ink stains that had yet to dry, he handed it to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing raised his hand and dipped it in the cinnabar before leaving a deep fingerprint on the confession. Zhou Xing watched as the scribe left, and the cell door locked with a kacha sound. His lifeless eyes shifted slightly and fixed on a torture rack outside the cell. Dejectedly, he said, "Brother Chiu, what do they want you to confess? Just confess. There is no need to suffer so much physical pain." Chiu Shinji was firmly tied to the rack. His weed-like eyebrows stood erect, and his 2 eyeballs bulged out horribly. He wore a copper hoop on his head, and at this moment, the second wooden wedge had already been inserted into it. He grimaced in pain, and his face was so ferocious that even his molars were clearly exposed. It was unknown whether the idea of Sun Wukong wearing the golden hoop curse in Journey to the West originated from this punishment created by Zhou Xing. But at this moment, Chiu Shinji really looked like an ape in pain. This ape was still bitterly holding on and refused to confess. One of the prison guards looked at him coldly and picked up the 3rd wooden wedge. He sneered and inserted the tip into the hoop and picked up a wooden hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden wedge had only been inserted 3 inches when Chiu Shinji, whose eyes were bloodshot and face was twisted like a ghost, collapsed. He screamed in a voice that sounded like he was wailing, "I confess! I confess! Give me the confession. I will sign it, and I will confess everything. I confess." In the Censorate's courtyard, humans could turn into beasts and gods could turn into ghosts. Even the lawless great sage equaling heaven had to bow his head and chant, Amitabha. Chapter 324. The imperial court dealt with the case of Chiu Shinji's rebellion quickly, as usual. This kind of quick verdict and judgment without careful, detailed investigation and review, and the simple and quick way of dealing with major cases of rebellion were formed by the 4 cruel officials' persistent efforts. Now they were caught in their own trap, and they themselves became the victims. Chiu Shinji was convicted of rebellion and sentenced to death. As an accomplice, Zhou Xing was sentenced to exile to Lingnan. Today was the day of Chiu Shinji's execution, supervised by Wu Sanxi. Now that Xinjiang Qian and Wei Fangji had died in prison, the power of the prime minister's faction was greatly weakened. Wu Qingxi was completely defeated, and his important henchmen were almost wiped out. In this fierce battle, Wu Sanxi, who had been watching from the sidelines, became the one who benefited the most. Everyone in the court was smart. even if there were differences in political wisdom and strategy, with the help of advisors, the difference would not be too big. Sometimes, a mistake in judgment, once the development of the situation was out of one's control, it might not be impossible for others to take advantage of it. At this time, it seemed that Princess Taiping's strategy had failed. Wu Sanxi, the wolf, had become the one who benefited the most. Princess Taiping did not gain anything from it, nor did she strengthen her political power. At least, it was like this on the surface. On the second day after the court announced Qiu Xinji and Zhou Xing's rebellion, Li Zhaoda presented a memorial to the emperor talking about the harm of the prince's royal family interfering in the court's politics. The emperor deeply agreed and immediately removed Wu Qingxi from the position of prime minister and promoted Li Zhaoda to be the head of the prime ministers. Although Wu Qingxi himself escaped unscathed, he lost his position as prime minister, and a few of his important henchmen were also cut off. Immediately, Wu Zetian announced to the world, Zhou Xing, as the autumn minister, was in charge of the country's prison. He repeatedly framed the court officials, saying that they were rebelling. The country has its own laws, and even I cannot violate them, so I can only act according to the law. We have also once suspected that Zhou Xingju was lying, and once ordered a close official to personally go to the prison to interrogate the officials who committed the crime. However, they were afraid of punishment, and all of them personally wrote confessions, admitting to their crimes. Therefore, we have never suspected the actions of Zhou Xing and the other evil officials. Zhen has been ruling the world. My eyes and ears depend on civil and military officials. The ministers are either afraid of his power, or afraid of being implicated, or trying to curry favor with him. All of them have succeeded, so that they have framed Zhen as the lord of adultery, making Zhen grieved and hateful. Today, the traitors have been executed, and I hope that the officials will expose their crimes and redress the injustice to me. As soon as this imperial edict was issued, memorials to expose Zhou Xing's and Qiu Xinji's crimes appeared one after another. The officials, eunuchs, and gentry who had been framed by them rushed to spread the news. But Prime Minister Wei Fangji, Xinjiang Qian, Ouyang Tong, and a group of high-ranking officials were all dead. In Wu Zetian's eyes, these people were not very reliable and were not on the same side as the Wu family. However, when she first ascended to the throne, she could not promote too many people who were only loyal to her, but did not have the talent to become prime ministers. She had to use them to stabilize the political situation. Now that the political situation was gradually stabilized, these people were finally purged. Zhou Xing, Qiu Xinji, and the others were supposed to help her remove the obstacles to her governance. Now, for the sake of human rights, these minions had formed a clique and committed acts that were detrimental to her rule, which was why they were eliminated. But even in death, their last bit of value had been squeezed out. Wu Zetian easily got rid of herself and pushed all the crimes onto these cruel officials. Zhou Xing and Qiu Xinji, the two watchdogs, became the scapegoats. It was hard to say whether Wu Sanxi or Wu Zetian benefited the most from this political struggle. In front of the Tai Gate, the abandoned market was crowded with people. The roads leading to this place had long been packed with people from all directions. Many of the officials and gentry who had been persecuted by Zhou Xing and Qiu Xinji came out with their families and set up incense tables around the execution ground. Some of them burned incense and prayed, weeping bitterly as they offered sacrifices to their loved ones. Some of them were so grateful to the Son of Heaven that their family's injustice had finally been cleared. They kept kowtowing in the direction of the palace. The executioner, Wu Sanxi, sat high up on the execution platform. In the distance, the prison carriage escorted by the Yulin guards was slowly approaching. Wu Sanxi tilted his head and whispered to a trusted aide, "Has Zhou Xing already left?" The man replied, "Yes, Zhou Xing's prison carriage has just left Luoyang." As your highness instructed, I have already sent people to follow him under the charge of rebellion. What was really concealed was the various illegal acts that Qiu Shenji, Zhou Xing, and the others had done in order to fight for power and the position of crown prince, as well as the harm these acts had done to the great Zhou. Qiu Shenji was the vanguard of these evil deeds, and Zhou Xing might have been the mastermind, but in Wu Zetian's heart, the evil he had done was obviously not as much as Qiu Shenji. Therefore, towards this lackey who had done so much for her, Wu Zetian felt a trace of compassion. She did not sentence him to death, but exiled him. Wu Sansi stroked his beard and smiled coldly. He said in a low voice, "If a snake is not killed, there will be endless troubles in the future. Sages never fear death." Today, Zhou Xing is sentenced to exile instead of abandoning the city. It seems that you are still reluctant to let him die. If you don't let him die, he will always be a scourge. When he leaves Luoyang, find a suitable place and send him to see Qiu Shenji. Yes, I will arrange it properly. Wu Sansi waved his hand and said, "Go." When the man left, Wu Sansi stretched his head and looked in the direction of the execution carriage, looking a little impatient. Qiu Shenji had been in the army for many years and had many subordinates. Today, Qiu Shenji was executed. Just in case, the imperial army had all entered a state of alert. The 9 cities were all under the control of the emperor's most trusted northern imperial army. Even the people who escorted the prisoners to the execution ground and the security around the execution ground were not the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, Ministry of Justice, or Supreme Judiciary, but the Yulin Guards. Yang Fan rode on a horse, leading the Yulin Guards to escort Qiu Shenji's prison carriage, and slowly drove to the execution ground. Qiu Shenji, dressed in the clothes of a condemned prisoner, stood on the prison carriage with a big shackle on his neck. The prison carriage rumbled, and Qiu Shenji's face was gray. The people on both sides threw rotten eggs at his head and face, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. A wooden ball was stuffed in his mouth, which made his mouth wide open. His cheeks looked a little weird. He couldn't even swallow with his mouth closed, so saliva flowed down from the corners of his mouth from time to time, like a stroke patient. The rotten egg hit his forehead, and the liquid flowed down into his mouth, and then flowed out together with his saliva. His embarrassing situation was really indescribable. The practice of silencing prisoners began in the 4th year of Tugong, that is, 4 years ago, that year when Hao Xiangxian, the emissary of the crown prince, was executed. Hao Xiangxian cursed loudly and made a vehement speech on the execution ground, listing the sins of Wu Zetian, and even mentioning her adultery with Xue Huai, which made Wu Zetian embarrassed. From then on, the execution of prisoners had to stuff a wooden ball in their mouth so that they couldn't say a word. Qiu Shenji knew more secrets about Wu Zetian, including the fact that Wu Zetian ordered him to execute the crown prince, Li Xian, which was known to everyone but could never be proved. Of course, this person couldn't be called to say anything. Yang Fan didn't stop the people from venting their anger. He just pulled the reins of his horse and stayed away from Qiu Shenji so that he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. No one noticed the surging emotions behind the calm face of this young general of the Yulin Guard. The tragic scene of the Peach Blossom Village appeared in his mind. His parents, his sister, his fellow villagers. The great changes in his childhood had changed his life. He had traveled thousands of miles from Southeast Asia to come here, and this was his last enemy. Today, Qiu Shenji was going to be executed. He was going to be executed because of the evidence he provided. He was going to die in his hands. His last enemy was finally going to die. The heavy burden that had been pressing on his heart since childhood could finally be lifted. Looking at the incense burner tables on both sides of the road, set up by the families who had been persecuted by Qiu Shenji, Yang Fan couldn't help but want to shed tears. Now he wanted to loudly announce to his relatives who had been wronged, "Father, mother, sister, your great hatred has finally been avenged." Yang Fan raised his face and let the tears in his eyes quietly disappear. Today's sky was very clear, with only a few white clouds floating on the horizon. The sky was high, and the clouds were light, making people inexplicably open-minded. The hatred of father, mother, and sister has been avenged. All the enemies are dead. Nyonya, where are you? The clouds on the horizon were like the smiling face of a little girl. The clouds were like a thin little face. The uneven thickness was like the dirty appearance of her face, and the jagged edges were like her messy hair. She seemed to be smiling at him, and her mouth was missing 2 front teeth. Yang Fan smiled at the cloud. "Nyonya, elder brother will definitely find you." Little Man was sitting in front of the dressing table, lazily combing her hair. Her pretty face in the mirror carried some charm, but it revealed a kind of lazy and bored charm. Yang Fan hadn't been home for 7 or 8 days. Since Chiu Shinji's case, Luoyang City, and the palace had been in a state of strict vigilance. As an important general of the palace guards, how could Yang Fan leave at this time? Little Man didn't know what happened to her. Usually, when Yang Fan was at home, she was most afraid to come back from the shop and face him. The most embarrassing moment was every night. Although Yang Fan slept on the floor, they slept in the same room. She was so shy that she didn't even dare to take off her coat. She was afraid that he would hear her when she turned over, which made her sleep uncomfortable every night. However, these days, Yang Fan wasn't at home. Every day when she came home, she couldn't see Yang Fan. Every night when she saw the empty floor beside the bed, her heart was also empty. It always seemed that something was missing or lost. After a few days, she had no appetite to eat, and it seemed that sleeping was even more difficult. "Madam, Ah Lang is back." Just when third sister's voice sounded outside the bedroom, Little Man jumped up excitedly. Ouch! Because she moved too quickly. She didn't put down the comb in time and pulled her hair. She cried out in pain, but she didn't care about it at all. She just threw the horn comb on the dressing table and jumped to the door. She opened the door and said happily, "He's back. Where is he?" Chapter 3:25. Lang Jun. As soon as Xiao Man finished asking, she saw Yang Fan standing at the entrance of the courtyard with a smile on his face. He was holding a dark green jar in his hand. Xiao Man was happy at first, and then a little shy. Her happy expression was too obvious. Even third sister, that little girl, seemed to have a teasing look in her eyes. This little girl. Xiao Man glared at third sister, pursed her lips, and walked to Yang Fan. She lowered her voice, but it was still difficult to hide the joy in her gentle voice. "Lang Jun, you are back." Yang Fan's beard was not trimmed, and there was some green stubble on his chin, which made him look a bit mature. What Xiao Man paid attention to was his eyes. His eyes were clear, bright, and had a kind of light that was not usually seen. Xiao Man felt a little tipsy in her heart. "He is also very happy to see me." Yang Fan looked at her with a smile. Xiao Man was wearing a lotus-colored gauze gown. Her long hair was not tied up and casually draped over her shoulders, which made her handsome little face look even more beautiful, like bright jade. The loose swallow coat could not hide her graceful figure, like a peony in the mist. Yang Fan said softly, "Yes, I am back. There have been many things in the court these days, and I have been on guard duty. It is not convenient for me to send messages home, and I have made you worry. How is home?" Xiao Man said, "Everything is fine. Lang Jun can rest assured. I have also heard about these things in the palace. At this time, Lang Jun can't leave. Today, I heard that Chiu Shinji was beheaded in Tai sect, so I guess that Lang Jun will be back soon, but I don't know if it will be today or tomorrow." Xiao Man said to third sister, who was standing to the side, Third sister, tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet and boil some hot water for Lang Jun to take a bath. Yes, third sister answered and flew out of the courtyard like a happy magpie. Yang Fan said with a smile, "We are not going far away. Why do we need to be so grand?" Xiaoman said, "Lang Jun has been working hard outside, so it should be more relaxing at home." "What's this?" Yang Fan said, "Oh, this is the wine I bought at the Golden Hairpin Drunk. It's been distilled and brewed 4 times, so the taste is very mellow. You've been managing the household by yourself for the past few days, and it's been really hard on you. Let's drink some wine tonight to thank you." Xiao Man was even happier in her heart. She took the wine jar and smiled at him. "We have a wine shop that specializes in good wine everywhere. Why are you taking care of other people's business?" When Yang Fan passed by the Golden Hairpin Drunk, he remembered that his last enemy had been killed. His revenge was avenged, and he could start looking for his younger sister immediately. He felt happy and wanted to drink to celebrate, so he bought a jug of wine. At that time, he really forgot that one of the 17 shops that his family had taken over specialized in wine. Xiao Man's words reminded Yang Fan. He laughed and said, "That's right. How could I forget that we have wine at home?" Xiao Man accompanied him into the room, put the wine jar on the table, and poured him a cup of sour plum soup. She said, "The weather is hot, so this is iced. Lang Jun, drink a few sips first to cool off the heat. I'll go prepare some clothes for you. You can take a bath and rest later." At that moment, Xiao Man really had the feeling of a gentle and virtuous young lady. What was more rare was that she did it naturally, and Yang Fan also enjoyed it naturally. Bang! A jug of grape wine fell to the ground, and the wine spilled everywhere, dark red like blood. A black, furry Chow Chow excitedly ran over, lowered its head and sniffed, then stuck out its tongue and licked it. Bang! Another jade white bottle with 2 dragons probing the water was thrown to the ground, smashing into pieces. The Pekingese was startled, raised its head to look at its furious master, shook its ears carelessly, and continued to lick the grape wine. Wu Chengxi wandered around the room like a cornered beast, wanting to smash whatever he saw. Zhang Jiafu, the Renhua of the Phoenix Pavilion, followed closely behind him, constantly saying, "Your Highness, please don't be angry, please don't be angry." Wu Qingxi finally had nothing left to throw and angrily sat back down on his chair. Zhang Jiafu hurriedly moved in front of him and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. His Majesty has protected your Highness in every possible way, not allowing your Highness to have any collusion with Qiu Xinji and Zhou Xing's cases. This is enough to show His Majesty's concern for your Highness. Your Highness, please bear with it for now. As long as the Emperor's favor has not disappeared, your Highness can quietly wait for an opportunity. It is not impossible for you to make a comeback." Wu Qingxi sneered. "Opportunity? Does this king still have a chance?" Zhang Jiafu said, "As long as His Majesty wishes to pass on his empire to the descendants of the Wu clan, the only ones qualified to inherit it are your Highness and King Liang. Your Highness acted too hastily, provoking His Majesty's disgust, which is why he has punished you. However, how can your Highness know that King Liang, in his complacency, will not follow in your Highness' footsteps? Since ancient times, the heir apparent has risen and fallen, and there have been many who have tried to be deposed. Has there not been a single one who has succeeded to the throne? Why is your Highness so dejected?" Wu Chengxi's eyes darted around, but he did not say anything. Zhang Jiafu continued, "Based on His Majesty's usual conduct, as long as there is hatred, there is no one who does not strike with his thunderbolt, turning him into fine powder. However, even though Qiu Xinji and Zhou Xing have fallen this time, His Majesty has protected your Highness in every possible way, not allowing your Highness to have even the slightest bit of contact with them. Instead, he instructed Li Zhaoda to submit a report to discuss the pros and cons of the imperial clan participating in politics, and only then did he remove your Highness from the position of Prime Minister. Zhang Jiafu smiled and said, "This is admittedly a blow to your Highness, but it also cuts off King Liang's path of participating in politics. His reputation has been greatly boosted this time, but as long as your Highness remains loyal and does not lose His Majesty's favor, there is still a chance for you to make a comeback. Let's pay close attention to King Liang's movements. As long as he makes a mistake, or as long as we create an opportunity for him to make a mistake." Wu Qingxi calmed down. Even though his eyes were still as sinister as a snake's, his expression was no longer as furious as before. Zhang Jiafu secretly sighed in relief when he saw this. He tried to persuade Wu Qingxi for a long time, but it was already late. Only then did he bid farewell to Wu Qingxi. As soon as Zhang Jiafu left Wu Qingxi's residence, he raised his head to the sky and sighed. Even though he had spoken so calmly, he did not hold out much hope that Wu Qingxi would be able to make a comeback. It was true that there were people who could make a comeback, but the current Great Zhou dynasty would not give Wu Qingxi such an opportunity. Wu Sanxi, Princess Taiping, Li Zhaoda, and Di Renjie were not easy to deal with. Were they idiots? Who would give Wu Qingxi a chance to seize power again? However, he had already boarded Wu Qingxi's ship and could no longer leave it. What else could he do but say this? Only by giving King Wei a glimmer of hope would he have a glimmer of hope. As soon as Zhang Jiafu left, Wu Qingxi sneered. How could he not see through Zhang Jiafu's thoughts? If it weren't for the fact that he was tied to this big tree so tightly that he couldn't escape, Zhang Jiafu would have long since become a scattered macaque and run off to lick Wu Sanxi's. But Zhang Jiafu's consolation was only for self-preservation. Only by persuading him to the point that he was unwilling would he have the heart to protect his pawns. Even though he had lost his power, his influence in the Wu clan would not be weakened so quickly if he had the heart to protect a few small fries. He believed that no one would take the risk of forcing him to do something desperate. However, he no longer had any hope of becoming the crown prince. What was the point of forbearance? Right now, he only wanted to find the person who ruined his plans, who destroyed his dream of becoming the emperor. He wanted to take revenge at all costs, whether it was a mutual destruction or mutual destruction. However, up until now, he still did not know what had gone wrong and why the emperor was so angry. Wu Sanxi and Di Renjie's repeated leaks had angered Wu Zetian. When Wu Zetian decided to eliminate Qiu Xinji, Zhou Xing, and dismiss Wu Qingxi, she immediately used the Yulin guards to prevent the news from leaking and causing a mutiny in the Jinwu guards. At the same time, she was worried that this series of scandals would damage the Great Zhou dynasty's dignity and cause the border army to lose trust in the court. Thus, until now, Wu Qingxi had not had the chance to contact his spies in the palace. "No matter what, if I find out who you are, I will make sure you die." Wu Qingxi's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Forbearance? Forbearance my ass. If worst comes to worst, I'll just perish together. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I won't turn back even if I run into a wall." The Pekingese licked up the wine on the floor and turned around in satisfaction. It staggered towards the door. It tried hard for a long time, but it still could not climb over the threshold that it could normally easily cross. The Pekingese turned around a few times in puzzlement and suddenly hit its head on the door frame. The shop owner in the opposite alley has died of illness. His wife is not good at running a business, so she wants to sell the shop and go back to her hometown. I saw that this was a rare opportunity. Lang Jun was trapped in the palace and could not come out, so I had no way to discuss it with you. Thus, I took the initiative and bought this shop. The price was very high, but the location was too good. There is a saying in the art of war: the man who knows the terrain is the help of the soldiers. I've run many businesses in the southern city, so I know this principle. The same business, even if the location is close, can be very different. Also, I had the antique shop, Beau Gu Shai, renovated. The pillars and beams were carved, and the decorations were elegant. It was full of the graceful and noble style of the imperial palace. I also had Master Rume introduce 2 disciples to the shop every day to play zither music. High officials, tycoons, noble ladies, and socialites like to be cultured. This way, it looks like the expenses are higher, but the business is better. As long as we complete one more business every month, the money we earn will far exceed these expenses. Buchi said happily. Unknowingly, she had already gotten used to Yang Fan's existence. She liked to watch Yang Fan eat, and she liked to tell him things. When she did this, she would feel a sense of peace and contentment. Yang Fan said with emotion, "Speaking of which, you've always been the one in charge of the family. I actually didn't do anything. My wife has really worked hard. Yang Fan, a toast to you." Today was the first time Yang Fan didn't need anyone to persuade him to drink to his heart's content. At this time, his handsome face was flushed. Buchi was also particularly happy today. After drinking cup after cup of rich grape wine, 2 peach blossoms appeared on her cheeks. Seeing Yang Fan toast to her, Buchi hurriedly raised her cup as well. The 2 clinked from afar and drank the wine in their cups. Yang Fan filled his cup again, then suddenly stood up and walked unsteadily toward the courtyard. Buchi followed behind him in surprise. Yang Fan walked step by step into the courtyard and stared blankly at the bright full moon in the sky. Suddenly, he knelt down. Buchi said in surprise, "Lang Jun, you are—" Yang Fan said word by word, "I want to pay tribute to my parents' spirits in heaven." Buchi looked at him in surprise and said, "Lang Jun, wait." She hurriedly returned to her room and took out a cup of wine. She walked to Yang Fan's side, lifted her skirt, and knelt down gracefully. She said softly, "Your servant and Lang Jun will pay tribute to father-in-law and mother-in-law together." Chapter 326. Ayi Anyang Ajia. Yang Fan looked up at the night sky and softly called for his family. The bright moon in the sky was as bright as a jade plate. In the dark shadow, he seemed to see the face of his strict father and mother and the beautiful appearance of his sister. Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes as tears quietly flowed to the side of his cheeks. Although it was something that happened many years ago, whenever he thought of the charred corpses of his parents and the tragic scene of his sister being beheaded, Yang Fan's heart still felt like it was being cut by a knife. He choked with sobs and said, "Ayi, Anyang, Jia, our family's great enemies have all been beheaded. You can rest in peace in heaven." With tears in his eyes, he gently poured a cup of wine on the ground. Xiao Man couldn't help but be secretly surprised when she heard his words. She knew that Yang Fan's parents died when he was young, but she always thought that the death of Yang Fan's parents was caused by a natural disaster. However, at this moment, from Yang Fan's words, it seemed that there was more to it. Seeing that Yang Fan was pouring wine to mourn, Xiao Man quickly followed his example and gently poured the wine in the cup in front of her. As the wine slowly poured on the ground, Xiao Man's mind flashed, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She involuntarily cried out, "Lang Jun, could it be that Qiu Shenji is Long Jun's great enemy?" Yang Fan was silent for a moment, then gently nodded and said, "Yes, my family all died in the hands of Qiu Shenji." Xiao Man saw the glistening tears in his eyes and obediently closed her mouth. She only thought in her heart, Qiu Shenji killed people, like flies. Just in Boizhou of Hunan province, he killed more than 1,000 families. I don't know where Langjuan's hometown is. Now it seems that what Lang Jun said about living in Jiaoji was also a lie to cover up his identity. Xiao Man secretly guessed, but she forgot that Yang Fan had just said, all beheaded. If she had noticed this, she would have known that Yang Fan's enemies were not just Qiu Shinji alone. Yang Fan put the wine cup on the ground and said in a low voice, Yi, I was naughty when I was young and didn't like to study, so I often made you angry. Now that I am a general, I finally have some prospects. Yi, are you happy? Mother, I married a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and adorable wife for you. Is Mother happy? Sister, if it wasn't for you, I would have gone with you and my parents. Now that your brother has his own family and business, I will definitely shoulder the responsibility of bringing glory to our family and restoring our reputation. Our family will prosper. Don't worry. When Xiao Man heard this, she quietly lowered her head and felt a little guilty. Yes, she was now married to Yang Fan, but had she really fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife? Marrying a wife meant having children and passing on the family line. Langjuan's family was killed, and he was alone. The responsibility of carrying on the family line was all on him, and Xiao Man secretly glanced at Yang Fan. His eyes were shining with tears, staring at the bright moon in the sky. Langjuan's eyebrows were black and bright, slanting to the temples. Langjuan's nose was high and straight, as if it was hanging a gallbladder. Langjuan's pursed lips were well-defined, and the lines of his lips were clear. He was really a very handsome man. He is my husband. Looking at him under the soft moonlight, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Maybe I should try to accept him. He is the man who will accompany me for the rest of my life. If he touches me, I won't go crazy again, right? Xiao Man. Yang Fan suddenly turned to Xiao Man. Xiao Man was thinking about something, and when he looked at her, she was afraid that he would see through her thoughts. She suddenly blushed and quickly responded in a low voice. Yang Fan said, Do you know why I didn't set up a memorial tablet for my parents at home? Xiao Man shook her head gently. It was okay before, but now Yang Fan had his own mansion, but he didn't set up a memorial tablet for his parents. After she became a bride, Yang Fan never took her to pay respects to his parents. She had always felt it was strange. Yang Fan said bitterly, Because I don't know the real names of my parents. What? This answer was far beyond Xiao Man's expectation. She opened her eyes in surprise. Yang Fan said sadly, I have checked the state government's household register. They all used aliases. When they were killed, they didn't even have time to tell me what our real surnames were, what our names were, and where we were from. I am the descendant of a criminal official. Although Qiu Shinji is dead, all the things he did back then were all ordered by His Majesty. These cases haven't been rehabilitated, so my true identity is still undiscovered. When I first came to Luoyang, I only wanted to take revenge. At that time, I only wanted to take revenge with my own strength. I never thought that I would be able to mingle in the officialdom. Now that I am an official and my enemies are all dead, I think I should be able to do more for my family. In order to ascend the throne, His Majesty eradicated many officials with the crime of rebellion. She will never be able to clear these people's names, unless Li Tang's imperial family retakes the throne. So, I stand on the side of Li Tang's imperial family. Yang Fan stared at Xiao Man and said in a low voice, The life of an official is extremely dangerous. You have seen these days how many officials of the imperial court were incomparably glorious one moment, and then imprisoned the next moment. I have always been thinking whether or not I should tell you these secrets. Xiao Man, if you want to be my woman, you have to bear these dangers with me. You have the right to choose to stay or leave. If you are willing to leave, I can give you all our property, but I don't want it. If you are willing to follow me, leave or stay, I will listen to you. Lang Jun, Xiao Man's eyes were a little moist. Her voice was very low, but her tone was firm and unquestionable. Xiao Man is Long Jun's official wife. Once I enter your door, I am yours. The oath of the Green Hut is still ringing in my ears. Xiao Man has not forgotten. I will never leave or abandon you for the rest of my life. Yang Fan was moved and gently held her small hand. Under the bright moon, the oath of the Green Hut seemed to be ringing in their ears. Hold your hand and die with your son. Hold your hand and sleep with your son. Hold your hand and be happy with your son. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. There was only one small inn in Changgu town, because it was only a few dozen miles away from Luoyang. Very few people would stay here unless they missed a place to stay. There was only one inn, and it mainly relied on selling wine to make money when guests came and went to rest. The bright moon had already hung above the treetops, so it was unlikely that any guests would come at this time. The innkeeper yawned lazily and was about to go to the back of the house to rest when there was a sudden rush of horse hooves in the distance. Immediately, he saw a fast horse rushing to the door. The innkeeper's spirit was lifted, and he quickly ordered a young waiter, "Hurry up, go and welcome the guests." The horse stopped in front of the inn, and a person jumped off the horse. His movements were extremely agile. This person was wearing a green riding suit and had a beautiful handlebar mustache. He was an elegant young man. "Take the horse and feed it. Use the best bean fodder. Send the saddle to my lodging." The person gave the order and walked into the inn while shaking his horsewhip. He said in a clear voice, "Innkeeper, arrange a good guest room for me and 2 tables of good banquets for me." The innkeeper was surprised, and he said, "This guest, you mean 2 tables of banquets?" The young man smiled and said, "Yes, 1 table is fine, but there is no need for too many dishes. Send it to my room. The other table should be more sumptuous, and it will be placed in this living room. In a while, my 6 brothers will come, and you can even prepare a room for them in advance." When the innkeeper heard that there was business coming, he couldn't help but smile and quickly agreed. He ordered the kitchen to prepare wine and dishes, and personally led the young man to the guest room. Not long after, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves outside the inn. Sure enough, there were 6 fast horses galloping over. These 6 people were all strong men in their 20s or 30s, and their mounts were also extraordinary. At a glance, it was obvious that they were long-distance horses with extraordinary endurance. There were sabers hanging on the front of the saddle, and they carried saddlebags on the back. Like the young man who had arrived earlier, they were all long-distance travelers. The innkeeper had already been warned by the young man, and when he saw the 6 people arriving, he immediately went up to greet them. Among the 6 people, a middle-aged man with a square face and big ears looked at the horse that was being fed in the corridor and said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, prepare a few superior rooms for us, and also some food for us." The innkeeper rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Dear guests, the 6 superior rooms have been prepared for you, and the food has also been prepared. Please come in quickly." The middle-aged man pointed at him with his horsewhip and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, you really know how to do business, and your polite words are so intimate. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were a fortune teller." The innkeeper smiled and said, "How could this old man have that kind of ability? Didn't you have a friend who arrived a step earlier? He was the one who told this old man, and this table of dishes was also ordered by him. He also said that he was indebted to you for escorting him all the way from the foot of Mount Xiaohua, and that he was very grateful. This table of dishes is a token of his appreciation." When the 6 knights heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with a wry smile, and one of them muttered to himself, "So, Our tracks have long been discovered by her." In the room, the young man with the handlebar mustache gently tore off the 2 tufts of mustache on his face and mischievously made a face at himself in the mirror. Only then did he get up and walk to the basin and gently washed away the disguise on his face, gradually revealing a beautiful face that was both happy and angry. It turned out that this young man with the handlebar mustache was actually Tin Ano in disguise. She opened the saddle, took out a set of light clothes, and put it on, then returned to the table and sat down. There were already a few light dishes on the table, and there was also a pot of good wine. Tin Ano poured a cup, raised it in her hand, and smiled sweetly. Her heart was very, very small, so she had never asked anyone to live in it. Once she asked someone to live in it, her heart would be filled to the brim, and there would be no room for anyone else. Ever since she opened her heart and poured all her affection on Yang Fan, this girl who had closed herself off for many years could no longer extricate herself. If you love someone too deeply, your heart will be intoxicated. Tomorrow, she would be able to see him again. Thinking of this, before Anu drank, she was already intoxicated with happiness. Chapter 3:27. Today, Yang Fan had gotten his revenge and fulfilled his wish. Naturally, he was incomparably happy. He had fulfilled his responsibility to the deceased. From now on, he would live for himself and for the living. The days to come would be even more meaningful to him. He wanted to build a career, bring glory to his family, and not disappoint Warner's infatuation. He also wanted to find his younger sister, who had been separated from him when he was young. There was a feeling of sweetness after bitterness. That night, Yang Fan was dead drunk. Growing up to this age, this was the first time Yang Fan had let down his guard and let himself get drunk. Xiao Man struggled to carry Yang Fan and staggered into the bedroom. She never knew that a person could be so heavy when drunk. "Let him sleep on the bed tonight. I'll just make the bed on the floor." Xiao Man thought as she carried Yang Fan to the bed. She bent down and was just about to gently place him on the bed when Yang Fan fell head first. Xiao Man cried out, being dragged by him. She lost her footing and fell into his arms. Xiao Man was ashamed and embarrassed. She wanted to break free, but one of her arms was firmly pressed under Yang Fan's body. She couldn't pull it out at all. Xiao Man struggled with all her might. Yang Fan seemed to be very uncomfortable. He suddenly turned over, lifted his thigh, and put it on Xiao Man's waist, firmly holding her. Xiao Man was scared stiff. Her whole body was as stiff as a bow, and she didn't dare to move. She looked nervously at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's cheeks were red, and he was snoring loudly. A sweet snore rang out in an instant. Xiao Man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She tried hard to pull her arm away, but she still couldn't. Xiao Man rolled her eyes and pushed hard against Yang Fan's thigh again. His thighs were so thick and powerful. It took Xiao Man a lot of effort to loosen his thighs that were stuck on her waist. Xiao Man was delighted and continued to increase her strength. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to fall asleep on his back, Yang Fan suddenly grunted with dissatisfaction and turned his body over with force. "Pa!" That thigh was once again clamped on her waist. His knee was pressed against the back of her waist, and a big hand slapped hard on her buttocks. All previous efforts were wasted. This time, the two of them were even closer. Xiao Man was lying in a very warm position in Yang Fan's arms. Her only free arm was also held by Yang Fan. Xiao Man was ashamed and angry, but she couldn't break free. I didn't hit him." After struggling for a while, Buchi, who was unable to get rid of Yang Fan, stopped, gasping for breath. Suddenly, she was surprised to find that she did not go crazy just now. No one knew better than her what was wrong with her. Wu Huing, that sickly invalid, was not her first victim. She was brought to Chang, and when she was a child, and served Miss Gongsun for only about a year and a half. Later, she caught the eye of her master and became one of the candidates for the Empress Dowager's close female guards. During those hard training years, she had sparred with not only her senior and junior sisters, but also the martial arts masters transferred from the palace guards. As long as a man subdued her with close combat techniques such as grappling or wrestling, she would immediately go crazy if he made even a little more physical contact with her. She would immediately erupt with combat strength that was almost double of her own, beating her opponent until they were on the verge of death, until they could no longer move. After that, not a single man was willing to spar with her. Although she knew that the other party had no evil intentions, she couldn't control herself. Therefore, on the night of their wedding night, even though she knew that her request was too unreasonable, she couldn't not bring it up. Otherwise, if Yang Fan insisted on sleeping with her, it was very likely that her wedding night would be the beginning of her widowhood. However, at this moment, Xiao Man was surprised to find that even though Yang Fan was pressing down on her in such a warm position, almost pressing her entire body under him, she was still very normal. She didn't kick Yang Fan away, nor did she punch him to break his ribs. "Oh my God! I'm actually normal?" Xiao Man asked herself in surprise. Early in the morning, the rooster crowed, and Yang Fan was woken up by it. It was summer, and the sky brightened early. The bell on the gate of heaven had not yet rung, and the white light had already seeped through the window lattice. After waking up, Yang Fan did not immediately open his eyes. His head was still dizzy, and the feeling of a hangover was really not good. However, the smooth feeling of the brocade quilt from the fingertips was very comfortable. It was exquisite, smooth, soft, firm, and full of elasticity. Elasticity. When this feeling was reflected in his heart, Yang Fan opened his eyes with a whoosh. What came into view was a head of glossy black hair. That beautiful long hair was a little disheveled, just below his chin. Looking down, her dress was tangled around her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Yang Fan's large hand was caressing her perky and round buttocks. Yang Fan was shocked. He did not dare to move, and only quietly moved his chest away. Then he saw a pretty little face covered by his chest until it was red. That pair of neat, fine eyelashes was gently covering her beautiful eyes. Xiao Man was sleeping soundly in his arms. Yang Fan did not know what to do. He was sneakily trying to destroy the evidence of molestation when Xiao Man's body suddenly moved. His movement had probably awakened Xiao Man. Yang Fan quickly lay back on the pillow, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. However, his mind was already clear. His hand was still covering Xiao Man's buttocks. He could clearly feel the fullness, roundness, firmness, softness, and elasticity there. Xiao Man woke up. She did not know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized that one of her arms was still pressed on Yang Fan's body. She could no longer feel it. Her entire body was lying on her side like a bow. She had not changed her position for the entire night. When she thought about how she had slept under Yang Fan for the night, Xiao Man was a little embarrassed. At the same time, she had a very strange feeling. This was the first time she had slept in someone else's arms since she slept in the arms of her elder brother when she was a child. She seemed to have found that sense of security and stability again. She quietly opened her eyes and saw that Yang Fan was still sleeping soundly. Xiao Man hurriedly pulled her arm out. "Why is this guy so heavy?" Xiao Man tried for a long time, but could not pull her arm out. She could not help but mutter softly. Yang Fan was still pretending to be asleep, and was even snoring slightly. Xiao Man wanted to break free from under him, so her body inevitably moved. Both of them were wearing a set of thin, light summer clothes. Yang Fan could clearly feel Xiao Man's flexible and strong waist twisting. He could feel her tight buttocks arching and faintly jumping buttocks exuding the youthful vitality of her faintly jumping buttocks. This feeling was, of course, very tempting. Yang Fan wanted to experience more. However, he, who already knew the taste of love, could not stand a beautiful girl twisting under him like this. Unknowingly, he had already had a reaction. If Xiao Man found out, Yang Fan seemed to think of his miserable end. He made a prompt decision and immediately murmured as if he was sleep-talking. Xiao Man was so scared that she did not dare to move. She closed her eyes tightly, curled up her body, and pretended to be asleep like a kitten. Yang Fan grunted, turned over, and faced into the bed. Xiao Man did not miss the opportunity to pull her hand out from under Yang Fan. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Xiao Man tiptoed to the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that her arm, which had been pressed down all night, was so sore and numb that she could not use any strength. Yang Fan faced into the bed and waited for Xiao Man to leave so that the two of them would not be embarrassed. However, he waited for a long time and did not hear the sound of the door opening. Yang Fan was secretly wondering if he should wake up at this time. Suddenly, he felt the bed sink. Xiao Man seemed to have quietly climbed onto the bed again. What is she doing? Yang Fan wondered curiously while snoring. He felt Xiao Man's breath brushing against his ear. Yang Fan quietly opened his eyes a little and saw Xiao Man quietly reach over him and grab a set of bedding placed in the bed. Then she slipped away like a thief. Soon, Yang Fan heard a rustling sound coming from the floor. Yang Fan, who understood, could not help but reveal an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Man laid out the bedding and looked at Yang Fan, who was still sleeping. She playfully stuck out her tongue and lay down with her clothes on. She gently pulled the thin quilt to cover her body. Xiao Man suddenly missed his embrace. Dang! 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 The bell and drum on the heavenly gate rang together. Yang Fan and Xiao Man woke up at the same time. The two of them smiled at each other and said, "Morning." Both of their smiles seemed to carry a hint of complacency. Recently, there had been a lot of things happening in the court. Wu Zetian had changed the rule of a court meeting every other day. Now that the political situation had stabilized, the rule of a court meeting every other day had been restored. Yang Fan's left featherwood guard had been swapped with the right featherwood guard since yesterday evening. He would have at least half a month of rest. Yang Fan was a soldier. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay at home every day. However, this period had been really tough. It was easy for him to take a few days off. His immediate superior was Yi Huli. How could he not make it convenient for him? After breakfast, Yang Fan left home to look for Zhao Yu. When he first met Zhao Yu, it was because he was Zhao Yu's informant. Although he later found out that Zhao Yu was Shun Mu's informant in Luoyang, his public identity was still that of a spy. If Yang Fan wanted to find someone, of course, he had to ask him for help. Yang Fan had originally planned not to get too deeply involved with anyone before he had his revenge. At that time, he did not start looking for Nyonyo because he was worried that in the process of revenge, his identity would be exposed and he would implicate his sister. As for the secret engagement with Wanner and the Emperor's betrothal of Xiao Man, it was not something he could have predicted. Now that his last enemy had been beheaded, it was time to start looking for his sister. From Yang Fan's point of view, it should not be too difficult to find his sister. Although there were many people with the surname Gongsun, there would not be many whose husband's surname was Pei and whose family name was Gongsun. Moreover, this woman had been treated as an honored guest by the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui. This meant that she must have a very high status. There would not be many such families. Most of the influential people in the world were concentrated in Luoyang and Chang'an. Yang Fan planned to let Zhao Yu use his men to investigate in Luoyang. If there was no such family in Luoyang, he would ask Shen Mu, who was in Chang'an, to look for it on his behalf. Shen Mu had close relations with the powerful families in Chang'an. If there was such a family, or if there had been such a family, he would definitely be able to find out. If they still couldn't find him, then they could only use the method of posting notices everywhere. Although those great clans wouldn't go to the streets and alleys to look for these things, most of these families had many servants, and some of these servants would definitely know where he was. When Zhao Yu heard that Yang Fan had asked him to help find someone, he naturally agreed. After asking Yang Fan about the clues he knew, he immediately made arrangements. At this time, Tin Ano had already entered the city and was heading to the Xiu Wen workshop to look for Yang Fan. Chapter 328. If the husband and wife were to travel together, and if they didn't want to leave Luoyang, then other than the various temples and the scenery of the Luo River, the best places to go were the north, west, and south markets. Yang Fan had a shop in the South City, so a trip to the South City was convenient for both work and business. When other people hire shop assistants, they like to hire those who are loyal and honest. They always feel that such people are reliable and can be trusted. But I'm different. I hire people who are smart, clever, and good with words. I need people like this to manage the business. Xiao Man accompanied Yang Fan out of a shop and said with a sweet smile, "Smart and clever assistants will be easy to use. Do smart people have to be dishonest? Not necessarily. Besides, the shopkeeper has shares, so I don't have to worry about him not working hard. As long as he works hard, how can he not keep a close eye on these people? I calculate the profits every month. If they can really make a lot of money for our family, even if their hands are a little dirty and they take advantage of me, I don't care. Don't the officials in the court often say in front of the emperor, when the water is too clear, there are no fish, and when people are too scrupulous, there are no disciples? This is also the principle of doing business." Yang Fan laughed. "Yes, no wonder people say you are a little money grubber. When it comes to making money, you are so excited." Xiao Man made a playful face at him and laughed. "Hee hee, I was so poor when I was young that I was afraid." Yang Fan looked at her lively and cute appearance and was very happy in his heart. He and Xiao Man were getting along better and better. This kind of situation, compared to the awkward situation they were in when they first got married, could not be mentioned in the same breath. Those days were a kind of torture for both of them. "Lang Jun, look, that is the shop I just bought. That shop was originally in the silk business. Our family already has a silk shop, but the location is not as good as this one. I plan to renovate this place and move our family's silk shop here and open a gold bank in its original location." As Xiao Man spoke, she walked side by side with Yang Fan into the shop that had yet to be renovated. Not far away, Tin Ano leaned powerlessly against the red pillar at the entrance of Bo Guzhai. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. She excitedly rushed to the Xiu Wen workshop and inquired about Yang Fan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, what she heard was not only the good news of Yang Fan's promotion to Lang General, but also the news of the emperor's bestowal of marriage and Yang Fan's marriage. At that moment, Anu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't even know how she left the cultivation workshop. Anu was in a daze, but she still remembered the address of Yang Fan's new residence. Unknowingly, she had arrived at the Fortune House and the Yang Mansion. Anu saw the scene of Yang Fan and his bride affectionately leaving the house and going to the southern city together. She followed them all the way, watching them go in and out together, loving, and her heart was completely broken. Unlike other women who had experienced a change in love, Tin Ano's painful experience of being abandoned by her family at a young age made her not dare to trust anyone again, and she didn't want to give her heart to anyone again until she met Yang Fan and was unknowingly attracted to him. It wasn't until she was on the brink of life and death that she was moved by Yang Fan's act of using his blood to save her. Her heart had been sealed in ice for many years. Once she opened her heart and fell in love with someone, that feeling was the most sincere, the most passionate, and the most difficult for her to control. So, correspondingly, when she was hurt, that pain was also the most unbearable for her. The summer was scorching, and the weather was extremely hot. Ainu leaned against the red pillar, but her body was shivering. Her heart seemed to be immersed in an ice house, and there was no trace of warmth left. From the top of Mount Hua, she threw herself off the cliff with the determination to die, and then escaped from death, giving up everything in the past. Her only belief in survival, her only pursuit of happiness, all came from the man she had fallen in love with. If she had frozen her feelings in the past, not letting herself fall in love with anyone, not trusting anyone completely, although there was no happiness, there was also no pain. Now, her heart was being cut open by the wind blades and frost swords, wreaking havoc and tormenting her. It was so painful, so painful. Behind her was Bo Gujai. The house was decorated in an antique style, and there was a very simple gate tower in front of the door. The antique shop didn't have a single customer in a day, so the front door was very deserted. Inside the shop, there was a disciple hired from great master Rume, who was playing the zither. Ainu was proficient in music, and she could tell that it was Parting the Swallow. Parting the Swallow. How could it match her current mood? That melancholy music accompanied her heart, dripping blood with every sound. Yang Fan and Xiao Man came out of the shop that hadn't finished renovating, talking and laughing as they walked over. Tin Ano hurriedly turned around and quickly walked away. Clear tears gathered in her eyes, like pearls. Ainu's heart was bleeding, but she refused to let the tears fall. "You said you love me. Is that true? I want to hear you say it." "Yes, I love you. Yang Fan, I love Anu." "Then it's fine." "Death, what's so great about it?" The words were still ringing in her ears, but when she thought back, every word was like a knife. Tin Ano left Nen City as if she was fleeing. The 2 lines of tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally wetted her clothes when she stepped out of the Nan City square. If you love someone too deeply, your heart will be intoxicated. If you are hurt too deeply, your heart will be broken. Nu's heart was already in pieces. Wu Qingxi raised his drunken eyes and looked coldly at his confidant standing in front of him. He asked in a low voice, "What did Eunuch Jing say?" The confidant said, "Eunuch Jing said that on that day, Di Renjia entered the palace to make a secret report. Then the emperor sealed off the 9 cities and summoned Li Xiaoda urgently. After a discussion with Li Xiaoda, he summoned Wu Yuyi and Lai Junqian to arrest Qiu Xinji, and Zhou Xing." Wu Qingxi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, "Di Renjia, Li Xiaoda." His eyes widened, and he asked sternly, "Did Eunuch Jing say what secret memorials they submitted to the Son of Heaven to anger the Son of Heaven?" The confidant said, "Eunuch Jing didn't tell me about this. He told me that when Di Renjia reported to the emperor, he asked the emperor to dismiss everyone. Even Shangguan Daiji temporarily left Wu Cheng Hall, so no one knows what he reported to the emperor." Wu Qingxi gritted his teeth and sneered. "I knew it. It must be Di Renjia and his people who ruined my plans." He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand, and the confidant left. Wu Qingxi picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the cup heavily on the table and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think you can dominate the court just like that? Humph! The world is still the Wu family's world. Even if I, Wu Qingxi, am removed from my position as the prime minister, it's still a piece of cake to deal with you. In a mortal welcoming palace, the tall, fair, and plump eunuch Jing tiptoed to Wei Tuaner's side and stood still. Wei Tuaner was dressing in front of a mirror. She wore a gauze gown that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Inside, she wore a tight scarlet cheekbone that hugged her full breasts. Her cleavage was deep and her clothes were about to tear open, outlining her breathtaking and hot curves. She saw eunuch Jing appear in the mirror and only glanced at him. She continued to unhurriedly remove the beads from her hair and asked lazily, "What is it?" Eunuch Jing bowed and replied softly, "As Sister Tuan expected, the Prince of Wei has indeed sent someone to inquire about who was the one who reported him to everyone." Oh, Wei Tuaner's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she asked sweetly, "Then what did you say?" Eunuch Jing smiled and replied, "Of course I did as Sister Tuaner instructed, and told him." Wei Tuaner glanced at him with a smile. She plucked a buyao from her hair bun and suddenly turned her hand to stab it toward Eunuch Jing's white and plump face. Eunuch Jing was caught unprepared and cried out in pain. A drop of dark red blood immediately seeped out of his white and plump face. Eunuch Jing covered his face and looked at Wei Tuaner in panic. Wei Tuaner's pretty face turned cold, and she scolded, "What a useless idiot! What do you mean by doing as I instructed? That's all you know. Don't tell me you know something else?" Eunuch Jing panicked and knelt on the ground. He took 2 steps on his knees and hugged her leg. He said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. This servant is stupid. Thanks to Sister Tuaner's guidance, this servant only described what I saw and heard. I didn't hide anything from King Wei." Wei Tuaner snorted and said unhurriedly, "It's good that you know. You have to control this mouth of yours. Say what you should say and don't say what you shouldn't say. You have to know that a loose tongue can cause trouble." Eunuch Jing said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes. If Sister tells this servant to open my mouth, this servant will open my mouth. If Sister tells this servant to shut up, this servant will shut up." Wei Tuaner giggled and glanced at him. Then she said with a hint of spring in her eyes, "All right, I have to let others know that I have done something for them, right? Remember to give King Liang a reply. Let him know that it wasn't as if we didn't help him." "Yes, yes, yes. This servant will do it right away. Tonight, everyone wants to summon Imperial Physician Shun to serve them. I don't have to go and wait on him." Eunuch Jing understood tacitly and quickly licked his lips with his plump and agile tongue. He smiled and said, "This servant understands. Tonight, I will serve Sister Tuan, well, and make Sister Tuan feel so happy that she wishes she were dead." Wei Tuaner said with a blushing face, "Get lost. Who wants a useless man like you?" Tin Ano left the southern city as if she was fleeing. She walked in a daze and gradually entered a forest. The northern part of Luoyang was the most prosperous, while the southern part was the most desolate. The difference in land prices between the northern and southern parts was several times. The southern part of the city had a large area of forest and wasteland. Therefore, most of the people who settled here were scholars who liked peace and quiet, as well as some who had lost their careers and were greedy for cheap rent. There was no one like Di Renjia who chose to settle here despite his high status. There was no place for her, Tin Ano, in this world. Where else could she go? Tin Ano led the horse into the forest in a daze. Then she stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at an old tree with a branch sticking out of it. After standing there for a long time, she gently touched her belt. Dong! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang through the forest. It was melodious, and even though it was only a single sound, it reverberated through the forest for a long time. Anu couldn't help but give up on the idea of seeking death. She followed the sound. After a while, she walked out of the forest and saw a grayish-green temple on the banks of the river. Although the temple wasn't very big, it had 3 entrances. There were eaves and corners that peeked out from the green tiles and white walls. Tin Aino walked to the front of the temple and looked up. She saw the 3 words on the lintel, tranquil nunnery. Jingshin, Jingshin. Tin Aino softly muttered and laughed at herself. She loosened the horse's reins and walked into the nunnery, not caring where the horse was going. Unlike the solemn large temples like the White Horse Temple and the Heavenly Palace Temple, the tranquil nunnery had pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Even the 7-story pagoda, which wasn't too tall, had soft and smooth lines. It exuded a feminine beauty. After all, this was a place for female cultivators. During the early Tang dynasty, Taoism was prevalent. Furthermore, the Li Tang imperial family worshipped Taoism as their religion. They worshipped the Taoist sect master, Lao Tzu, as the ancestor of the Li royal family. Taoism was the national religion. Therefore, there were many Taoist temples and many people who entered Taoism. Because the imperial court strongly supported Taoism, women who entered Taoism didn't have to worry about starvation. Therefore, many poor women became Taoist priests. At the same time, because women didn't need to shave their hair, they could wear heavy makeup, and they could even order female servants around. They had more freedom to interact with people from all walks of life. Therefore, old prostitutes, old palace maids, and even some princesses, concubines, and concubines of nobles who didn't want to be restricted were willing to become Taoist priests. As a result, the reputation of women in Taoism became worse and worse. Some famous prostitutes even used the identity of Taoist priests to raise their status. In comparison, those who really wanted to become Taoists wouldn't choose Taoism. In this era, most of the people who became Taoists were from scholarly families, official families, or because of the influence of the elders who believed in Buddhism, or because of bad love, or because of the death of their husbands. They became Taoists to avoid remarrying. On the contrary, there were few women from ordinary families. Because most of the nuns sincerely practiced Buddhism, and most of their families were extraordinary, they didn't have to worry about incense offerings. Therefore, most of their places of practice didn't have believers who came to offer incense. It seemed very deserted. Occasionally, some believers came to offer incense, but they didn't bother to make friends. Tin Aino walked into the nunnery. Occasionally, a few nuns passed by in the corridor. When they saw her, they didn't even bother to pay attention to her. The Tian Ai Nu strolled into the main hall and saw a white-robed Guanyin statue being worshipped in the middle of the hall. Guanyin looked kind, holding a bottle of willow branch and looking down at her with a peaceful smile. Tin Aino walked over and gently knelt on the futon. She looked up at Guanyin for a long time. Suddenly, she lowered her head and pulled out the short knife from her waist. Cha! A strand of hair fell to the ground. She didn't know when, but an old nun in black turned into the main hall. Suddenly, she saw a woman dressed in secular women's clothes with a shaved head kneeling in front of the bodhisattva. She couldn't help but show a surprised look. She quickly stepped forward and went around to the front of the woman. After a careful look, she confirmed that she was not a nun from the nunnery. She couldn't help but curiously said, "This benefactor, you are—" Tin Aino slowly stood up and smiled at her. She lowered her eyebrows, put her palms together, and said softly, "Disciple Anu, I wish to live a luxurious life, get rid of taste, cut off love, cut off all worldly desires, let go of all fate, get rid of all negative karma, and become a disciple of Buddha. Master, please help me." It was probably the first time in her life that the old nun saw such a nun. She couldn't help but be stunned. Graceful little fairy, born for 16 years. Half Peak of Gu Mountain was covered with snow, and a branch of lotus in Yaoshui. Tin Ano, who had shaved off all her worries, lowered her eyebrows and looked solemn, just like a little nun serving in front of Buddha.